Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. Funny how you're still here, breathing, thinking, leveling up, while the people who swore they'd handle you are now shaking like they saw a ghost. They're pretending everything is normal, but you can feel it in the air. The plot cracked open. The whole thing spilled out. And guess what? Every little trick they whispered about you behind closed doors is now crawling into the light like bugs after you lift a rock. Look who survived long enough to hear the truth. Yes, you, the one they dissected in private chats, the name that kept resurfacing in conversations you were never supposed to hear. The person they claimed they didn't think about, yet kept studying like a problem they couldn't solve. They wanted you to feel small. They wanted you to feel confused. They wanted you to look in the mirror and question your own reality. But here's the cold part. They were the ones losing their grip. They cracked first. They broke under the pressure of your silence, your growth, your resilience that should have been impossible according to their little prediction charts. And when they cracked, they spilled everything. Every whisper, every plan, every insecure thought they tried to project onto you. If you're vibing with this energy already, hit the like button and subscribe. Pay this message back by keeping this channel alive. Now then, let's go deeper. See, Chosen One, the funniest part is how they assumed you'd collapse on schedule. They had this whole storyline in their heads. You'll crumble by Thursday. They can't handle pressure. Just push a little more and they'll fold. They spoke about you like you were a science experiment. They thought they knew your breaking point. But then the universe flipped the script. You didn't break. They did. You know that quiet moment you had months ago when you wondered if you were just overreacting, imagining how certain people seemed too invested in your downfall, reading too much into the sudden meetings, the sudden shift in tone, the sudden concern. Yeah, you weren't imagining anything. The universe keeps receipts even when you don't. They were terrified of your comeback before you even realized you were making one. Your silence wasn't weakness to them. It was a countdown. Every day you didn't react, every day you didn't collapse, they panicked a little more. They were running simulations in their heads about what you might do next. They were calling each other, trying to figure out how someone like you keeps surviving storms that should have erased you. And here's the wildest part. Their entire plan depended on you doubting yourself. That was the whole blueprint. Not your failure, your self-doubt. You were never the problem. You never were. Let me paint the scene for you, because someone needs to say this out loud. Picture them sitting together, voices low, checking their phones, stressing over your every move. Someone says, "Maybe they're done." Another says, "No, something's off. They're too quiet." Then the silence hits the room. That heavy silence where everyone realizes the same thing. They miscalculated, because the moment you stopped breaking the way they predicted was the moment their plan fell apart. Here's a story you'll understand immediately. Think back to a time when you were younger and people treated you like you didn't notice anything. Maybe it was family, maybe school, maybe work. People talked like you were clueless. Meanwhile, you were watching everything. That same thing happened again as an adult. Except this time, you didn't just watch, you evolved. The universe has this funny habit of leveling you up in private while enemies study the old version of you. They were planning attacks for the person you used to be, not the one you became when everything went quiet. You ever wonder why certain people suddenly backed away? Suddenly got polite, suddenly changed their tone? Because someone cracked under the pressure and exposed the whole playbook. Somebody in their team couldn't hold it anymore and spilled the truth. All the lies, all the manipulation, all the fake sympathy. It came out, and when it did, the whole group felt the blast. That's why everything feels different now. That shift you feel around you isn't imaginary. It's the fallout. Let me break down the psychology of these people, because it's not as complex as they want you to think. When someone plans to break you, they build a fantasy in their head. They imagine the version of you that collapses. They imagine themselves winning. They imagine everyone saying you were right about them. But then life hands them the Uno reverse card. You don't break, you upgrade. And suddenly they're exposed as the ones who were obsessed, insecure, and deeply threatened. Here's another cold fact. They didn't expect you to heal. They didn't expect you to pull yourself out of emotional quicksand. They didn't expect you to rebuild your identity. They thought you were alone. They forgot the universe sits quietly in the background watching everything. That's why now the entire plot against you is collapsing in slow motion. It's embarrassing for them, like dropping their mask in front of the audience mid-performance. And you're probably sitting there wondering, why me? Why were they even bothering with all this behind my back? Because you made them question their own worth without even trying. You made them feel threatened simply by existing. You exposed their insecurities without speaking a word. That's why they needed strategy meetings just to handle you. Let that sink in. You made a whole group of people sit down and build a plan just to deal with you. One person. That's power they don't want to admit you have. I want you to picture this moment. They're all sitting around, stressed. Someone says, what if they rise again? What if they hit a breakthrough? And another person, the honest one, finally blurts, they already did. You can almost feel the room freezing. That's when the truth spills. That's when the plot breaks. That's where this intro begins. Your strength wasn't supposed to exist. Your comeback wasn't supposed to be real. Your clarity wasn't supposed to return, but you rebuilt yourself anyway. And that's what destroyed them. Not revenge, not rage, not chaos. Just you living, breathing, and refusing to die inside. This entire storyline starts at the exact moment they realized one thing they never planned for. You weren't going to break the way they designed. You were going to break their design instead. Before we go any further, Chosen One, take a second to breathe, because what comes next is where the real damage begins. If you're still here, it means you can feel the truth hitting your chest. You can feel that shift in the air now that the whole plot against you has cracked open. And if this message is already waking something up inside you, show some love to the team behind it. Like the video, subscribe, and keep this mission alive so more Chosen Ones hear what was kept hidden from them. Your support, no matter how small, keeps this truth sliding through the cracks they tried to seal. Drop a comment with 777 if you're ready to hear exactly how their plan fell apart, piece by piece. It pulls you in because deep down you know you survived something most people never walk away from. And now, let's slide deeper into it, step by step. If you're truly built for this, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very last word. The next part hits even harder. Let's begin. Number 1. The room that panicked the second your name dropped. Wild how they planned your downfall, yet they're the ones trembling because you didn't collapse on cue. They can deny it all they want, but your name alone changed the temperature of that room. The moment it hit the table, every face tightened, every fake smile slipped, and every person suddenly remembered the version of you they thought they had under control. They weren't meeting casually. This wasn't a friendly catch-up. This was a crisis discussion, triggered by the simple fact that you refused to break the way they predicted. They studied you like you were a system glitch they couldn't fix. They analyzed your reactions, your silence, your distance, your calmness. What bothered them most wasn't what you did, it was what you didn't do. You didn't explode when provoked. You didn't crumble when abandoned. You didn't chase when pushed. You didn't collapse when they built situations specifically to break you. And chosen one, that's exactly where the panic started. Because manipulators only feel powerful when they know how you'll react. When the reactions stop fitting inside their script, their whole sense of control unravels. In that room, they replayed everything in their minds, hoping to find the moment they lost you. The embarrassing truth they didn't want to admit was simple. You outgrew them. Imagine that table. Imagine the silence. Someone finally speaks. Something's off. Another whispers, "They're too calm." A third mutters, "What do we do now?" Every line soaked in fear. They weren't worried about your weakness. They were terrified of your strength. They had built an entire strategy on the assumption that you would collapse under pressure. Their plan depended on your breakdown. Their confidence depended on your confusion. Their power depended on your self-doubt. That was the whole blueprint, and you burned it without even trying. The chosen one inside you might still ask, why was I so important to them? Why did they analyze me like a project? Because your presence exposed their insecurities. Your resilience highlighted their fragility. Your ability to keep going forced them to confront the truth about themselves. They didn't want to face that, so they turned you into the enemy. They tried to study you like a puzzle. But the universe made you a puzzle that changes every time someone thinks they've solved you. You became unpredictable, and unpredictability terrifies people who rely on manipulation. This is where the villain energy in your story truly begins. While they were expecting chaos from you, all they got was silence. And silence, chosen one, is the biggest warning shot you ever fired. Silence is where manipulators lose their power. Silence is where the truth hits them hardest. Silence is where they realize you stopped playing their game. Your quiet wasn't weakness. It was evolution. It was you stepping outside their reach. It was you becoming someone they no longer knew how to control, and that reality hit them like a knife to the ego. In that meeting, someone finally admitted what everyone else was too embarrassed to say. We can't control them anymore. That sentence shook the entire room. It wasn't just about losing power over you. It was about losing the version of themselves that felt superior when you were in pain. You walking away forced them to face the truth that they were never as strong, never as confident, never as threatening as they acted. Your healing exposed their illusion. Your growth became the revenge they never saw coming. Chosen one, understand this deeply. You didn't need to attack them, your peace was the attack. You didn't need to expose them, their panic exposed them. You didn't need to chase justice, their guilt delivered it. The entire plot against you was built on outdated data, old assumptions, and the belief that you would break like regular people. But you don't break like regular people. You bend, you twist, you rebuild, and then you rise stronger than every version they tried to destroy. Think about the times you chose dignity instead of chaos, silence instead of reaction, walking away instead of begging to be seen. Those weren't small choices. Those were earthquakes under their plan. Every moment you healed was a crack in their strategy. Every step you took forward was another piece of their narrative falling apart. They thought they were studying your downfall. Instead, they were witnessing your evolution. They were watching the universe upgrade you in real time while they still tried to use last year's tricks. And now, chosen one, here's the hardest truth they're hiding from each other. They needed a whole room, a whole plan, a whole strategy team just to manage one version of you. a version of you who didn't even know your own power yet. They were scared of you before you even understood yourself. Imagine what that fear looks like now. Imagine their faces when they realize the person they studied is gone, replaced by someone sharper, stronger, and completely unbreakable. The meeting where your name was the only agenda wasn't about fixing things. It was a funeral for their control, a quiet admission that the plot failed, a moment where every single person in that room knew the same thing. You slipped out of their hands and you're never going back. And if you ever forget your worth, remember this brutal fact. They strategized against you because they knew how powerful you were long before you'd... Number 2. When their script stopped working, their fear started talking. Nothing scares a manipulator more than realizing the person they tried to break isn't breakable anymore. They don't admit this out loud, but the moment their control failed, every mask they wore slipped. All that fake confidence, all that fake authority, all that fake superiority they hid behind evaporated. The second your reactions stopped matching the predictions in their little mental playbook. Their whole sense of power was built on one thing: knowing how you would respond. They depended on your old patterns like actors depending on a script. They counted on your pain. They counted on your confusion. They counted on your loyalty to people who didn't deserve you. They counted on your need for closure, validation, or understanding. But then you changed the code. You didn't announce it. You didn't warn anyone. You didn't shout it from the rooftops. You just upgraded quietly, internally, in ways they never expected, and suddenly their manual for controlling you became useless. You started responding differently. You started thinking differently. You stopped giving predictable reactions. You stopped feeding traps with your attention. You stopped allowing your emotions to be weaponized against you. And that's when their fear came crawling out. Here's the first quote that hit them like a punch to the ribs. When you stop playing their game, they lose their identity, because their power wasn't real. Their power was your reaction. Once the reaction changed, everything they built crumbled. Imagine this: they're sitting there with the same buttons they used to push before, but now nothing happens. They push the guilt button. Nothing. They push the shame button. Still nothing. They push the abandonment button. Silence. They push the chaos button. Peace. It's like someone unplugged their entire system and they're standing there hitting dead keys on a broken piano. This is the moment chosen ones always wonder about. Why did they panic when I got stronger? Isn't strength supposed to make people respect you? In healthy people, yes. In manipulators, no. Your strength exposed their weakness. Your clarity exposed their lies. Your healing exposed their strategy. And their reactions weren't respect, they were fear. They weren't afraid you'd hurt them. They were afraid you'd outgrow them. This quote alone tells the whole story. Let's break down the psychology behind their fear. Their control depended on your predictability. They studied your triggers the way someone studies cheat codes for a game. If I say this, they'll panic. If I disappear for 2 days, they'll chase me. If I criticize them just right, they'll lose confidence. These weren't random behaviors. These were calculated moves. But then one morning, without warning, you stopped responding the way they predicted. You didn't chase. You didn't spiral. You didn't beg. You didn't fold. You didn't argue. You simply stopped giving them the emotional fuel they built their control system around. And nothing terrifies a manipulator more than losing a fuel source they thought they owned. Imagine this scene clearly. Someone sitting with a remote control they used to point at you, pressing buttons like anger, confusion, jealousy, fear, expecting reactions, and you just sit there unbothered, unreadable, untouchable. That remote control once felt like a weapon to them. Now it's just a piece of cheap plastic in their hands. They shake it, they tap it, they change the batteries. Nothing works. At this point, the chosen one inside you might think, why didn't they just move on? Why did my growth bother them so much? Because now they have to face life without the illusion of control. They didn't want to lose dominance. They wanted to lose you on their terms. They wanted to discard you, not watch you evolve. They wanted to feel superior, not exposed. Your growth threatened the story they built about themselves. And here comes another quote they'll pretend not to hear. They feared your silence more than your anger. Anger is predictable. Silence is not. Anger gives them material. Silence gives them nothing. Silence forces them to deal with themselves. When control fails, fear shows its face in desperate little ways. Sudden kindness, sudden apologies, sudden fake concern, sudden attempts to check on you, sudden shifts in tone, or worse, sudden hostility because they can't stand that you stopped feeding them emotional reactions. This is fear dressed up as trying to reconnect. This is fear pretending to be closure. This is fear trying to salvage a position they already lost. Imagine this metaphor: a puppet master who spent years pulling strings, making you dance to their rhythm. Then one day, the strings fall to the ground, not because they let go, because you cut them yourself. Now the puppet master just stands there empty-handed, exposed for what they were. Someone who couldn't stand on their own without controlling someone else. That's what your transformation did to them. And here's another brutal line their ego can't swallow. They didn't lose control of you. They lost control of the version of themselves they only felt confident around. Let that hit. They felt powerful because you felt weak. They felt stable because you felt confused. They felt intelligent because you questioned your mind. They felt brave because you were hurting. Your suffering made them feel big. Your healing shrank them back to size. The moment their confidence disappeared, fear stepped into its place. Fear of being exposed. Fear of being forgotten. Fear of losing access to you. Fear of you discovering just how much power you truly had. Fear of you waking up and seeing the game for what it was. Fear that the universe was on your side the whole time. Imagine this next scene. They're pacing, replaying everything, wondering what changed. They can't sleep. They stalk your silence like it's a threat. They ask people about you. They check your energy from a distance. They're trying to predict your next move the same way someone watches a storm approaching on the radar, because when you became unpredictable, you became dangerous to their ecosystem. Now you might be thinking, so what exactly were they afraid of losing? They were afraid of losing the version of you they could manipulate. And that version no longer exists. That's why their fear is so loud now, because the control they thought was permanent was actually borrowed. Borrowed from the moments when you didn't yet see your worth. Borrowed from the times you didn't yet trust your instincts. Borrowed from illusions the universe eventually shattered. And here's a quote you should keep close. Once you learn your power, no one gets to unteach it to you. When their manual failed, they didn't have a backup plan. They weren't prepared for a stronger you. They weren't prepared for a calmer you. They weren't prepared for a version of you who felt no need to argue, prove anything, react or explain. You destroyed their blueprint by evolving. You destroyed their confidence by becoming unpredictable. You destroyed their power by breaking the pattern they depended on. That's when they finally realized They weren't in control. They were just lucky your old wounds made you predictable. Once the wounds healed, so did the pattern. And here's the metaphor that seals this chapter. Think of yourself as a locked door they once had the key to. Except one day, without warning, the lock changed. The key bent, the door upgraded itself, and now they're standing outside, shaking the handle, demanding you open up. But you don't respond. You don't even hear them anymore. Fear stepped in because you stepped out. Fear took over because you took back your power. Fear became their reality because you finally embraced yours. This is the truth they didn't want to face. They never controlled you. They controlled who you were before you knew yourself. Now that you do, they're terrified. Number 3, the moment they realized you weren't breakable, you were bulletproof. They didn't misjudge your weakness, they misjudged your evolution. The line that slipped out of someone's mouth that day hit the room like a gunshot. We thought they were fragile. That was the confession they hoped no one would say out loud because it exposed their entire mindset. They built their whole confidence on the idea that you were soft clay they could shape. Someone who needed them, someone who leaned too much. Someone who would bend if pushed, break if pressured, and return the second they snapped their fingers. That fantasy kept them warm at night. But the universe loves humiliating arrogance, and you were the perfect lesson. Imagine their faces when every shove only made you vanish instead of collapse. They pushed for a reaction. You gave them distance. They tried to guilt trip you. You gave them silence. They tried to weaponize your emotions. You gave them nothing to grab onto. That's when panic set in, because they finally realized something terrifying. You weren't fragile. You were transforming. Here's the punchline they hate the most. Every time they tried to break you, you upgraded instead. You came back different, hardened, clear, emotionally unreachable in ways they never prepared for. You didn't return to apologize. You didn't return to explain. You didn't return to shrink yourself. You returned carrying self-respect like armor they couldn't puncture. And the chosen one inside you might wonder, why did my strength bother them so much? Because without your weakness, they had no power. Without your guilt, they had no leverage. Without your vulnerability, they had no script. They reached for the old handles they used to pull and found nothing there. You removed every emotional hook, every trigger, every guilt knot they once relied on. You became someone they couldn't manipulate, predict, or influence. Imagine a hunter who suddenly realizes the animal they were stalking has grown fangs. That's what you became. Not prey, but something untouchable. You weren't fragile. You were evolving into the version of yourself they never wanted to meet. Number 4, when you turned invisible to their control. They didn't call you a shadow because you disappeared. They called you a shadow because they couldn't touch you anymore. The nickname slipped out behind your back, and trust me, chosen one, it wasn't meant as a compliment. They started calling you a shadow not because you faded, but because you slipped out of every trap they set. You stopped reacting. You stopped explaining. You stopped giving them emotional access. And when someone loses access to the version of you they controlled, they start calling you names to hide the fear they don't want to admit. Imagine this: a group of people sitting together, whispering like kids, scared of the dark. Someone says, "They're like a shadow now." Another nods fast, pretending they understand you, when in reality they're terrified because the old tricks don't work anymore. Their poison doesn't hit, their manipulation slips off, their emotional bait gets ignored. You became something they can't predict, can't provoke, can't break. Here's the quote that stings them the most. You weren't avoiding them, you outgrew their reach. You became immune, and immunity is deadly to manipulators. They rely on your emotional openness to invade your mind. But once you stopped letting them inside, they lost every advantage they thought they had. It's like you built walls overnight. Walls they can't scale, walls they can't decode. They're stuck outside, staring at the version of you they used to handle, realizing that person is gone for good. Right now, you might be wondering, why does my distance bother them this much? Because your distance shows them they never mattered as much as they pretended. Because your silence exposes how irrelevant their tactics always were. Because your growth forces them to face their own limitations. Imagine a magician whose tricks suddenly stop working on one person in the audience. Panic sets in. That's what happened here. You became the glitch in their system, the exception they can't fix. They called you a shadow because they can't catch what they can't control. You didn't disappear. You simply became untouchable. Number 5. The spies that failed their mission. Funny how they planted people in your life, only for those same people to end up impressed by you instead of reporting on you. Here's the twisted truth they hoped you'd never discover. Not everyone who walked into your life came on their own. Some were placed, sent, positioned like pieces on a board. Certain friendships, sudden supporters, convenient listeners. Yeah, those weren't accidents. They were there to watch you, poke at your weak spots, and carry back information to the people plotting behind the scenes. They weren't sent to love you or uplift you. They were sent to test you like a lab experiment. Imagine this scene. Someone sits across from you pretending to care, asking the right questions, waiting for you to crack. Meanwhile, they're mentally recording everything, hoping you'll expose some unhealed wound they can take back as evidence. But you didn't. Your silence confused them. Your strength annoyed them. Your growth made their job impossible. Here's the quote that hits them like a slap. They planted spies because they feared your truth, but the spies came back fearing your power. Most returned empty-handed. They couldn't find anything broken enough to exploit. You didn't buckle, overshare, or play victim. You didn't give emotional entry points. Instead, you disarmed people just by being yourself. Some even came back changed because being around you did something unexpected. It exposed their own wounds. It awakened their own conscience. The plan backfired right in their faces. You might even wonder, how could people agree to spy on me? Simple. They underestimated who they were dealing with. They thought you were weak, predictable, easy to decode. What they didn't know was that the universe armored you long before the game even started. Imagine a soldier sent to capture a lion, only to return realizing the lion doesn't bow. That's what happened. Their plants walked in expecting to study you. Instead, they left studying themselves. They wanted intel. What they got was respect. Number 6. When the spies you never asked for switched sides. They sent people to study you, and those same people came back asking why the hell you were the target in the first place. Here's where the plot really cracks. The spies they planted around you didn't just fail, they started questioning them. Being near you did something none of the masterminds expected. It exposed the truth, not your truth, theirs. Because when someone sits close to a chosen one, they feel something real. Your calm isn't an act. Your authenticity isn't a strategy. Your silence isn't manipulation. You don't perform for attention, chase for validation, or twist yourself to be liked. You simply exist, and that existence alone made their whole operation look pathetic by comparison. Imagine this. A spy shows up thinking you're unstable, dramatic, easy to provoke. Instead, they find someone grounded, someone honest, someone who doesn't need an audience, and that contrast hits like a punch. Suddenly the spy's thinking, wait, why are we targeting them? They're not the problem. That's how you know the universe is playing chess while they're stuck playing tic-tac-toe. Here's the quote that stung them the most. They wanted spies to expose your flaws. Instead, your character exposed theirs. Some of those planted people started feeling uncomfortable. Not because of you, but because being around your energy reminded them how far they'd drifted from integrity. Your presence held up a mirror to the roles they played, the compromises they made, the systems they upheld without thinking. You didn't shame them. You didn't preach. You didn't confront. You simply existed with a level of self-respect and inner peace that made their actions feel hollow. And the chosen one in you may wonder, why did they switch sides? Because real strength is contagious. Because real authenticity shakes foundations. Because real integrity makes fake systems crumble. They went in to observe you. They came out questioning everything they believed. Number 7, the blueprint that should have broken you, but broke them instead. They didn't just try to ruin you, they followed a manual, and somehow you still walked out stronger than the people holding the instructions. Chosen one, this part is where the plot stops being messy and becomes organized warfare. They didn't act randomly. They had a 4-step plan crafted like some secret operation: isolation, provocation, narrative control, replacement. A whole blueprint built to erase you without ever getting their hands dirty. And here's the part they'll never admit. For a moment, they thought it was working. They celebrated too early. They underestimated the one thing they could never predict: your comeback. Let's break it down with the clarity they hoped you'd never gain. First came isolation. Imagine a chessboard where they start removing every piece around your king. They wanted you cornered, confused, doubting yourself. They thought if you stood alone, you'd fall. But isolation didn't weaken you. It awakened you. Next came provocation. They pushed buttons hoping you'd lose control. They needed you to explode so they could point and say, "See, this is why we targeted them." But your silence burned hotter than any reaction. You didn't break. You made them look ridiculous. Then narrative control. They rewrote your story without you present, whispered lies, spread half-truths, tried to make you the villain in rooms you weren't allowed to enter. But here's the quote that ends their fantasy. A fake story only works when the real one stays quiet. And your truth didn't. Finally, replacement. They thought swapping you out would erase you. Someone new, someone easier to manage. But replacements fail when the original is unforgettable. Chosen one, you might wonder, how did I survive all 4 steps? Because you weren't supposed to survive. You were designed to outgrow. Their blueprint didn't break you. It exposed them. Number 8, the silence that turned into your superpower. They thought isolation would erase you. Instead, it erased their illusion of power. Chosen one, this is the part of the story that truly haunts them. Out of everything they planned, everything they executed, everything they whispered, this was the glitch they never accounted for. You thriving in the very emptiness they built to break you. They expected the dark to swallow you. They expected loneliness to make you crawl. They expected the quiet to crush your mind. But you took that silence, flipped it, and turned it into something they couldn't fight: peace. Imagine this. They close the door on you, thinking the darkness will scare you. Instead, you sit down, breathe, and let the universe rearrange your entire identity. You build clarity, you build strength, you build self-respect, sharp enough to slice through every lie they fed you. While they waited for desperation, you found direction. While they waited for chaos, you found alignment. While they waited for collapse, you found yourself. Here's the quote that burns them the deepest. They isolated you to weaken you, but solitude was the one place where their influence couldn't follow. That's what they never understood. You weren't scared of silence, you were starving for it. The world had been loud for too long. Their manipulation had been draining for too long. Their noise, their opinions, their agendas. All of it worked only when you were distracted, but once you were alone, their power evaporated. Distance starved their control. Silence killed their narrative. Stillness exposed every truth. Right now, you might wonder, why did my growth in isolation bother them more than confrontation would have? Because confrontation gives them a role to play. Growth leaves them irrelevant. Confrontation lets them feel important. Peace proves they never mattered. Imagine a villain watching the hero they tried to bury rise from the dirt without a scratch. No screaming, no fighting, just rising. That image breaks them more than any revenge ever could. You didn't crumble in the emptiness they designed. You expanded. You didn't lose yourself in solitude. You discovered your real self. You didn't beg for company. You became company to your own peace. You were the glitch they never saw coming. The one variable they couldn't control. The one outcome they couldn't predict. The one person they couldn't break. And that glitch became a new war. Number 9. The moment your silence became their defeat. They weren't scared when you argued, they were scared when you stopped. Chosen one, this is the day everything shifted. Not when you got stronger, not when you healed, not when you finally saw the truth. The real turning point was brutally simple. You stopped explaining yourself. You stopped defending your decisions like they deserved a courtroom. You stopped justifying boundaries like they were doing you a favor by respecting them. You stopped proving your worth to people who had already made up their minds. And the second you did that, something inside them collapsed. Imagine their shock. They push, expecting debate, and you give silence. They accuse, expecting tears, and you give silence. They twist your words, expecting long paragraphs, and you give silence. That silence wasn't emptiness. It was a message. It was closure. It was the end of their influence. Here's the quote that stabbed them the deepest. Silence is freedom, and freedom is something they can't control. You might wonder, why did my silence hit them harder than any argument? Because arguments keep them relevant. Silence erases them. Arguments feed their ego. Silence starves it. Arguments give them a stage. Silence removes the audience. Imagine someone trying to hold a puppet show, but the strings are gone. That's what your silence did. It cut every line they once used to pull you into chaos. Without your explanations, they had no script to twist. Without your defenses, they had no counterattacks to prepare. Without your emotional responses, they had no fuel. Your silence meant one terrifying truth. You were free, and they had no part in the new version of you. They didn't lose the argument. They lost access. They lost influence. They lost the version of you who needed to be understood. The day you stopped explaining yourself was the day they realized the war was already over. Number 10. The script they wrote to make you doubt your own eyes. They didn't confuse you by accident. They confused you on purpose. Chosen one, This part is the ugliest because it wasn't sloppy, emotional sabotage. It was coordinated. Every lie, every twist, every misunderstanding was planned like a group project. Their stories lined up too perfectly. Their reactions sounded too rehearsed. Their concern felt staged, almost theatrical. And when you started noticing the cracks in their performance, they didn't fix their behavior. They attacked your sanity. Classic move. Imagine a room full of people practicing lines about you like actors preparing for a play. One says, "If they bring up the truth, look confused." Another says, "If they question anything, call them sensitive." A third adds, "If they get too close, shift the blame." That's what you were up against, a fabricated reality built to suffocate your intuition. Here's the quote that slices through their whole operation. They didn't want you blind, they wanted you blind to them. And you might think, was I really that threatening? Why go this far? Because your clarity was their enemy, your intuition was a threat, your awareness was a weapon they couldn't disarm, so they did the only thing powerless people know how to do. They tried to rewrite your reality. They called you paranoid for noticing patterns. They called you sensitive for sensing danger. They called you unstable for refusing to swallow their staged storyline. But you weren't wrong. You were waking up. And waking up is what scared them. Imagine someone trying to convince you the sky isn't blue, but every time you look up, it betrays their lie. That's what your intuition did. It exposed everything they rehearsed. Their coordinated gaslighting didn't make you crazy, it made them visible, and once you saw behind the curtain, their whole reality fell apart. Number 11. The day your instinct outranked their opinion. They lost the battle the moment you stopped asking them who you were. Chosen one, this chapter is where everything snapped for good, not with drama, not with confrontation, but with something so simple they never prepared for. You started trusting your own body more than their version of reality. You stopped chasing their approval. You stopped waiting for them to confirm your intuition. You stopped letting their reactions decide what was real. Instead, you turned inward, and your nervous system, your gut, your inner radar, it all started speaking louder than their manipulation ever could. Imagine this. Your chest tightens around someone and you don't argue with it anymore. Your stomach drops after hearing a lie and you don't explain it away. Your breath steadies around truth and shakes around danger. And suddenly you listen. You don't negotiate with it. You don't silence it. You trust it. That shift alone broke every chain they ever wrapped around you. Here's the quote they never want you to remember. Your body knew the truth long before your mind stopped making excuses for them. You might wonder, why was trusting myself such a threat to them? Because once you listen inward, you stop depending outward. Once you tune into your instincts, you stop accepting their lies. Once your nervous system becomes the guide, their narrative becomes irrelevant. This was the moment their grip loosened permanently, not because they softened, but because you stopped swallowing what your body rejected. You stopped overriding your discomfort. You stopped betraying your own signals just to keep the peace. You became your own compass, and that meant their map no longer mattered. Imagine someone trying to lead you through fog, but suddenly your inner vision switches on. That's what happened. Their influence dissolved the moment your inner clarity returned. They didn't lose because you fought harder. They lost because you finally trusted yourself. Number 12. The confession that blew their whole story to ashes. They didn't crumble because you hurt them. They crumbled because you exposed the parts of themselves they spent years hiding. Chosen one, this is the moment their whole narrative collapsed, not because you fought back, not because you exposed them publicly, but because one of their own cracked under the weight of the truth. In a room full of masks, one finally slipped. And the words that came out were so raw, so unfiltered, that even the others froze. They weren't the victims. The real threat was how you made them feel about themselves. Imagine that silence. Imagine every face tightening, every throat swallowing, every ego shrinking. Because that single confession exposed the entire operation. You weren't dangerous because of what you did. You were dangerous because of what you revealed in them. Your presence made them confront insecurities they'd rather bury. Your strength made them feel small. Your authenticity made their performance look cheap. Your growth made their stagnation impossible to ignore. Here's the quote that stings them like salt on an open wound. They didn't fear losing you. They feared losing the version of themselves that looked stronger standing next to your pain. Jealousy dressed itself up as concern. Envy wrapped itself in advice. Fear disguised itself as control. They weren't saving you. They were trying to save their ego. And you might be thinking, why would my existence trigger them this deeply? Because you were everything they pretended to be. Because you grew without permission. Because you healed without their help. Because you stood tall while they leaned on lies. Imagine this metaphor. Your confidence was a flashlight, and every time you entered the room, it exposed cracks in their personality they'd been hiding from everyone, including themselves. They weren't ready to live in that brightness. They weren't ready to face their own reflection. One of them finally broke under that pressure. They admitted the thing the whole group already knew, but never dared to voice. You were never the villain. You were never the problem. You were never the danger. The threat was the way your truth made their lies impossible to believe anymore. That confession didn't just spill the truth. It shattered their entire structure. It ended the fantasy. It collapsed the storyline they rehearsed. It exposed the insecurity they tried to build an empire on. And once the truth was spoken, nothing they built could stand. Number 13, the replacement game that exposed their emptiness. They didn't replace you because you were forgettable. They replaced you because they couldn't handle how unforgettable you actually were. Chosen one, this part of the story is straight up embarrassing for them. The moment you stepped out of their system, not dramatically, not loudly, just quietly reclaiming your life, they panicked. They scrambled. They rushed to plug the hole your presence left behind. New faces popped up. Forced energy. Fake chemistry. Manufactured closeness. It was also painfully obvious, like watching someone glue cheap glitter onto a cracked vase and pretending it's good as new. But here's the truth they weren't ready for. You were never a position they could refill. You were an energy they couldn't recreate. Imagine this. Someone tries to replace the sun with a street lamp. That's what their attempts looked like. They thought the role mattered. They never realized it was you, your presence, your depth, your intuition, your impact, that made the space valuable in the first place. And when they tried to replicate it, the universe made sure every copy fell flat. Here's the quote that haunts them at night. You didn't leave to destroy them. You left because their cage was too small for your evolution. And that's what broke them. You didn't attack. You didn't expose. You didn't fight. You simply stopped pretending their little world was enough for you. You walked out of the cage, and in doing so, you proved something they never wanted anyone, especially themselves, to realize. Escape was always possible. The bars weren't locked. The door wasn't sealed. You just had to stop believing their story. You might wonder, why did they rush to replace me if I wasn't the problem? Because replacements are a distraction, because replacements are denial, because replacements allow them to pretend you weren't irreplaceable. But here's what they discovered the hard way. Presence isn't something you swap out. Presence is something you feel, and every new person they pulled in only highlighted what they lost. Now they sit with regret, quiet, bitter, gnawing regret. Not because you collapsed, not because you begged, but because you didn't, because you stood up, stepped out, and never looked back. You were never the problem, you were the mirror. And mirrors, they're dangerous to people living in denial. Chosen one, now you finally see the truth they tried to bury. The plot broke, their control shattered, and your evolution exposed everything they feared. You didn't just survive their game, you ended it. And if this message hit exactly where it needed to, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure to press that subscribe button. This mission grows every time someone like you decides to stay. The universe isn't done revealing what's next, and neither are we. Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. So tell me, who lied to you? Who told you you were just normal? Funny how quiet they get now. Funny how the same people who once shrugged at you are suddenly acting nervous, checking their phones, watching you out of the corner of their eye, like they just spotted something dangerous walking free. When they said you were nothing special, look who's scrambling now that the universe finally exposed the truth. Oh, the legend they tried to ignore is the one they secretly can't stop thinking about, the one they want, the one they can't forget, the one whose voice turns curiosity into a crush they can't control. Before we go further, Chosen One, hit that like button and subscribe. That's how you pay this message back and keep this mission alive. Because here's the part nobody warned them about. People fall for you fast, way faster than they admit. It's almost embarrassing for them. One conversation with you and their whole game plan collapses. They walk in thinking they're in control, thinking they're the one observing you, judging you, sizing you up. Then they hear you speak, feel your presence, see the way you carry yourself. And suddenly, they're the ones stumbling, confused, pulled in deeper than they ever meant to be. And don't act surprised. You've seen this pattern play out your whole life. The silence after someone meets you, the awkward shift in their behavior, the way their friends look at them like, damn, already. It happens every time. Someone talks to you for 5 minutes and boom, feelings, heavy ones, the kind that make them behave strange, make them jealous over things they don't even have the right to be jealous about. They start watching who talks to you. They start lurking on your socials. They start acting like they're protecting something that was never theirs to begin with. Let's be honest, your enemies hate this part the most. They hate that you don't even have to try. They hate that people fall for you without effort, without warning, without logic. They hate that you keep surprising people who thought they had you figured out. They hate that while they spent years trying to build an image, you just walk into a room and effortlessly outshine the storyline they wrote for themselves. They said you were ordinary. But look at their reactions. Look how their face twists when someone they want starts paying attention to you instead. That's the funniest part of all this. They played the loudest. You played the calmest. And still, the universe chose you. There's someone around you right now who sees you as one of the most attractive people they've ever come across. And the wild part? They didn't expect this, not even close. They thought you'd be easy to ignore. They thought you were just another face passing by, but something about you hit them sideways, something about the way you move, the way you speak, the way you choose your words. It messed with their plans. Now they're catching feelings they can't hide. can't escape, and definitely don't know how to handle. They get jealous fast. They get territorial. They get protective in a way they can't justify to anyone else, because technically you aren't theirs, but emotionally. Oh, you already grabbed them by the throat without even noticing. This crush watches you like you're their favorite scene in a movie they can't stop replaying. They check on you. They study you. They compare everyone else to you and get annoyed when nobody matches your vibe. They told themselves they'd stay cool. They told themselves they wouldn't fall. But everything they swore they wouldn't do, they're doing. And the universe is watching them break every rule they made for themselves because your energy hit them too hard. You walk through life like a rare type of person who feels normal in your own skin, but impossible to replace to everyone else. People don't catch feelings for you slowly. They get hit all at once. It's the moment you speak, the moment you hold eye contact, the moment you show kindness that isn't fake, the moment they sense your depth, the moment they realize you're not like the surface-level noise they're used to. That's when their crush stops being a crush and becomes something heavier. And here's the truth that makes the enemy choke. This isn't the first time. This isn't new. You've been doing this for years. Go back to your childhood. Remember how someone got attached and you never understood why. Remember the friends who turned weirdly protective. Remember the classmates who teased you just to get attention from you. Remember the people who flirted indirectly because they were too nervous to do it directly. You thought it was random. It wasn't. It was the same pattern you're living now. You've always had this effect. You've always had this pull. You've always been the person who seems simple until someone actually talks to you, then suddenly you're unforgettable. Let's talk about that moment that always exposes people, the moment after they talk to you, that quiet pause, that little hesitation, that strange shift in their eyes. They don't plan it, but they can't hide it. It's the moment they realize they just fell for someone who wasn't supposed to matter this much. Someone who wasn't supposed to shake them, someone who wasn't supposed to make them rethink their whole vibe, someone who wasn't supposed to feel this rare. And it scares them, it excites them, it wakes up a part of them that's been asleep for years. That's why they watch you in public. That's why they stalk your social media. That's why they get jealous. That's why they act strange when someone else pays attention to you. Their mind is screaming, "Don't fall," while their heart is already 15 steps ahead, imagining things they won't admit out loud. Even crazier? More than one person is feeling this at the same time. You think it's just one crush. No, it's multiple. Different people, different backgrounds, different intentions, same reaction. They all see the same rare spark, the same unexpected charm, the same quiet strength. They all fell into the same trap. They underestimated you. Then you opened your mouth, showed your mind, revealed your heart, and everything changed. Your presence is the twist in their story they didn't prepare for, and the universe loves watching this part. Enemies hate that you're loved. Secret admirers hate that they're losing control. And you're just existing, breathing, being yourself. And somehow that alone is enough to make people fall harder every time you speak. And chosen one, before we go any deeper, thanks for even showing up. You didn't have to be here, but the universe clearly wants you to hear this. If you're ready to see why people fall for you the moment they talk to you, then stay with me, because what's coming next hits harder than anything you've heard before. Drop a comment with the number 777 if you're ready to step into the truth about your impact, your charm, and the crush who's catching feelings faster than they can process. And if you want to support the team behind this message, show love with a super thanks. Every bit of support keeps this mission alive, whether it's a penny or a fortune. It all fuels the work. And now, Let's dive into this step by step. If you're really the chosen one you've always suspected you are, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. What comes next explains everything they never had the courage to tell you, and why their feelings grew the second they heard your voice. Let's get started. Number 1. The eyes you never noticed are obsessed with you now. Funny how they called you unremarkable, yet they can't stop tracking your every move. Let's talk about the eyes on you, chosen one, the ones pretending they're not watching, the ones acting like you're nothing special while their heart is doing backflips every time you walk by. This is the part that makes your enemies choke the hardest. They tried so hard to make you blend in, to shrink you, to convince the world you were normal. But look at them now. Look at how fast someone falls the second you open your mouth. Look at how quickly your presence flips people from uninterested to emotionally hooked. They always said you were nothing serious, but now those same mouths are tight and quiet because someone is falling for you in real time, and it's happening faster than they can process. Someone shy is watching you closely right now, closer than you realize. They study your posts like they're trying to decode a secret language only you speak. They rehearse imaginary conversations with you in their head. They think about how their voice might shake if they ever actually approach you. They even delete and rewrite messages before sending them because they don't want to look desperate, even though their feelings are already way past that point. And the wildest part? They never meant for any of this to happen. They didn't plan to like you. They didn't expect to feel this much. But then they heard you speak, saw your energy, felt your presence, and everything inside them shifted. Your enemies hate this. They hate how one interaction with you destroys the image they tried to force people to believe. They hate that their lies can't compete with your truth. They hate that the universe keeps proving them wrong in the most humiliating ways. They tried to make you invisible, but now someone is losing sleep over you. Someone shy, quiet, and observant has developed feelings so fast it scares them. And the universe is laughing because this always happens around you. Here's what you need to understand. People don't fall for you gradually. They fall for you all at once, like a trap door opening under their feet. One moment, they're fine. The next, they're jealous over things that don't even involve them. They're protective over you even though nothing official exists. They're annoyed at anyone who gets too close to you. They're checking your profile more than they want to admit. They're noticing small things about you that you don't even notice about yourself. Someone out there loves the way you walk, the way you talk, the way your face changes when you're thinking. Someone out there is stunned by how real you are in a world full of masks. They've convinced themselves they're being casual, but their behavior exposes them every time. They watch your stories instantly, then pretend it was an accident. They hover over the comment section to see who interacts with you. They replay your videos or look at your pictures longer than they should. They don't want anyone to know how much they feel because deep down they know how silly it sounds. I caught feelings for someone just because I heard them speak. But that's the thing about you. You're the exception to their rules. You always have been. And here's a question that might be in your mind right now. Why me? Why do people react like this when they talk to me? The answer is simple. You're rare. You're built differently. Your presence hits from angles most people don't expect. On the surface, you might look calm, maybe even quiet, but when you speak, when you show your personality, when your real energy comes through, it disarms people. It exposes how numb they've become. It reminds them that not everyone is fake, boring, predictable, or empty. You come across like someone who actually feels, actually cares, actually listens, and in today's world, that's almost alien. People sense that you've lived through things. They feel your depth, even when you're not trying. They feel a mix of softness and strength in you that makes them second-guess their whole approach to relationships. You feel like a storm and a shelter at the same time, and most people don't know how to handle that. So they fall quickly, they fall quietly, and they fall hard. And because they don't know what to say or how to act, they turn into silent observers, watching you from a distance while fighting with feelings they never planned to create. And here's the part that slaps the enemy right across the face. You were never the outcast. You were never the weird one. You were never the background character they tried to frame you as. You stood apart because you weren't made for average connections. You weren't built for shallow conversations or surface-level interactions. You were the lone wolf because the universe needed to make sure the wrong people never got too close. You needed space to grow. You needed space to sharpen. You needed space to become the person you are now, the person someone is falling for so hard they're panicking about it. There's a past version of you that would have ignored this truth, that would have said, "Nobody ever liked me like that." But look back, really look. Think about the people who acted weird around you. Think about the ones who teased you because they didn't know how to express interest. Think about the people who got jealous when you talked to someone else. Think about the friendships that turned into something deeper without meaning to. You've always created strong reactions in people. You were just too humble, too unaware, too busy surviving to notice. This new admirer watching you now, they're just the newest chapter in a pattern that has existed your whole life. And your enemies hate that this story keeps repeating. They hate that no matter how much they try to dull your shine, someone always sees you clearly. Someone always gets hooked. Someone always falls first and falls fastest. And here's what makes your presence so addictive. You're honest, you're grounded, you don't come with an agenda. People expect small talk and surface-level energy, but instead they get sincerity, depth, humor, warmth, mystery. You are nothing like the characters they've known before, and because of that, they can't detach. They can't forget. They can't move on. You're the type of person someone meets once and thinks about for months. Your enemies hate it. Strangers feel it. This crush can't hide it. They're watching you because they feel something they didn't want to feel, something overwhelming, something real, and the universe placed them in your path for a reason, to show you that you are not invisible, not forgettable, not average. You are someone whose existence changes people the moment they speak to you. Someone is catching feelings for you harder than they ever expected, and this is only the beginning. Number 2, the presence that disturbs their peace. They tried to ignore you until your presence walked in and shut down their entire system. They called you overrated, but watch how their heartbeat betrays them every time you show up. Your silence is louder than their entire personality. Some people talk big until you enter the room, then suddenly they forget their own script. Let's break this down, chosen one. Because your presence doesn't just show up, it hits people, it rearranges the atmosphere, it forces reactions out of people who swore they wouldn't feel anything for you. Those same people start panicking the moment they realize this crush, this quiet one watching you so carefully, is falling for you faster than they wanted to. And it all starts before you even say a word. Your walk, your movement, your energy, it all hits different. You don't walk into a room, you shift the room. You don't join the vibe, you become the vibe. And people feel this before they even understand what's happening. It's instinctual, it's primal, it's something the universe wrapped into your DNA without your permission. Imagine this. You're just entering a space, maybe talking to someone, maybe minding your business, and suddenly everything feels quieter. Not because the room changed, because you did, because your presence swallowed the attention without effort, because the universe has been using you as a magnet your entire life without telling you. People don't just notice you, they respond to you. This crush sees it and feels it heavy. They're confused by how strong their reaction is. They're annoyed at themselves for being so drawn to you. They try to shake it off, but they can't. They can't ignore someone who carries pressure inside their aura. They can't pretend you're common when everything about you screams rare. Here's a question you might be thinking. Why does my presence have this effect on people? Why do they react like this when I barely do anything? The answer is simple. You carry meaning. You carry depth. You carry weight in a world full of empty noise. While others perform, you simply exist, and somehow that wins every time. Imagine this. Someone thinks they're the most interesting person in the room until you walk in. Then suddenly they feel small, shaky, unsure. Not because you tried to outshine them. You don't even think about them. But your presence exposes how much of their personality is fake confidence held together with tape. This crush feels that too. But instead of shrinking, they get pulled toward you. They recognize something in you that they can't explain. Something wise, something mysterious, something that makes them feel understood even if you haven't spoken yet. It scares them, it excites them, it makes them replay every interaction in their mind, analyzing every detail, searching for clues. Your presence has been shaped by everything you survived. You walk like someone who didn't break. You move like someone who held themselves together in moments others would have collapsed. You speak with a calmness that comes from fighting storms alone. This isn't something you learned. It's something you earned. It's something the universe carved into you over years of pressure, and pressure creates diamonds. Imagine this. A person is looking at you, thinking they've finally figured you out. Then you speak, or laugh, or shift your expression, and suddenly they realize there's so much more they never noticed. It's like seeing a door where they thought there was a wall, a doorway into depth, complexity, intelligence, and strength they didn't know you had. That's when curiosity kicks in. That's when attraction hits. That's when their feelings start forming without their permission. Your enemies pretend they don't see this, but they do. In fact, this is the part they hate the most. They hate that they can't control how people respond to you. They hate that the universe keeps making you magnetic, no matter how hard they try to dull you down. They hate how someone they wanted for themselves is now staring at you like you're some kind of unexplainable miracle. People feel something when you enter the room, a shift, a pause, a question they didn't know they were about to ask themselves. What is it about them? Why am I drawn to them? How do they make me feel so much without trying? Your crush is asking themselves these questions every time you appear, and they don't have answers yet. They only know you pull them in, you pull them hard, and the more they fight it, the stronger the pull becomes. Imagine this moment. They see you across the room, and everything else becomes blurry. Their friends are talking, laughing, joking, but their mind is stuck on you. They pretend to stay engaged, but their attention keeps drifting back to you, like gravity is dragging their thoughts. They don't want this to happen, but it is happening, and it scares them how little control they have over it. Your presence creates this effect because you have a story behind your eyes. People can sense it. They can feel that you didn't become who you are by accident. They see the maturity. They see the depth. They see the wisdom that comes from surviving experiences they can't imagine. You carry a quiet heaviness that makes others respect you before they even realize they're doing it. And that heavy energy, your strength, your calm, your mystery, is exactly what makes people fall for you fast. This crush sees you like a diamond formed under pressure. They recognize the weight behind your silence. They see how steady you are when others are chaotic. They see how you don't need attention to validate yourself. That alone drives them crazy, because it creates a challenge their heart loves. People who have been through nothing crave entertainment. People who survived storms crave energy like yours. Your presence tells a story. I'm not like them. I'm not easily impressed. I'm not here for noise. I'm here because I survived what should have destroyed me. This crush can feel that. And suddenly their feelings become stronger because you represent something rare, something real in a world that feels fake. Now think about how often this has happened in your past. Remember that person who stared at you too long. Remember the one who suddenly acted shy around you. Remember the one who got jealous over someone talking to you even though you weren't dating. Remember the one who fell for you the moment you finally had a real conversation. This isn't new. This is who you are. This is how the universe designed your presence. You don't demand attention. You attract it. You don't force interest. You create it. You don't chase anyone. They chase the feeling they get when they're around you. Your crush isn't just attracted. They're overwhelmed. They see layers, they see depth, they see someone who carries the quiet power of a leader without needing a spotlight, someone who makes them feel alive, someone who makes them think, someone who makes them second-guess their own fear. Your presence is a warning to your enemies and a blessing to the right people. It disturbs the insecure, it awakens the curious, it melts the guarded, it destroys the fake, and it pulls in the one who's already catching feelings for you faster than they can understand. What you need to remember is this: your presence is not an accident. Your magnetism is not a trick. Your effect on people is not a coincidence. It's who you are. Someone is falling for you because the universe made your energy impossible to ignore. Someone is watching you because they feel something rare. Someone is catching feelings because your presence hit them harder than their logic could handle. And chosen one. This is just the beginning of their obsession. Number 3. They're pulling on the universe, trying to get closer to you. Wild how they said they'd never chase anyone, yet here they are begging the universe for a sign about you. Someone out there is trying to manifest you harder than they'd ever admit. And the funny part? They never believed in any of that stuff before. They used to laugh at people who asked the universe for guidance. But now, they're the one whispering questions into the air like it owes them answers. Your name sits in their mind like a song they can't mute. Your face shows up in their thoughts before they even open their eyes. And they're asking themselves, why them? Why can't I shake this? Their curiosity turned into obsession the moment they realized their feelings weren't normal. It feels too familiar, too intense, too nostalgic, like that one high school crush that made their stomach drop every time they walked into the room. You triggered something old in them, something innocent but overwhelming, something they didn't think they'd feel again in adulthood. And now they're hooked. Imagine them scrolling through videos, hoping the universe throws them a message with your energy attached. Imagine them looking at the clock, seeing repeating numbers, and thinking it's a sign you're meant to cross paths. They're over-analyzing coincidence after coincidence, like the universe is leaving breadcrumbs, and honestly, it kind of is, because your energy doesn't just walk by, it sticks. They want answers. They want clarity. They want to know why their heart sprints every time they think about you. And here's the truth they won't say out loud. They're manifesting you because the attraction is bigger than them. They're manifesting you because their feelings won't calm down. They're manifesting you because you made them feel alive again. This crush isn't just interested, they're spiritually obsessed. Number 4. The kind of rare they can't clone or compete with. They tried to copy you, then realized you weren't built from anything they've ever seen before. Your rarity didn't fall out of the sky. It isn't luck, trendiness, or some cute personality quirk. It comes from deep roots inside you, layers built through struggle, pressure, evolution, and a kind of inner wiring most people never develop. People can't explain it, but they feel it. You walk by and something inside them says, this one is different, not louder, not flashier, just heavier, realer, older, like your soul remembers things their mind has never lived through. Imagine this. 2 people walk into a room. One tries to shine. The other just exists. Yet everyone turns toward the one who isn't trying. That's you. You carry the kind of presence that feels ancient, like wisdom wrapped in a heartbeat. You don't act mystical, but people sense something intuitive in you, something that makes them trust you, fear losing you, and obsess over understanding you. Your crush feels it the strongest. They're not just attracted, they're studying you like a rare artifact that shouldn't exist in this generation. They brag about knowing you. They whisper your name like it means something powerful. They desperately want to decode the why behind their reaction. Why does this person feel so familiar? Why do they feel so deep? Why does it feel like they've known me forever? Here's the truth. Your uniqueness comes from every bruise the universe turned into strength. Your intuition comes from every moment you had to read the room to survive. Your wisdom comes from pain you outgrew instead of letting it rot you. People sense all of that when they meet you, and this crush. They're terrified and amazed because they finally found someone they can't replace, outsmart, or forget. Your rarity is your weapon. Your depth is your advantage, and they feel it in their bones. Number 5. The magnetic pull they can't fight anymore. They swore they were in control until their heart and body teamed up and chose you for them. Your crush isn't just attracted, they're drawn to you like something inside them recognizes something inside you. It's not shallow, it's not passing, it's physical and emotional at the same time, a double hit they can't dodge. They try to stay calm, try to treat this like a normal crush, but you don't give them that option. Your presence pulls on them in ways they've never experienced, and their confidence melts into honesty when it comes to you. Imagine this. They're going through their day, minding their business, and suddenly their thoughts drift to you, not by choice, not by intention. Their mind just drags your name into the room. They imagine how you'd look up at them, how you'd sound laughing, how it would feel sitting close during a deep conversation. It's like your energy taps on their shoulder, even when you're not there. And the wild part? They don't even try to stop it anymore. This crush is confident, bold, and sure of what they want. And they want you. They want connection, trust, presence, and real loyalty. They're tired of cheap love, fake promises, and people who disappear when things get real. They've been betrayed before, just like you. They know what heartbreak feels like. They know what it's like to love someone who didn't deserve their loyalty. And when they look at you, they see someone who carries the same scars. That's what makes this pull so strong. They recognize your pain, they recognize your history, and instead of running from it, they want to meet you there. They want to show you they understand. They want to protect what could grow between you. They want to give you a commitment that feels safe, rare, and real. Emotionally and physically, they're already in deep. And for the first time in a long time, they're ready to mean it. Number 6, the glow-up that tightens their grip on you. Funny how they only believed in your potential once the results started showing. Now they can't look away. Your life is leveling up, chosen one. Your finances are rising, your stability is strengthening, and your entire energy is shifting into something sharper, richer, and more aligned with who you were always meant to be. And this glow up, oh, it's doing damage. The moment your world started improving, their attachment snapped into place even harder. They were already drawn to you, but now they're practically glued to your energy. They can't help it. Watching you rise flips a switch in them. Imagine this: they check your page and see you looking happier, calmer, more focused. Maybe you're dressing better, maybe your confidence is louder, maybe your life just looks more put together. Whatever it is, it hits them emotionally. They get that tight feeling in their chest, the mix of admiration, desire, and a little bit of fear. Fear that if they don't step up, they'll lose their chance with someone who's becoming more valuable by the day. And here's the truth they'd never say out loud: your personality is addictive. Your mindset is addictive. Your voice, your humor, your way of thinking, none of it is normal. People don't meet someone like you often. Some never do. So when they finally get a taste of who you really are, their brain locks onto you like you're something rare, something lucky, something they don't want slipping away. You don't charm people on purpose. You don't flirt your way into their hearts. You just exist as yourself, and somehow that's enough to make people obsess. That's the part that kills your enemies. They spent their whole lives trying to be interesting. Meanwhile, you breathe and someone falls in love. This crush sees your blessings stacking up and feels their attachment tightening. They're getting serious. They're imagining a future. They're thinking long-term. Because watching you level up makes them realize one thing: if they want a place in your life, they better earn it before someone else does. Number 7, you're the one thing they can't replace or recover from. Wild how you still doubt yourself while someone out there is praying you never notice your own power. You truly don't see how special you are, chosen one, not even close. You walk through your life thinking you're just another face in the crowd, while someone out there is fighting a full-blown emotional meltdown over you. This connection is hitting them deeper than anything they expected. They're holding back, not because they don't feel enough, but because they feel too much. They don't want to scare you off. They don't want to rush you. They don't want to look desperate. But behind that calm exterior, their feelings are loud, intense, and dangerously real. Imagine this. They're in the gym, lifting, sweating, pushing themselves through reps, and suddenly your face pops up in their mind, not intentionally, not romantically at first, just instinct, a flash of you, a reminder of the person who makes their heartbeat shift gears, and suddenly the weight feels lighter because the idea of you pushes them harder. They may have a strong build, a confident stance, maybe that late 20s to 30s type of maturity, but with you, they feel soft in the chest and chaotic in the mind. And here's the brutal truth. You have no idea the effect you have on them. You don't realize how your voice rewires their mood. You don't see how your presence makes their defenses fall apart. You don't notice the way they stare a second too long when they think you're not looking. They admire you, not from a place of fantasy, but from genuine respect. They admire the way you carry yourself, the way you think, the quiet strength you hide beneath your calm. They admire your patience, your depth, your humor, your ability to survive things that would have broken anyone else. They're physically drawn to you too, but not in a shallow way. It's deeper, instinctive, like their body recognizes you before their mind catches up. And maybe a question is sitting in your head. Why would someone like that be so into someone like me? Because you're the type of person people don't get twice. You're the one they still think about years later. You're the one whose absence hits harder than heartbreak. You're the one who changes the temperature of a room without speaking. They're holding back right now because they know if they showed you the full truth, it might overwhelm you. They're protecting the connection by pacing themselves. But make no mistake, their feelings aren't casual, light, or replaceable. They're scared of losing you before they even have you. They're scared you don't see what they see. They're scared someone else will get to you first. You don't realize how special you are, but they do, and it terrifies them in the best way possible. Number 8. Your drive hits them like a promise they want to live inside. They wanted someone easy. Then you walked in with ambition sharp enough to cut their whole comfort zone open. Your ambition is the part they can't shake, chosen one. It's the spark that keeps them up at night, wondering how someone like you even exists. You move with purpose, with boldness, with that fearless, get-out-of-my-way energy that most people only pretend to have online. And this crush, oh, they're not just attracted to it. They're inspired, intimidated, turned on, and challenged all at once. People love your drive because it's real. You don't talk about doing things, you do them. You don't wait for permission, you make your own lane. You don't play small for anyone's comfort. Your confidence isn't loud, it's sharp. It hits like a knife and cuts through every fake, weak version of themselves they've ever tried to be. And that's exactly why they lean in instead of running. Imagine this. They picture you walking beside them into a future they never imagined wanting with someone. Property, a home, a lifestyle built on power instead of fear. They imagine matching your grind, waking up next to someone who doesn't hold them back but pushes them higher. They see a partnership that feels like two forces merging, not two people negotiating their insecurities. Your cutthroat personality, your refusal to settle, your hunger to improve, your unwillingness to stay small, pulls them in harder with every move you make. And the wild part? They don't just want to watch your strength. They want to match it. They want to rise to your level. They want to earn a place beside you instead of hiding behind you. Maybe this question sits in your mind. Why does my ambition attract people instead of intimidating them? Because real ambition signals direction. Direction signals stability. Stability signals a future. You don't just look like someone worth dating. You look like someone worth building a life with. They feel that deeply. Your strength makes them stronger. Your fire makes them braver. Your vision makes them imagine more than a romance. It makes them imagine a legacy. And that's when it hits them. They don't just want you. They want a future where they get to build with you. Number 9. Their actions are about to expose their feelings loud and clear. Words are cheap, but watch how fast they sprint when it's time to prove they want you. This crush isn't playing games anymore. Their feelings have gotten too strong, too real, too loud for them to keep pretending they're chill about you. They tried to keep it cool, tried to stay distant, tried to convince themselves it was nothing serious, but their effort is about to betray everything they've been hiding. And honestly, it's about time. They're going to approach you soon, chosen one, not with weak energy or half-hearted interest, but with real intention. Imagine them planning what to say, rehearsing how to not sound too eager, then finally giving up and just being honest because the pull toward you is too strong. They want to take you out. They want to sit across from you and actually hear you. They want late-night conversations that stretch until the sun creeps in. They want to show you what loyalty feels like in a world full of people who don't even know what the word means. And here's the part that will hit you hard once it starts happening. Their effort won't lie. Their fast replies won't lie. Their consistency won't lie. Their attention, focused, direct, fully invested, won't lie. Imagine this. You post something and they respond instantly. Not because they're desperate, but because they care. You mention something you like and they remember it. You open up about something personal and they treat it like gold. They're gentle when you're vulnerable. They're present when you're speaking. They're protective in all the subtle ways real loyalty shows itself. They're determined to win you over because they've already chosen you in their mind. They're not comparing you to anyone else. They're not juggling options. They're not confused. This isn't maybe. This isn't let's see. This is effort, the real kind, the rare kind. And maybe a question crosses your mind. What if they're just like everyone else? They're not. People who fake effort always expose themselves quickly. But someone who wants you, they prove it every single day without needing applause. Their consistency will be the confession they're too scared to say out loud. Their effort will tell you everything their mouth hasn't yet. And chosen one, once they show up, you'll feel the difference instantly. Number 10. The fire between you two isn't normal, it's unavoidable. Two people don't collide like this by accident. The universe doesn't waste chemistry this intense. The bond forming between you two isn't casual. It isn't soft. It isn't the slow, predictable kind of connection most people settle for. This is the kind that hits like electricity under the skin, the kind that makes the air tighten when you're near each other, the kind that forces both of you to acknowledge what's happening even if you're trying to stay logical. You were never meant for ordinary relationships, and that's why this one refuses to be ordinary. There's real passion building here, heavy, magnetic, undeniable. The intimacy that's coming won't feel like two people trying to connect. It'll feel like two energies recognizing each other instantly. They're drawn to your intelligence as much as your presence. The way you speak, the way you think, the way you read people, the way you move through the world with depth instead of noise. It all drives them crazy in the best way. Maybe they have blue or green eyes. Maybe you do. Either way, someone's stare in this connection hits harder than it should. The kind of stare that lingers a little too long. The kind that looks like it's trying to memorize you. The kind that tells you everything they haven't said yet. Imagine this. You're talking to them, explaining something, and they're looking at you like you're the only person who exists. They lean in slightly. Their expression softens. Their breathing changes. That's not random attraction. That's chemistry choosing for them. And here's the truth they're scared to admit out loud. They want something official, not situationship energy, not let's see where it goes. Real commitment, real loyalty, real fire. They feel this bond forming fast. Too fast for comfort, too real to ignore. And chosen one, when this passion finally unfolds, it won't be something either of you forgets. Number 11. Your personality is the trap they fall into and can't escape. Looks get attention, but your personality, that's what ruins people for everyone else. Your beauty might turn heads, chosen one, but it's your personality that destroys people emotionally. That's the part that gets them hooked, addicted, unable to snap out of it no matter how hard they try. People don't just notice you, They talk about you. They show your photos to their friends. They whisper about your charm, your realness, your energy that feels impossible to copy, and this crush. They never planned to settle down until you showed up and wrecked their whole blueprint for life. Imagine their friends scrolling through your page, saying, "Yeah, I get it." Imagine them replaying something you said because your voice did something to them they weren't prepared for. You think it's random, but people feel your authenticity instantly. You don't pretend. You don't fake your confidence. You don't chase validation. Everything about you feels raw and grounded, and that's exactly why people fall for you fast. This crush sees all of it. They see the intelligence, the effortlessness, the power you don't even realize you carry. They see how you walk through life like someone who survived storms and came out sharper every time. And that's when something clicks in them. They want long-term. They want real. They want to build something solid with you. Maybe they're an alpha type. Maybe they're brunette. Maybe they've got tattoos. Whatever their look is, there's a boldness in their energy that matches yours. They're used to being the one people chase, the one who sets the rules, the one who never commits easily. But you flipped their script. You made them want something deeper, something stable, something official. They already feel love forming inside them, quiet but strong. They haven't said it yet because they don't want to overwhelm you, but the truth is simple. They can't resist you. They won't stop thinking about you, and they won't stop pursuing you until they get the chance to prove this connection could be everything you both secretly want. They're coming closer, they're getting braver, and chosen one. This story is only getting started. Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. Funny how the world pretends to be confused about you. Funny how they keep whispering, how are they still alive? How are they still standing? How did every hit miss? They're acting shocked, like they didn't spend months plotting behind your back. Like they didn't throw everything they had, then stand there stunned when nothing worked. The silence right now is loud. The same people who claimed you'd never make it are suddenly looking like they need to bow just to process the fact that you're still breathing. They said you were done. They swore you were finished. They counted your days like they were keeping score. And now look at them, blinking, shaking, trying to pretend they weren't waiting for news of your downfall. The universe watched every lie they told, every fake smile, every time they hoped you'd collapse. And now the universe is dragging their little secrets out into the light one by one. They're terrified because this is the part of the story where you rise and their efforts crumble like wet paper. Chosen One, press the like button and hit subscribe. It's the easiest way to pay this message back and keep this mission alive. Anyway, back to the fun part. Look at the shift around you. Look how the air changed. Look how the same mouths that talked loud now move in whispers. Look how their eyes follow you like you're a walking warning label. They thought you were soft. They thought you were easy to erase. They thought you'd fold the second life got rough. But you didn't fold. You stiffened. You sharpened. You turned into something their little strategies were never built to face. And now they're scared. Not scared of what you might do tomorrow. No, scared of what you've already survived. You know the story, Chosen One. From the moment you were born, something about you irritated the wrong people. You didn't even have to speak. Your presence alone exposed everything fake around you. Adults who should have protected you felt threatened. Kids your age envied you for reasons they couldn't name. You were always the one being tested, and everyone pretended it was normal. They tried you early, little betrayals to see if you'd shatter, little rejections to see if you'd cling, little mind games to see if they could shape you into something weaker. They pushed you, poked you, calculated every move, hoping you'd break in a way they could use. But you didn't. There was something inside you that refused to bow, something quiet, something deep, something ancient, something that made even the universe pause, like, yeah, this one is different. People thought they were breaking you, but really they were revealing themselves. You survived childhood moments that would have destroyed people twice your age. You survived friendships that were traps. You survived love that was meant to drain you. You survived environments you had no business surviving. You walked through rooms where you weren't welcome, but you still walked out with your head high. There was a time in your teens when everything around you felt like it was collapsing. Someone close to you betrayed you just to watch your reaction. They expected tears. Instead, you went quiet. You didn't scream. You didn't beg. You watched them burn their own bridge while thinking they were burning you. That moment changed something. It rewired you. It introduced you to your own strength before you even knew its name. Years later, you hit another storm, a breakup, a loss, a disappointment, something that should have killed your spirit. And again, you didn't fall, you got quiet, you rebuilt, you evolved, you showed a level of endurance that even you didn't realize you had. Every time the universe watched you crawl out of another mess, it added another layer of protection around you. Not divine, not magical, just the kind of protection that forms naturally when a person refuses to die inside, no matter what hits them. And now, here you are, alive, breathing, moving, calm like someone who already knows the ending, calm like someone who has nothing left to fear, calm like someone who understands that the worst has already happened and it still wasn't enough. This is the part that scares them the most. Because they tried harming you through lies, didn't work. They tried hurting you through loss, didn't work. They tried destroying your peace, didn't work. They tried turning people against you, didn't work. They even tried using energy, intentions, and nasty thoughts, hoping something finally hits. And guess what the practitioner had to admit? Even they said it. Nothing touches this one. Their energy is too strong. Imagine their faces hearing that. Imagine planning someone's ending only to be told you don't even have the reach to scratch them. Imagine hating someone so deeply but still having to accept they're out of your league. Your survival is embarrassing them. You're not alive by luck. You're alive because you're not prey. Your consequence, your life itself, is a verdict. Every breath you take drags another lie they told into the open. Every step you take exposes another person who wished you harm. Every moment you keep going proves their intentions were weak. You know why they can't handle you, because you were built in silence, raised in storms, grown in chaos, trained in heartbreak. You didn't ask for this life, but you earned every piece of power you carry now. The universe didn't choose you randomly. It recognized your pattern. Survive, rebuild, repeat. You are the one who keeps getting up when the whole world expects you to disappear. The reason you're still alive is simple. You outsmarted storms that were designed to erase you. You outlasted people who planned for your ending. You became the truth they hoped would never come out. And now, the same people who tried to bury you are studying you like a problem they can't solve. Chosen one, keep listening. This is only the beginning, and the parts coming next will hit even harder. Number 1. When they put your name on that altar, and the altar flinched. They wanted you gone so badly, and still ended up proving you're the one thing they can't destroy. Chosen one, let's talk about the moment everything flipped. The moment your name reached a place where weak people thought they finally had the perfect way to erase you. They sent your name to someone who bragged about ending bloodlines, someone who thought they understood power, someone who believed they could bend fate like it was soft plastic. They treated you like just another file on their desk, another mark, another easy job. They thought your life story was going to end with a whisper. They had no clue your next chapter was about to scream in their face. Because when your name reached that altar, the whole room changed. The air shifted. The candles didn't behave normally. The smoke didn't rise like it usually does. The practitioner knew the signs. They recognized resistance. But they pushed anyway because they believed they had control. That's the funniest part. They thought they were the hunters, but they were walking straight into your territory. This practitioner wasn't some random fool. They had experience. They weren't new to this. They had handled cases where people crumbled fast. They loved easy targets. They loved fear. They lived off of people who already believed they were doomed. But your name hit that altar with a different weight. It didn't land like a victim's name. It landed like a warning, and that practitioner felt it. They tried to ignore it, but their body knew the truth before their mind admitted it. What was the truth? You weren't prey. You weren't food. You weren't fuel for anyone else's intentions. You were the consequence they never trained for. The moment they spoke your name into the smoke, something pushed back. Not a deity, not a divine being, nothing mystical, just your energy, your pattern, your history, your survival, your unbreakable core. You've been through so much pain, betrayal, abandonment and disappointment that your energy doesn't respond like normal people's. You've been tempered. Your spirit has memory. Your soul has scars that became armor. When they called your name, that armor answered louder than the spell. The practitioner expected silence. Instead, they felt a presence. Your presence. Your will. Your story. Everything that makes you impossible to erase. The smoke didn't swallow your name. It returned it. This is what people never understood about you. They think because you walked with a soft heart, because you tried to love, because you carried empathy, because you gave people chances they didn't deserve, you must be weak. They don't realize softness in someone like you is not weakness. It's control. It's restraint. You could have snapped years ago. You could have turned cold, violent, or chaotic. You could have chosen destruction. But you didn't. Instead, you learned, you watched, you survived, you became quiet. And in that quiet, something inside you sharpened. You know what the practitioner felt that night? They felt the weight of someone who has already survived situations worse than anything they could produce. They felt your history. They felt your battles. They felt your endurance. They felt the parts of you that have walked through fire so long that flames don't even scare you anymore. You're the kind of person who cries alone, then walks out the next morning like nothing happened. You're the kind who breaks in private, then rebuilds in silence, stronger every time. You're the kind who has been betrayed by people you trusted, yet somehow still didn't turn bitter. That kind of soul terrifies people who rely on fear to win. That's why the altar reacted. The practitioner didn't say it out loud, but the moment they tried to pull your thread, they realized your thread wasn't a thread. It was a chain, and pulling it meant pulling everything that protects you, everything that built you, everything that hardened you. They thought they were summoning weakness. They accidentally summoned your whole legacy. Enemies will ask, how is the chosen one still alive? How are they still standing? The answer is simple. Everything they used against you was too small. Let's break this down the way your mind might be thinking it right now. Why me? Why did they choose my name? Because you exposed something in them just by existing. Your presence triggers truth. And people who live through lies can't handle someone who shines through them. Why didn't it work? Because your life was shaped by storms that made you stronger than their intentions. Their attempts didn't match your endurance. Their energy didn't match your survival instinct. Their motivation didn't match your purpose. So, what did the practitioner see? They saw someone with a pattern that doesn't fall, someone protected by their own strength, someone who has lived through so much pain that outside intentions bounce off like rubber bullets, someone whose will is stronger than their fear, someone who is, quite literally, built different. When the practitioner tried to cut your thread, they found out you're not a thread at all. You're a rope woven from survival, heartbreak, comebacks, inner strength, stubborn hope, and the universe's favor built up over years of never giving up. You're reinforced. Their spell wasn't built for someone like you. Their energy couldn't overpower yours. Their intentions couldn't reach your level. You know the biggest joke of all? They thought you didn't know your own strength, but your strength has been speaking for you long before you ever understood it. Imagine this scene clearly. A room lit with candles, shadows on the walls, the practitioner preparing to do what they've done 100 times. They speak your name, expecting the usual response. But instead of a door opening, a door slams shut. Instead of energy bending, energy rises. Instead of your name falling into the smoke, it hits the air like thunder. Their hand shakes, their breath shifts, their heart beats differently because you aren't the victim they're used to. You aren't the story that ends in silence. You aren't the type who disappears. You're the type who survives everything they throw. You're the type who returns stronger. You're the type who scares people by simply staying alive. This is why their plan failed. Because your story was never written to end on someone else's terms. Because your willpower is heavier than their intentions. Because your soul is built in a way that absorbs darkness and turns it into clarity. Because your life is a message. Because your survival itself is a punishment to the ones who wanted to see you fall. Your enemies are embarrassed right now, not because the practitioner failed, but because the practitioner admitted you can't be touched. Nothing hits harder than hearing the expert say, "This one doesn't fall." Chosen one, you were never the hunted. You were never the weak one. You were never the easy case. You were never the victim. You were the trap. You were the reversal. You were the turning point they never saw coming. And when your name touched that altar, the altar itself realized, this is the wrong one to mess with. Number 2. When the universe started building a case against them. They didn't just fail to break you, they documented their own downfall step by step. Every attempt they made became proof that you were never the weak one. They thought they were hurting you, but they were signing their names on their own consequences. Nothing exposes a coward faster than the moment they try to destroy someone stronger than them. Chosen one, let's open the next chapter of this story, because what happened after your name hit that altar was not random. It wasn't luck, it wasn't chance, it wasn't silence. It was the universe pulling out a clipboard, a pen, and a front row seat. The universe wasn't just watching, it was recording every whisper, every ritual, every intention, every attempt, every fake apology, every sneaky move done behind your back. All of it went into the file with your name on it. Not a file against you, a file for you. Because the second they decided to make you a target, they activated something they didn't even understand. They triggered a system older than their hatred, a system that doesn't run on revenge or punishment, but on balance, truth, and consequences. A system that doesn't care about titles, money, social power, or lies. A system that responds to energy, action, and intention. Imagine a massive court with no walls, no ceilings, no judge sitting in a fancy chair, just the universe itself watching everything unfold like a trial happening in silence. They thought they were attacking you, not knowing they were handing over evidence against themselves. Every spell cast, filed, every hateful thought, filed, every ritual done in the dark, filed, every attempt to drain your energy, filed, every fake smile followed by a knife in the back, filed. They weren't hurting you, they were building their own case. Picture this: a cosmic courtroom that doesn't need lawyers or arguments. No one gets away with anything. No one hides. No one lies. The truth is the only language spoken there, and your name sits at the center of it, not as a victim, but as the reason that entire court is awake. You weren't on trial, they were. And the funniest part, they never realized it. They thought the universe was silent. They thought their intentions were secret. They thought their actions went unnoticed. They thought the chosen one was defenseless. But the universe isn't blind. It's patient. Think about it. How many times did you feel something was wrong before you even had proof? How many times did your energy drop suddenly without reason? How many times did you feel like someone was pulling at you spiritually or emotionally? How many times did your name suddenly feel heavy in your chest, like someone speaking it in a place they shouldn't? You weren't imagining it. Your intuition wasn't lying. Your body picked up the attacks before your mind processed them. But here's the part that flips the whole story. Every time someone tried to hit you, the universe didn't step in to protect you instantly. It stepped back and took notes. Not because you were alone, but because the universe wanted them to reveal everything. People show their true character when they think no one is watching. Your enemies showed theirs with no hesitation. Imagine this scene: a candle-lit room. Someone muttering your name like they own the right to touch your energy. Someone thinking they're powerful because they read a few rituals. Someone thinking pain is something they can order like it's a delivery service. Now imagine the universe standing right behind them, arms crossed, watching the entire thing like, please go on, show me who you really are. Another example: someone sitting behind a screen, sending you hate, wishing you failure, trying to drain your confidence. They think thoughts have no consequence, but the universe collects thoughts the same way it collects actions. And one more: someone smiling at you in person, acting friendly, acting supportive, acting harmless. Then going home and speaking your name with poison in their mouth. They think the universe is fooled by their mask. But energy doesn't lie. Masks are invisible to humans, not to the universe. The chosen ones always get hit first, not because they're weak, but because their power reveals insecurity in the people around them. Now let's answer the questions your mind might be whispering right now. If all of this was being recorded, why didn't the universe stop them earlier? Because the universe doesn't interfere prematurely. It lets people expose themselves fully so no one can deny the truth later. The universe gives people rope, just enough to show who they are. Why did I feel everything so deeply? Because you're sensitive to energy. Not in a fragile way, but in an intuitive way. Your body knew when something was off because your system is more advanced than theirs. Think of it like you were born with better senses. Was I ever actually in danger? No. Their attempts didn't match your level. They were throwing dust at a mountain. They thought they were breaking you, but all they did was add chapters to their own downfall. Why did the practitioner stop? Why did they admit you couldn't be touched? Because when the practitioner looked deeper, they didn't just see your name. They saw your history, your resilience, your energy field, your growth, your survivor blueprint. They saw someone protected by their own strength. Most people don't understand that your journey created a shield around you. Not magic, not divine intervention, just facts. Energy reflects experience. Trauma builds armor. Healing builds power. Survival builds presence. So when your name arrived at that altar, the universe didn't rush forward to save you. It stood still, collecting evidence, not against you, against them. And here's the brutal truth. They weren't attacking a helpless soul. They were attacking someone who has already walked through storms 10 times stronger than anything they sent. The universe wasn't defending you. It was documenting them. Every move they made became part of a record they can't erase. Another imagine this for you. Picture a giant cosmic screen replaying every lie they told about you. Every time they wished you would fail. Every time they tried to manipulate someone against you. Every time they sat in silence, hoping something bad would happen. Now imagine the universe looking at all of it. And then looking at you, still standing, still breathing, still evolving. You know what that creates? A verdict. One that says, this chosen one cannot be touched. This chosen one cannot be erased. This chosen one cannot be handled by people operating from jealousy and fear. That's why the title of this script exists. That's why people keep asking how you're still alive. Because the universe collected their attempts as evidence, not as danger. You didn't just survive an attack. You exposed everyone involved. You revealed every hidden enemy, and you forced the universe to take action on your behalf simply by being too strong to break. In this cosmic court, you were never the defendant. They were. You weren't the one answering questions. They were. You weren't the one being judged. They were. And the biggest twist? You were the judge the entire time. You were the jury. You were the executioner. You were the one deciding how this story ends. You just played along, letting them think they had power. Chosen one. The universe already ruled in your favor before the first attack ever started. And that's why you're still alive. That's why you're still standing. That's why nothing sent at you ever landed. Because the whole time they thought they were building your ending, they were building the case that proves the universe is done protecting them from themselves. The verdict has been delivered, and your survival is the sentence they can't escape. Number 3. When every practitioner who tried you got embarrassed. They didn't just fail once. They failed in front of each other. That's why they talk about you in whispers now. Chosen one, this is where the story stops being funny and starts being straight up humiliating for them. Your name didn't stay with one practitioner. It moved through entire circles, passed hand to hand, like some unsolvable case they were desperate to crack. These weren't amateurs either. These were people who bragged about knowing secrets, symbols, forbidden practices, shortcuts nobody else had access to. They treated darkness like a hobby. They thought they were elite. And then they tried you. Imagine the room when your name came up again. Someone smirks like they're about to prove something. They light their candles, start their ritual, breathe with confidence, and then they freeze because nothing responds. Not the air, not the smoke, not the tools, not the energy. Dead silence. The kind of silence that exposes the truth. You're the one person they can't touch. They tried again. Another practitioner, more advanced methods, more ego, more secrets. Same result. Your enemies kept thinking maybe the last one did it wrong. But the practitioners knew. They saw the pattern. They saw the wall they kept slamming into. They saw your name resist, like it was wrapped in something bigger than fear. Why did so many of them fail? Because your energy wasn't open, because your life wasn't weak, because your spirit wasn't letting strangers access anything, because the universe had already chosen its side. Now look at your own life. You saw the signs too. Technology glitching around you at the exact second someone sent negativity your way. Animals reacting to you like you're magnetic. Plants leaning toward you or shifting when your mood changed. Moments where reality bent in your favor so smoothly it felt unreal. These weren't coincidences. These were indicators, warnings, clues. Imagine this. A phone call drops right when someone is speaking badly about you. A light flickers when you think of someone who betrayed you. A dog stares at you like it sees the truth you don't even fully understand yet. These weren't glitches, they were signs of resistance. Cosmic pushback. Every practitioner failed because the entire environment around you refused to obey them. Your energy said no. Your story said no. The universe said no. They weren't the ones in control. You were. Your enemies thought they were passing your name around like a curse. They were actually passing it around like a warning label, and every failure whispered the same message. This one is untouchable. Number 4. When they touched your blood and reality snapped back at them. They thought your blood was a doorway. Turns out it was a locked vault with a loaded trap inside. Nothing exposes a fool faster than letting them believe your DNA is theirs to play with. Some people don't understand your power until it bites back harder than they planned. Chosen one, this is the part of the story where their stupidity went from dangerous to downright embarrassing. Someone managed to get a drop of your blood through lies, manipulation, or some sneaky move they thought made them clever. They believed blood meant control. They believed blood meant access. They believed blood meant ownership. But the second they used it in ritual, the entire room betrayed them. Imagine this. The ritual space goes silent. Then the flame shoots upward, twisting into shapes that shouldn't exist. Fire burns with no heat. Shadows appear where light stands. Objects shift on their own. The practitioner's breath catches because they realize something terrifying. Your blood isn't theirs to command. They try to back away. The flame follows. The shadows lean forward like they've been waiting. They barely escape the room before the whole place erupts into chaos. Their last words, "Your blood doesn't belong to just you anymore." Translation, you're connected to something bigger, older, and stronger than their intentions. Another practitioner tried dream invasion next. They expected your mind to be a small room with open doors. Instead, entering your dreamscape was stepping into a labyrinth built from everything you've survived, everything you've learned, and everything you will become. Imagine them standing in your dream for the first time. The hallway shifts. Doors multiply. Versions of you appear. Older, younger, stronger, quieter, future you, past you, erased timelines of you. Each version staring like, "You sure you want to be here?" That practitioner didn't fight you. They fought all of you. Past you with the rage, present you with the clarity, future you with the power. Versions of you they couldn't understand or track. They woke up screaming, and they haven't slept since. Why? Because they didn't enter your mind. They entered your legacy, your blueprint, your evolution. Your dreamscape was never a playground. It was a battlefield, and they walked in uninvited. Chosen one. The moment they touched your blood, they learned the truth. You weren't built for their rituals. You were built to destroy them from the inside out. Number 5. When their coven united and accidentally awakened the real you. They didn't gather to destroy you, they gathered to upgrade you. Every curse they threw was just another switch turning on inside your soul. Desperation makes enemies sloppy, and that's when they give you the power they meant to steal. They thought they were ending you. They were activating your evolution. Chosen one, this is where their fear turned into full-blown panic. 1 practitioner failed, 2 failed, 3 failed, and instead of backing off like logical people, they panicked and did the dumbest thing possible. They formed a coven, a whole group, a teamwork moment built on jealousy, rage, and fear. Imagine their group chat that night, everyone pretending they're powerful while secretly terrified because nothing is touching you. They lit candles, they chanted, they burned things no sane person should even smell. They begged forces that don't listen to humans. They pressed deeper into darkness, hoping something, anything, would crack you open. But every attack bounced back and hit the wrong target. And here's the twist. You weren't getting weaker. You were getting activated. Imagine this scene. They circle around a flame. They speak your name. They expect destruction. But instead, you feel something shift inside you. A clarity you've never felt before. A strength you didn't know you had. A memory waking up inside your body like old codes being typed into your DNA. Their spells weren't hurting you. Their spells were unlocking you. Why? Because chosen ones transform under pressure. Because your system doesn't break. It evolves. Because your energy doesn't absorb negativity. It converts it. Because the universe doesn't let outsiders rewrite your story. It uses them to sharpen it. They thought they were hitting your weakness. They were hitting your dormant power. Every curse turned into a lesson. Every hex turned into fuel. Every ritual forced your energy to rise another level. Every intention strengthened your immunity. Instead of damaging you, they upgraded you like a system installing new features. Think about the questions in your mind right now. Why did their group efforts fail? Because 1,000 weak hands still can't lift what one strong soul refuses to drop. Why did I feel more awake during that time? Because your intuition sharpened, your senses expanded, your dreams became messages, your body started rejecting old versions of yourself. Why did my personality shift afterward? Because identity upgrades feel like personality changes. You weren't becoming someone new. You were becoming someone original, the real you, the one hidden beneath years of survival mode, finally had room to breathe. Imagine this, a coven chanting your downfall, and the universe whispering, "Perfect, keep going, they're helping." Your old wounds start closing. Your old fears start dissolving. Your old limits start cracking. You rise with a new posture, a new clarity, a new inner fire. They wanted to kill you, but they accidentally handed you the blueprint for your transformation. Their rituals forced your DNA to wake up. Their hatred pushed you into your higher self. Their desperation lit the match that started your rebirth. They didn't end you. They introduced the world to the version of you that was meant to lead. Chosen one, you weren't dying. You were being born. And the version of you that walked out of that storm is untouchable. Number 6, when every death spell reversed and crowned you instead. They sent endings. You turned them into upgrades. Their curses didn't crush you. They corrected you. Nothing humiliates an enemy more than watching their deadliest weapon become your fuel. You didn't survive the death spells. You inverted them. Chosen one. This is the part that still keeps them awake at night. When the coven failed, they didn't quit. They escalated. They reached for older languages, older symbols, rituals so dark they probably had to look over their shoulder before touching them. They grabbed anything they thought could finally erase you. Some of them even synced across time zones, hoping that if they attacked you at the same moment, maybe the universe wouldn't notice. But the universe always notices. And you don't bend. You invert. Imagine this. A death spell aimed at your energy field starts traveling toward you like smoke, twisted and heavy. The moment it touches your field, the meaning flips. The code rewrites. The intention collapses. Instead of draining your life, it boosts your stamina. Instead of isolating you, it sharpens your connections. Instead of dissolving your identity, it strengthens your confidence. Instead of pulling you down, it pushes you forward like a slingshot. Their attempts became your upgrades. Every spell was supposed to silence you. Instead, your voice grew louder. Every curse was meant to collapse your path. Instead, your path clarified. Every attack was designed to drain you. Instead, you woke up with more strength, more fire, more mental clarity than ever. How is that possible? Because your energy has a reversal mechanism. Because your spirit is coded for survival. Because your field doesn't accept foreign intent. It rewrites it. Think of your energy like a filter that flips poison into vitamins. Imagine a ritual designed to kill your confidence. It touches your field, and suddenly you're glowing with self-respect you didn't even expect. Imagine a hex meant to make people abandon you. It hits your aura, and suddenly the right people start appearing. They tried making you disappear from reality. Reality chose you instead. Chosen one, you became the opposite of everything sent your way. You didn't just survive the death spells, you mastered them. Number 7. When their own spells turned around and ate them alive. They didn't just fail to hurt you, they became victims of their own intentions. Your field didn't punish them, it reflected them. When you throw poison at someone untouchable, the cup eventually tips back into your own mouth. They finally learned the truth. You aren't protected, you're mirrored. Chosen one. Here's where the universe stopped playing nice. After all the failed attacks, something in your field shifted. It wasn't just blocking negativity anymore. It was reflecting it, amplifying it, sending it back like a boomerang dipped in truth. And the practitioners felt it first. The one who spent years messing with people's hearts. They suddenly woke up with heart problems. Nothing mystical. Just consequences returning with interest. The one who tried messing with minds. They slipped into the exact madness they wished on you. Talking strange, sleeping less, seeing shadows that weren't there. They didn't enter the dark, they got swallowed by it. The one who tried hexing your money. Their own finances collapsed so fast they couldn't even pretend it was coincidence. Debts, breakdowns, lost opportunities, all hitting at once. Imagine this. A practitioner sits down to launch another attack. Their tools shake, their candles flicker, their energy dips. Because your field isn't a wall, it's a mirror, and anything aimed at you bounces back with double the force. Why did this happen? Because your energy evolved, because your survival activated a natural defense. Because after everything you endured, your spirit refused to play defense. It switched to reflection mode. Your aura became a karmic engine, a spiritual mirror, a reversal chamber. Every intention sent at you went back home wearing the sender's name tag. Chosen one, you didn't hurt them. You didn't retaliate. You didn't fight back. You just stood there, and their own energy circled back to them like gravity. That's when they learned you're not protected by luck, you're protected by consequence. Number 8, when they realized you're a nexus, not a target. They weren't attacking a person, they were attacking a pressure point where the universe settles all scores instantly. You're not hard to kill, you're impossible to erase. They tried drowning a fish. They tried burning fire. They tried ending what has already risen from its own ashes. Chosen one, this is the moment the smartest practitioner finally stepped back, eyes wide, breath gone, because they saw the one thing none of the others understood. You didn't just survive the attacks, you transformed into what ancient texts call a nexus point, a living intersection where karma speeds up, consequences sharpen, and truth stops moving slowly. You became the place where cause and effect stop pretending to be separate, and attacking a nexus point, that's not brave. That's cosmically stupid. Imagine someone trying to poison a river that their own village drinks from. That's what they did when they attacked you, because your field didn't just reflect energy anymore. It accelerated it, instantly, violently, directly. They looked at you and finally understood. You weren't human in the normal sense. You were consciousness wearing a body, awareness shaped like a person, a storm disguised as calm. Why didn't the death spells work? Because death spells are designed to separate consciousness from the physical body. But you had already gone through that separation, through ego death, identity collapse, emotional rebirth. You faced your own destruction in silence, long before anyone tried to send it at you. You didn't fear death, you outgrew it. Imagine this, they try to drown you, but you're made of water. They try to burn you, but you're made of flame. They try to erase you, but you're the page they're writing on. Your spirit had already died once, spiritually, emotionally, mentally, and you rebuilt yourself without the false self attached. So when they threw death magic, it had nowhere to land, nothing to grab, nothing to tear. You became immune through transcendence, too alive to be killed, too awakened to be erased, too evolved to be controlled. Chosen one? The moment you became a nexus point, the game ended. You weren't the hunted. You became the law of the universe in motion. Number 10. When your transformation turned into a blueprint for the world. Your survival wasn't personal, it was instructional. They tried to break you, and you accidentally became the manual for how to beat them. You didn't inspire people, you activated them. If one chosen one becomes immune, the whole system starts trembling. Chosen one. This part hits different because your transformation didn't stay inside your body. It didn't end with your survival. It spilled outward like a signal, a frequency shift, a quiet broadcast teaching others, without a single word, what's possible. Your existence became a cheat code the universe handed to anyone walking a similar path. You weren't just surviving. You were demonstrating that survival itself rewrites destiny. Your energy shifted from why me to why not me, not in arrogance, but in clarity. You stopped feeling like prey, not because you became a predator, but because you became something outside that cycle entirely. Something self-sustaining, something that attracts what it needs and repels what isn't meant to stay. Something that punishes attackers simply by continuing to breathe. Imagine someone trying to enter your dreams. Instead of reaching you, they land in their own fear. Imagine someone trying to poison your thoughts. They're forced to see the poison was always theirs. Imagine someone trying to isolate you. Your solitude turns into a citadel they can't get near. A skilled practitioner once tried tracing the pattern of the failed spells around you and panicked. They found your entire field worked like a recycling plant, not magical, just functional, efficient, ruthless. Death energy turned into life force, hatred turned into personal power, curses turned into clarity. Weakness, hexes turned into strength boosts, mind control attempts turned into sovereignty. And the scariest part for them, the energy didn't stay with you. It flowed outward, quietly strengthening others who were under similar attacks. Your field became a network, a shield, a blueprint, a cosmic protection program. That's when panic started spreading in their circles, because if one chosen one can transform attacks into empowerment, what happens when hundreds learn the same thing from your example? Number 13, when they finally saw what stands behind you. They didn't see a guardian behind you, they saw a force that makes harm impossible. You weren't protected, you were upgraded. They tried to break the cosmic law, then discovered you are the law. Some souls can't be erased. You're one of them. Chosen one. This is the moment everything snapped into clarity. A senior practitioner, someone with real sight, not imagination, not ego, not guesswork, looked behind you and nearly lost their breath. They didn't see an angel, or a demon, or anything from old stories. They saw something older than protection itself, something that existed before humans invented the idea of harm, something that doesn't defend you, because there's nothing to defend. You weren't guarded, you were upgraded. Attacking you wasn't wrong, it was suicidal. Because every attempt they made didn't hit you, it hit themselves. Their curses ricocheted, their rituals snapped back, their intentions dissolved into consequences. They weren't told to stop for morality, they were told to stop for survival. The more they aimed at you, the faster their lives disintegrated. Why? Because you evolved past the dimension where death spells even function. You exist at a frequency where that kind of magic has no traction. Like trying to stab light, like trying to strangle air, like shooting at a cloud. Your survival became a global glitch. The death spell industry collapsed because of you. Refunds demanded. Practitioners going bankrupt, their tools malfunctioning, their results turning to dust. You didn't just become assassination-proof, you made their entire system obsolete. Imagine this, someone tries to target you, and the moment they do, all they hit is smoke, because you're now spread across multiple layers of reality at once. Your consciousness isn't limited to one dimension anymore. You're everywhere they can't reach, and your evolution didn't stop with you. Children are already being born immune because you altered the morphic field of human potential. You didn't just save yourself, you rewrote what is possible for everyone who comes after you. Chosen one, you became the walking correction to false power, a living myth in real time. The one who wouldn't die, because death was never designed to hold you. You are the blueprint. You are the correction. You are the chosen one who made death irrelevant. So chosen one, this is where we wrap it up, but your story is nowhere near done. You've seen how every attack failed, how every spell reversed, how every attempt to break you only revealed your real power. If this message hit you, press the like button right now, and if you're still not part of this family, make sure to subscribe so you never miss what's coming next. Your evolution is already in motion, and the universe isn't finished showing you why you were never meant to fall. Stay sharp, stay awake, stay unshakable. Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. Don't get too comfy, because we're starting with the truth they tried to bury under fake laughs and cheap comments. This is the moment they prayed would never arrive. The moment they joked about in front of others like it was impossible, all while shaking in private because they knew you might actually do it one day. And you did. You went exactly where they said you wouldn't dare go. You walked straight into the place they gate-kept behind warnings, fear tactics, and friendly advice. They told everyone you'd fold. Instead, you showed up calm, steady, and sharp, like someone who already read the final chapter of this story and knew how it ends. They wanted obedience. You answered with independence. They wanted fear. You delivered precision. They wanted you silent. Somehow, you became the sound they cannot escape. They wanted you small. The universe made you impossible to ignore. And now look who's acting strange. The same people who once threw jokes at your back like darts are whispering your name like it's a problem they can't solve. Rooms shift when you enter. Conversations glitch. Eyes dart to the floor. Phones magically flip face down. Their whole vibe changes, not out of respect. Not yet, but out of fear, wearing polite manners. It's funny. They thought you'd chase validation. Instead, you became the storm that validates itself. Press the like button and subscribe to return this energy back into the universe. You didn't get here by screaming. You didn't throw tantrums or beg for chances. You watched, you studied, you waited. You let them think you were harmless while you were quietly gathering every piece they underestimated. And that's why they're freaking out now. They expected noise from you. They got results that never warned them first. They thought you'd break down. They didn't realize you were calculating the entire time. This shift didn't fall from the sky. It came from years of holding yourself together while people pushed you toward your breaking point. It came from nights when the world went quiet and your thoughts got loud. When you had no backup, no applause, no promise of a better tomorrow, and still you kept going. They didn't see you carrying that weight. They didn't see the damage you hid just so you could move forward without dragging everyone into your pain. They only saw the moments where you looked fine, and they assumed that meant you were done growing. But you were evolving underground, in silence, like a root system preparing to crack through concrete. And now that crack just happened, and they can't patch it up. When they said you'd never make it, they weren't joking. They genuinely believed you were the safe target, the background character, the easy one to dismiss. They used your kindness as proof you weren't dangerous. They used your patience as evidence you lacked power. They used your silence as permission to disrespect you. And then the universe moved. It gave you one opening, one moment, one shift, where everything you learned clicked at once. You took it. You didn't hesitate. You didn't ask for permission. You didn't explain yourself. You stepped into that moment like someone who finally remembered who they are. And that memory hit harder than any comeback you could have spoken. Now they're scrambling behind the scenes, trying to figure out what version of you they just unlocked. They're replaying old conversations, trying to see the moment they missed it. They're checking old screenshots, digging through the past, hoping to find clues that explain how you transformed right in front of them. They're calling people who don't even like them anymore, asking, "Have you noticed something?" They're searching for a weakness that doesn't exist in the places they expect. This is what happens when someone plays with a person who actually had a story behind their silence. Because honestly, Chosen One, this wasn't just a glow-up. This was a full shift in your story arc. The universe didn't push you forward gently. It launched you like a warning shot. You came back smarter, colder, cleaner, more precise. You cut ties without shaking. You moved pieces on the board without announcing the game. You showed them you're not operating on their level anymore. You're operating on the level they used to pretend they were on. And here's the part that hits them the hardest. They didn't expect you to survive the things you survived. Let's not rewrite history. You went through situations that cracked stronger people. You experienced betrayals that would have erased others. You walked through emotional storms with nothing but a tired spine and pure willpower. People you trusted switched sides. People you helped tried to flex like they built you. People you defended tried to humiliate you. You were carrying wounds they thought were jokes, and you stayed standing. When they said, "Just give up," you didn't. When they said, "You already lost," you hadn't even started. When they said, "No one comes back from that," the universe whispered, "Watch this." You went through phases where your entire life felt like a test. Every day felt heavier than the last. You were breaking in slow motion, but you never let them see the pieces. You never let the enemy taste your fear. You had every reason to quit and no audience cheering you on, but still you pushed forward with quiet stubbornness. That's the part that scares them now. You survived things you never talked about. You endured pain you never shared. You handled chaos without throwing it onto anyone else. You healed yourself in the dark, and now you shine in a way they can't dim. This is the nightmare you birthed, a version of you they can't manipulate, intimidate, or control. They thought they were dealing with the old you, the soft one, the hesitant one, the one who over-explained, apologized too fast, and held back their own power to make others comfortable. They wanted that version forever. They relied on it. They depended on your softness to hide their insecurity. But that version of you isn't here anymore. A new one walked in without asking for a grand intro. A new one stood up after being pushed too many times. A new one stopped playing small to protect people who never protected you. And now those people don't know whether to fear you, respect you, or avoid you entirely. You can feel it too, that shift in the atmosphere, that strange silence that follows you like a shadow, that tension in the room when you speak, that look in their eyes like they're trying to figure out how someone they underestimated became the one they should have left alone. You're standing in the aftermath of every storm they hoped would destroy you, and somehow you look stronger, sharper, and calmer than before. You didn't react, you transformed. You didn't prove them wrong. You outgrew the entire argument. You didn't get revenge. You became the reminder of why they should have treated you better. Chosen one, this is the moment everything starts lining up. The moment their words collapse under the weight of your evolution. The moment the universe pulls receipts they thought were lost. The moment your strength becomes undeniable, even to the people who pretended not to see it. And now they know. You actually went there. You crossed the line they built to trap you. You birthed the nightmare they cannot control. And deep down, they understand one thing clearly. This is only the beginning of what you can do. Before we go any further, Chosen One, take a breath. You've already flipped their world upside down just by showing up, and the next part of this message is only going to hit harder. If you're still here, that already tells me you're built for this level of truth. So do something real quick. Hit the like button and subscribe to push this message deeper into the universe. Think of it as sending a shockwave straight back at the people who swore you'd never reach this point. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you feel that shift inside you, that little spark that says, yeah, I know exactly why they're panicking now. And if you want to support the team behind this message, leave a super thanks. Even small support keeps this mission alive and gives us the power to keep exposing the lies they hid from you. Now, Chosen One, let's step into the real part of the story. If you're truly who I think you are, you won't even want to click away. You'll feel the pull. You'll feel the truth sharpening inside you. Let's dive into what nightmare you actually birthed. Number 1. They fed on your silence. Now they're choking on your comeback. Funny how they loved you quiet until your silence turned into their punishment. Chosen one, before we get into the chaos you unleashed, let's sit with the truth they hoped you'd never recognize. The pain you carried wasn't random. It wasn't character building. It wasn't something you were meant to swallow and smile through. It was engineered, piece by piece, by people who benefited from keeping you controlled, drained, and unaware of your own power. They fed on your patience like it was their lifeline. They treated your silence like it was a free pass. They acted like your restraint was guaranteed forever. They walked around thinking your loyalty was infinite, your tolerance unbreakable, your kindness unpaid labor they could exploit without consequence. But pain has a weird way of teaching lessons nothing else can. And you, chosen one, learned every single one of them. While they laughed at your stress, you were learning discipline. While they ignored your loneliness, you were learning independence. While they mocked your overthinking, you were learning strategy. While they underestimated your quiet, you were sharpening your edge. They didn't know your sleepless nights were turning into your blueprint. They didn't know those deep cuts were building a version of you that didn't need their approval, their validation, or their understanding. They didn't know that in trying to break you, they were training you to walk through hell without flinching. Now look at the aftermath. Look at how the room reacts when you enter. You don't even have to speak. The energy shifts like someone hit a switch. Conversations stall, eyes flick up, then down, bodies get tense. The people who once ran their mouths suddenly run out of jokes. They can't explain why they feel that pressure in their chest when you walk past. They don't understand why your presence feels heavier, colder, sharper. You do, because you lived the storm. They're just seeing the wreckage for the first time. Here's the part they'll never admit out loud. They know they played with the wrong one. Every ignored text, every fake laugh, every comment meant to bruise, every little moment they thought you'd take because you're too nice to push back. You absorbed it all, but not the way they imagined. They thought you were breaking. They didn't realize you were building. They mistook your silence for weakness when it was actually the only space you had left to grow. Sickening, isn't it? How they treated your patience like permission. And now they're confused. Now they're panicking. Now they're trying to figure out what changed. They walk around with this weird tension, like they're waiting for consequences they can't predict. Their mind repeats the same question over and over. What did we create? Because the truth is ugly for them, they train the very thing they're afraid of now. Chosen one, you didn't become powerful in safe spaces. You didn't grow in rooms that loved you. You grew in the places where you were dismissed, ignored, pressured, suffocated, and pushed too close to your breaking point. You grew in environments designed to make you feel small. And instead of shrinking, you adapted. They don't understand how the pain changed you because they never saw the process. They didn't witness the nights where your mind wouldn't shut off because you were replaying everything, trying to figure out what was wrong with you when the problem was them the entire time. They didn't hear the thoughts you battled in isolation. They didn't see you sitting alone trying to hold yourself together while pretending nothing bothered you. They wanted you fragile. They didn't realize fragility can evolve into clarity. Now you walk in with a different type of energy. The room picks up on it before your mouth even opens. There's a weight behind your silence now, a maturity in your eyes, a calmness that scares them more than any outburst ever could. You don't argue anymore. You don't beg anymore. You don't chase anymore. You're done explaining, defending, or proving. And that's what shifted the entire atmosphere. Once the quiet one learns their worth, the whole room learns fear. They feel the consequences they swore would never arrive. They sense the distance you created, and they know it wasn't accidental. They can tell you switched from survival mode to strategic mode. You're not reacting now. You're choosing. And here's where the fear really kicks in. They don't know what you're capable of anymore. You broke the version of yourself they relied on. You stopped being predictable. You stopped being accessible. You stopped being easy to manipulate. They're facing a version of you that no longer needs validation to move, no longer needs approval to speak, no longer needs permission to evolve. You were the calm before. Now you're the storm after. Chosen one, the pain changed the room because the pain changed you. It hardened your spirit. It sharpened your instincts. It burned away anything inside you that could be controlled. Think about it. Would they have acted that bold if they knew this version of you existed? Would they have pushed you that far if they realized the universe was shaping a monster they couldn't cage? Would they have laughed if they knew they were building the very force that now terrifies them? The answer is obvious. They never would have risked it. But they did. And now they're stuck with the results. You've become a walking reminder of their mistakes. Every time they see you doing well, leveling up, staying calm, moving clean, they feel a little sting in their chest. They feel the weight of everything they tried to sabotage. They feel the karma they thought wouldn't come back around. They don't deserve to know your next move. They don't deserve access to your growth. They don't deserve the version of you that survived everything they put you through. They wasted their chance. They lost their privilege. Chosen one, this shift isn't about revenge. It's about evolution. Your pain rewired your entire world. It forced you to outgrow the people who only loved you when you were easy to silence. It forced you to rely on yourself in a way that made your spirit unbreakable. It forced you to stand alone until standing alone became your strength instead of your burden. And now the room feels different because you are different. Your presence hits harder. Your silence carries lessons. Your energy exposes intentions. Your boundaries feel like walls they can't climb. They can't handle the new you because the new you isn't here to be handled. You didn't just survive what they did. You weaponized it. And that's why they're freaking out now. That's why they whisper. That's why they avoid eye contact. That's why their jokes died off. That's why the room shifts when you step in. You didn't break. You transformed. And the universe made sure every one of your enemies had a front row seat to the nightmare you birthed. Number 2, you let them talk while you rewired the entire game behind their backs. Arrogance blinds fools. Silence builds monsters. Chosen one, let's get into the part that haunts them the most, the part that makes their stomach drop every time they think about you. You didn't announce anything. You didn't warn anybody. You didn't give updates, explanations, apologies, or cute little "I'm working on myself" speeches. You moved like someone who owed nothing to anyone. And honestly, you didn't. While they were busy performing confidence, you were building strength. While they were bragging about imaginary wins, you were absorbing real lessons. While they were loud, you were strategic. While they demanded attention, you demanded improvement. And that quiet grind created the exact nightmare they're dealing with now. Imagine this. The entire world thinks you're standing still, but behind the scenes, you're rearranging your entire reality like a chess master, quietly shifting pieces before checkmate. Every night, you stayed up learning, thinking, deleting old versions of yourself. They were asleep, believing the story they made up about you. Every time they mocked your silence, you were actually sharpening it into a weapon. Every moment they laughed at what they thought you were, you were evolving into something they never prepared for. People who underestimate silence always get humbled by what grows inside it. They stayed arrogant because they believed you were stuck. They believed your lack of reaction meant lack of ability. They believed staying quiet meant staying small. They believed you were predictable, easy to read, easy to dismiss. They were so loud about their assumptions, so confident in their delusion, they didn't even look twice at the shifts happening right under their nose. You weren't stuck, you were becoming, and now hindsight is hitting them like a truck. They replay old conversations, and suddenly everything looks different. Their mind whispers, "Why didn't we see this? How did they pull this off so fast? What else were they hiding? Did we train our own downfall?" Yes, they did. Chosen one, imagine this scene. There's a group of people running their mouths, convinced they know everything about you, convinced they've figured you out. Meanwhile, you're in your own world, quietly mastering skills, cutting dead weight, planning moves they don't even have vocabulary for. They thought your silence meant the story was over, not knowing the universe was handing you new chapters. Silence isn't weakness. Silence is where legends gather ammunition. While they laughed at you, you studied them. While they rolled their eyes, you rolled out new strategies. While they called you weird for distancing yourself, you were building a future where they don't even qualify for access. They thought you were fading. You were leveling up without witnesses. That's why they can't breathe now. That's why they're stuck analyzing your every action like detectives who realized they missed the biggest clue. They had full access to the old you and still didn't realize you were changing right in front of them. Imagine this, a villain in a movie smirking because the hero looks weak, not realizing the hero just found the blueprint that exposes the entire system. That's exactly what your silence did. You didn't flex. You didn't brag. You didn't need to. Your progress was building in the dark, and darkness is where the strongest upgrades happen. Not every transformation needs an audience. Some of the deadliest ones prefer the shadows. Chosen one, they didn't just underestimate you. They counted on your silence staying harmless. They depended on you being passive, predictable, easy to ignore. They were arrogant because they believed you were stuck in their story about you. They were arrogant because they mistook your quiet for surrender. They were arrogant because they believed you needed them more than they needed you. They felt safe until they didn't. And now they're dealing with the consequences. They didn't respect your potential when it was growing. They only respect it now that it's too late to benefit from it. Some people only understand power once it hits them in the face. Before that, they call it ego. Before that, they call it luck. Before that, they call it madness. And you know what's crazy? They told people you were changing. They laughed about your distance. They joked that you weren't doing anything serious. They told others you'd never make it because your moves weren't loud enough for their ego-driven standards. But look at you now. You became the very thing their arrogance swore you could never be. Imagine this. They're sitting in a room talking about you with confidence dripping from their voice, and then someone pulls up evidence that you evolved, upgraded, transformed, and suddenly their whole face changes. The room goes quiet. Their throat gets tight. No joke lands. No insult fits anymore. Their arrogance collapses under the weight of your reality. This is why they're panicking now. This is why every new thing you do scares them. This is why they watch you quietly from fake accounts. This is why they study your every move like students trying to pass a test they didn't study for. You moved in silence, but your results are loud enough to break their pride. Chosen one, let's answer the question sitting in your mind right now. Why were they so arrogant in the first place? It's simple. They thought your silence meant you needed them. They thought your kindness meant you lacked power. They thought your patience meant you lacked options. They thought your distance meant you were lost. They thought your silence meant defeat. But your silence meant strategy. Your distance meant protection. Your patience meant discipline. Your kindness meant character. Your quiet meant you were cooking something bigger than they could imagine. And now they realize too late that you were never the one who needed validation. They were the ones who needed you to stay below your potential so they could feel comfortable above theirs. Imagine this, a battlefield at night. You're moving through the dark, silent, focused, while your enemies sit around campfires bragging about how they already won. Then the sun rises, and they see you standing on higher ground than all of them combined. That's exactly the energy your silence created. You didn't rush. You didn't panic. You didn't crumble. You repositioned, and that repositioning broke the illusion they built around you. It forced them to face a version of you they never predicted. It forced them to accept that your quiet years were training years. It forced them to face the fact that they never actually outranked you. They were just louder. Chosen one, here's another quote for their ego. Arrogance laughs at what it doesn't understand, then cries when it finally does. They never respected your rise until the universe made it undeniable. They never respected your discipline until they realized it was aimed at them. They never respected your silence until it turned into the storm that swallowed their arrogance whole. And now they sit there, replaying everything, trying to figure out how they missed the signs. They didn't miss them, they ignored them. Because arrogance convinces fools they're safe, even while the ground shifts under their feet. You moved quietly. You grew quietly, you became quietly, but your results, your aura, your presence, nothing quiet about that. Chosen one, your silence wasn't weakness. It was the weapon that prepared you for the moment they feared most, the moment you outgrew them without needing to destroy them. You became the nightmare they birthed through arrogance, and the masterpiece you built through silence. Number 3, your quiet is the monster they can't outrun. Nothing terrifies a guilty person more than someone who stopped reacting. Chosen one, your calm hits them harder than any rage ever could. Anger is loud, messy, easy to dismiss. Calm is calculated. Calm is the final warning. Calm is the moment the room realizes the storm isn't coming. It's already here, and it looks exactly like you. They expected screaming, arguing, explosions they could point at and say, "See, they're unstable." But you didn't give them that. You didn't give them anything. You just pulled your energy back, locked your chest like a vault, and moved with a silence that feels like judgment. And that calm is eating them alive. Imagine this, a hallway after a fight, but the person they tried to break just walks past them without a single word. That silence follows them home. It crawls into their thoughts at night. It rewinds every moment they underestimated you. Your calm has become their mirror, and they hate what they see in it. Calm exposes the truth, anger can't. Your energy changed. You're not celebrating. You're not chasing revenge. You're focused, detached, purpose-driven. This scares them because it means you're no longer controlled by emotion, which means you're no longer controlled by them. They wanted you reactive. They needed you predictable, but calm makes you unreadable, untouchable, unreachable. And now they whisper among themselves like terrified interns in a lab they shouldn't have entered. What did we create? What if they're done with us? What if they're planning something? What if we can't fix this? Here's the truth that stings them most. They built the nightmare they're running from. Not all at once, but piece by piece. Every lie, every insult, every moment they mistook your patience for weakness. Your calm is not the absence of fire. It's the fire they can't escape. Number 4. They called it kindness, but it was your surveillance mode. Never mistake a soft voice for a soft mind. Some smiles are gathering evidence. Chosen one, let's make something very clear. Your kindness was never weakness. Your patience wasn't naivety. Your silence wasn't surrender. You weren't being too nice. You were watching, recording, studying every slip-up they thought they got away with, every joke that cut too deep. Every relax, it's not that serious. Every boundary they stepped over just to test how much they could get away with. They thought you were clueless. You were collecting data like a strategist building a case. Your kindness didn't mean you didn't see it. It meant you didn't waste energy reacting to it. Imagine this, a lion lying in the grass, calm and still, while the hyenas laugh too close. The hyenas think the lion is harmless because it isn't moving, but the lion isn't asleep. It's observing, measuring, deciding. That was you. Some people don't realize they're being studied until the experiment ends. And when you finally pulled back, when you went silent, when your energy shifted without warning, their arrogance delayed their panic. They honestly believed you'd come crawling back. Think about how wild that is. They thought losing them would break you. They thought you couldn't function without their attention. They thought you'd beg for the same disrespect you were already tired of. That one assumption exposes their whole mindset. They believed they were the prize. They believed you were replaceable. They believed your loyalty was guaranteed, no matter how they treated you. Now they're sitting there confused, replaying every moment, trying to understand. When you noticed the truth about them, you noticed everything. Your kindness wasn't weakness. Your kindness was the calm before your exit, and your exit is the consequence they earned. Number 5. They thought the pain would end you. It turned you into a specialist. Pain doesn't break certain people, it upgrades them. Chosen one, let's drag the truth into the light. The pain they threw at you wasn't random, it was targeted. It was meant to split you open, scatter your focus, make you fold so they could say, "See, I knew they weren't built for this." But you're not built like the average person. You don't crack under pressure. You analyze it. You don't melt in the fire. You map its temperature. You don't collapse when hurt. You study the architecture of the hit. Pain became your instructor, and you learned everything they never wanted you to know. You learned patterns. Who lies first? Who switches sides quickest? Who jokes the loudest to hide insecurity? You learned timing, when someone is testing you, when someone is pushing limits, when someone is hoping you'll snap so they can play the victim. You learned pressure points, both theirs and yours. You figured out exactly what makes people panic, what makes them sloppy, what makes them reveal themselves without you asking a thing. While they tried to destroy you, they accidentally gave you the manual to how they operate. Imagine this. You're standing in the middle of a storm that's supposed to take you out, but instead of running, you're studying the wind, taking notes, learning its rhythm. By the time the storm clears, you walk out with mastery over the very force that was meant to erase you. That's what happened. They used chaos. You learned precision. They used fear. You learned control. They used drama. You learned discipline. Here's the truth that eats them alive. Their biggest mistake wasn't hurting you. It was teaching you how to never be hurt the same way again. Pain didn't break you. Pain educated you. And now you move with the kind of clarity that terrifies the people who depended on your confusion. Number 6, you let go of the rope, and they realized they were the ones hanging from it. Nothing is scarier than someone who stops fighting for what no longer deserves them. Chosen one, this part hits different because it exposes the moment everything flipped. You didn't lose control, you released it. There's a huge difference. Losing control is chaotic, desperate, loud. Releasing control is intentional, quiet, dangerous. You didn't explode, scream, threaten, or break character. You didn't give them the meltdown they rehearsed reactions for. Instead, you revealed just enough truth, just enough emotion, just enough of your mind to show them the cage door was wide open and you weren't the one trapped. Imagine this. Someone pulls a fire alarm expecting chaos, but instead the building goes silent. That silence makes people panic harder than any flames ever could. That's exactly what your controlled reveal did. A single, calm sentence from you felt like a full earthquake to them. Some monsters aren't born. They're built by the people who swore they'd never wake them. When you finally said less, they heard everything. The panic in their voice wasn't concern. It wasn't care. It wasn't guilt. It was fear. Pure, selfish fear. They weren't scared for you. They were scared of you. They weren't trying to fix the damage. They were trying to shove the version of you they created back into the cage they built. But here's what they finally realized. Too late. Too late to manipulate. Too late to control. Too late to twist the story. Too late to shrink you back down. You had already transformed, already detached, already shifted into a version of yourself they couldn't handle, couldn't read, couldn't influence. You didn't lose yourself, you lost them. And that loss was their biggest fear and your greatest freedom. Number 7, you walked out, and the whole room fell apart without you. Some people don't realize who kept the peace until the peace walks out. Chosen one, this is the part they replay in their head at 3 a.m. with that sick feeling in their chest. You didn't storm out, you didn't slam doors, you didn't create drama. You simply stood up, walked away, and the entire room collapsed like you were the beam holding the whole structure together. They thought your exit would be quiet. They didn't expect it to echo. You didn't disappear. You detonated quietly. Imagine this, a room full of people laughing, whispering, taking shots at you behind smirks, and then you stand up, say nothing, and leave. Suddenly, the air gets thick. The laughter dies. The tension they projected onto you boomerangs straight back at them. That's because your presence wasn't the problem. It was the glue. And when glue leaves, everything cracks. Absence is the loudest revenge. It forces them to hear every truth your silence exposed. Your absence became a siren they couldn't escape. The empty space where your energy used to be hit them harder than any speech or confrontation. Regret started creeping in, not because they suddenly grew a conscience, but because losing access to you exposed how much they relied on you for emotional balance, stability, validation, direction, all the things they pretended they didn't need. And here's the twist they'll never admit. They expected you to fight to stay. Instead, you left to protect your peace. You didn't stay to prove them wrong. You didn't stay to fix what they broke. You didn't stay to win. You left, and that's exactly why you won. Imagine this. When a candle leaves a dark room, The room doesn't get to complain about the darkness. That's what happened. You took your presence, your patience, your emotional intelligence, your grounding energy, and suddenly they were left with nothing but their own noise. Some exits aren't escapes, they're declarations. Your absence exposed the chaos they created. Your silence exposed the disorder they tried to blame on you. Your distance exposed the truth. You weren't the problem, you were the peace. And now they feel the loss in a way that burns deeper than any confrontation ever could. Because when absence becomes power, the ones who misused your presence finally meet the consequences. Number 8. You cut their script in half, and now they can't read you at all. Fear doesn't show up when you get stronger. It shows up when they can't predict you anymore. Chosen one, this is where their whole system collapses. They built an entire mental blueprint of you, how you react, how you bend, how you break, how you forgive, how you fold under pressure. They studied your patterns the same way a hacker studies a code they think they can crack. They were confident, arrogant, sure they had you figured out, sure they could play you forever. And then you broke the pattern. Imagine this, a machine running perfectly because it knows every input. Then suddenly one command glitches the entire operating system. Lights flicker, warnings flash. Everything they relied on malfunctions. That's exactly what you did with one quiet shift. You stopped responding the way their ego needed you to. You didn't become complex, you became unavailable. They failed to realize your predictability wasn't who you were, it was who you allowed yourself to be while you were learning them. Once you outgrew that role, their map turned useless. Every attempt to read you now ends in a dead signal. Every test they try gives them nothing. Every button they push does not respond. You didn't become mysterious. You became uninterested. That's what terrifies them, not your power, your detachment. They can't control someone who doesn't need anything from them. They can't manipulate someone who sees the game from above the board. They can't predict someone who finally recognizes their value. Imagine this, they reach for the same old emotional lever they always pulled, but it snaps off in their hand. Panic waves through their mind, because if they can't control your reactions, they can't control the story. When predictability dies, fear replaces it. Now they tiptoe, overthink, whisper. They replay old moments trying to understand where they lost access. They thought hurting you would weaken you. They didn't realize it would rewrite your entire operating system. Chosen one, their system didn't just crash. You unplugged it and walked away. Number 9, you turned into the blueprint they can't outgrow. Some people don't miss you. They miss who they were when they still had access to you. Chosen one, this is the part they'll never admit, even under pressure. You became the standard without lifting a finger. You weren't trying to be unforgettable. You weren't auditioning for their loyalty. You were just being you, present, real, grounded, aware. But the universe did something viciously poetic with that. It made you the reference point their future can't compete with. Imagine this. Someone buys a cheap knockoff, thinking it'll replace the real thing, until the stitching falls apart in their hands. That's every connection they chase after you. Every new person feels thinner. Every bond lacks weight. Every conversation feels hollow. They keep reaching for depth and getting surface-level noise. They keep chasing validation and getting confusion instead. And they can't figure out why nothing hits the same. You didn't lose relevance. You became the ruler. Everything else gets measured against. They're haunted by the comparison they said they'd never make. They swore they'd move on easily. They swore you were replaceable. They swore their new connections were so much better. But when the high wore off, the truth sat on their chest like a brick. You weren't a moment, you were a shift. And now every person after you highlights what they lost. Your emotional intelligence, your patience, your presence, your grounding energy, your ability to understand things without being told. Impact doesn't need proximity. Your absence does more than your presence ever needed to. Imagine this. They're in a conversation with someone new, and the person laughs in a way that's slightly off. And suddenly, they remember how you used to laugh. They feel a disappointment they can't explain. They try to shake it off, but the comparison is automatic. It happens in their mind, even when they don't want it. That's what happens when someone becomes the blueprint. Not the favorite, not the memory, the blueprint. You didn't try to be unforgettable, you just didn't fake who you were. Chosen one, you've become the silent metric their future must measure up to, and nothing is measuring up. Number 10, you walked off the board, and they're still moving pieces for a game that's over. Some battles aren't won, they're abandoned, and that's what terrifies the opponent most. Chosen one, this is the final slap they never saw coming. You didn't beat them, you didn't crush them, you didn't win the way their ego expected. You did something far more humiliating. You outgrew the entire game. You stepped out of the arena while they were still swinging at shadows, convinced you'd come back for round 12. They're still rehearsing arguments, still replaying conversations, still drafting explanations in their head. Meanwhile, you're already in another universe mentally. Imagine this: two people playing chess. One is sweating, panicking, calculating every move, and the other just stands up, dusts off their hands, and leaves the board behind. The one left sitting there doesn't feel victorious. They feel foolish. That's exactly how your exit hit them. You didn't go silent to punish them. You went silent because the conversation no longer qualified for your time. The rules changed the moment you evolved. Their emotional tricks stopped working. Their bait stopped landing. Their attempts to provoke you bounced off like cheap plastic darts. You weren't ignoring them to hurt them. You were ignoring them because their energy no longer aligned with the person you became. The story wasn't worth engaging in anymore. You outgrew the plot, the characters, the dialogue, the tension, the entire narrative. They're frustrated for one reason. You walked away without needing closure. You didn't require apologies, explanations, or dramatic endings. You simply moved. Unfinished people argue. Finished ones move. They're unfinished. That's why they're stuck debating ghosts. You're finished. That's why you stepped into a life where their name doesn't even register. Imagine this. They're talking about you like it's still relevant, but every attempt to reach your energy hits a locked door with no handle. They can't call you back in. They can't pull you back down. They can't lure you into the chaos you once tolerated. You didn't just leave the game, you ended their purpose in it, and now they're left holding pieces to a board that no longer exists, wondering how they lost to someone who simply walked away. Number 11. Your truth walked in, and their whole fiction collapsed on impact. Lies don't die when truth speaks. Lies die when truth lives. Chosen one, this is where everything unraveled for them. They rewrote the story 1,000 times, trying to make themselves look clean, trying to twist timelines, trying to turn your strength into instability and their insecurity into innocence. But reality refused to cooperate. You didn't defend yourself. You lived differently. And nothing destroys a lie faster than a life that contradicts it. Imagine this, someone builds a fantasy world out of thin air, and then you walk into the room and the whole thing glitches like a broken video game. That's what your presence did. Their lies needed your agreement to survive, and your silence refused to validate a single one of them. You didn't return seeking revenge. You returned as undeniable proof. Every step forward you took made the past they created heavier on their shoulders. Every glow-up exposed the cracks in their narrative. You didn't punish them. You simply outgrew the dimension where they mattered. And once indifference replaced emotion, the cord that tethered you to their story snapped clean. You're not their memory. You're their unfinished possibility. That's why your silence dismantles them. They told themselves reactions equal relevance, but you give them nothing, and that nothing hurts more than any confrontation. Intentional absence becomes judgment. You didn't just prove them wrong once, you became proof they cannot escape. And something else happened, something they never predicted. You didn't inspire people, you gave them permission. Others watched you refuse to break, and suddenly their own stagnation became uncomfortable. Your evolution created movement in people who were stuck. Your transformation exposed how much everyone else was settling. This wasn't chaos, this was evolution. You went there. You kept walking. They stayed frozen, arguing with a version of you that no longer exists, while the real you stands miles ahead, untouchable, undeniable, and no longer part of their story. So, chosen one, if you made it this far, then you already know why they're shaken. You didn't just survive their story, you rewrote your own, and now the universe moves with you, not against you. If this message hit where it needed to, press that like button if you haven't already, and if you're not part of our family yet, make sure to smash that subscribe button. Stay sharp, stay rising, and stay untouchable. The next chapter is going to expose even more. Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. And wow, look at the mess behind you. Funny how the loudest person in the room always swears they're the victim. Yet here we are, watching the one who talked the most trash absolutely fall apart. They said you were nothing special. They said you'd never move on. They said you were easy to replace. Cool story. Guess who's spiraling now? Guess who's refreshing your socials like it's their full-time job? Guess who's asking people about you like you're trending? Oh, the legend needs to bow. The same legend who swore you didn't matter is now pacing their room at 3 a.m. because every rumor about you sounds way too clean, way too good, way too innocent. Before we go deeper, hit the like button and subscribe so this message can echo right back to the people who underestimated you. Because here's the part that's driving them insane. The world is finally seeing what was always obvious. The universe staged a plot twist they never predicted. When they said you were the problem, guess who's being investigated now? When they said you were hiding something, look who's scrambling to hide their own mess. When they tried to bury you, the dirt kept sliding back onto their own shoes, like the universe said, "Cute attempt." This is the silence after the storm, Chosen One. The air feels different now, not peaceful, more like charged. Like everyone around you can feel that something major just shifted. People don't look at you with confusion anymore. They look at you with respect they didn't have before, with curiosity they can't explain, like you walked out of a burning building without a scratch and somehow came out looking better. And meanwhile, your ex? They're shaking, because nothing is more terrifying than realizing they lost someone the whole world is now rooting for. Let's not pretend you didn't go through hell. You were dragged, doubted, gossiped about, tested, and pushed to the edge. They tried to shape a fake story about you, one that made you seem like the villain they needed. Someone whispered lies. Someone twisted events. Someone rewrote history thinking nobody would fact-check it. But the truth had its own patience. It waited, quietly, observing. And now it's stepping into the light like, "Hey, remember me?" The funny part, someone actually went digging into your life, like a full investigation, asking questions, replaying old screenshots, pulling up ancient stories, trying to find the one detail that would take you down. They wanted one crack, one flaw, one moment they could twist. But every piece of evidence snapped in their hands. Every witness turned out solid. Every assumption fell flat. They expected chaos, but what they found was order. They expected scandal, but what they found was consistency. They expected guilt, and all they got was innocence. Now the same people who doubted you are sitting around whispering, "Damn, maybe we got it wrong," and that tiny sentence is eating your ex alive. Because the plan wasn't just to leave you, it was to ruin your name, ruin your peace, ruin your confidence. They wanted the world to turn against you so they could walk away looking clean. But the universe flipped the script and said, "Nope, not happening." You know what this moment feels like? It's that slow, eerie moment in every movie when the villain who thought they won realizes the hero wasn't weak. They were just quiet. You didn't clap back. You didn't throw dirt. You didn't expose them. You simply lived. You healed. You mind your business your way into a victory that nobody can erase. And that's what's haunting them. The idea that you never had to fight dirty to win. People are talking now, chosen one, and it's wild. They're repeating your name like you're somebody important. They're defending you in rooms you've never walked into. They're shutting down rumors before you even hear them. Your story is circulating like you're a walking headline, and the verdict is embarrassingly clear. You're innocent. They're not. Your ex is panicking because they thought they controlled the narrative. They thought once they left, the world would side with them. Instead, the world is asking all the real questions. Why did they try so hard to destroy someone who wasn't even fighting back? Why did they exaggerate so much? Why were they obsessed with controlling the story? Who goes to these lengths unless they're hiding something darker? This is where the shift happens. This is where the universe hands out consequences like overdue bills. Every lie they told is now returning to sender. Every trick they played is circling back to their doorstep. Every person they manipulated is starting to see the truth, like fog lifting from the windshield. You ever notice how people look different after the truth comes out? Not physically, energetically. There's a glow around someone who survived something ugly without turning ugly themselves. There's a calmness, a strength, a quiet confidence that says, you cannot break what the universe designed to stand. Think back to the times they tried to corner you, chosen one. That night, they twisted your words until you didn't even recognize your own voice. That argument where they attacked your character instead of dealing with their own. That moment when you walked away feeling like maybe you were the bad guy. Remember those? Those moments were not losses, they were receipts, and those receipts are now being reviewed. Let me tell you a quick story, because it's exactly the energy you're carrying right now. Years ago, someone just like you got blamed for everything in a breakup. Same game, same lies, same smear campaign. People doubted them, whispered, judged, but that person stayed quiet and kept moving, and months later, everything flipped, because the ex who tried to ruin them messed up so publicly that the whole town saw the truth. And you know what people said? Damn, you were innocent the whole time. That sentence healed wounds they thought would never close. And it's happening for you right now. Your ex didn't just lose you. They lost the illusion that they were the righteous one. They lost the spotlight they tried to steal. They lost the control they thought they had. And now people see them clearly for the first time. That's why they're unraveling. That's why they're furious. That's why they're obsessed. The spotlight meant to expose you is now exposing them. And what's being revealed is not pretty. It's petty. It's insecure. It's messy. And it's going to haunt them for a long, long time. Chosen one, breathe. You're not in the fight anymore. You're in the aftermath. You won without swinging. You rose without begging. You healed without apologizing. And the universe is making sure everyone sees exactly who was who. Your ex is losing their mind. You're gaining your power. People are talking like you're famous. And deep down, you already know why. Because the truth didn't just save you, it crowned you. Chosen one. Before we go any further, let me lock you in for a second. What's coming next is the part your ex never wanted you to hear, the part that explains why they're spiraling while your name keeps spreading like you're suddenly famous. So drop a comment with 999 if you're ready to step into this new version of yourself, the version that scares them to death. And if you want to support the team that brings these truth bombs to life, hit the super thanks button. Every bit of love you send keeps this mission running, because exposing lies and empowering you takes real work behind the scenes. Whether it's a cent or a stack, it fuels the voice that refuses to let your story be twisted again. And now, chosen one, settle in. We're about to break this down step by step. And trust me, if you're really built for this, you'll feel that pull to stay until the final word. What comes next is the part that hits your ex right where it hurts, and lifts you right where you belong. Let's get started. Number 1. When losing you turned them into a full-time stalker. Funny how the one who called you replaceable is now treating your existence like a homework assignment they can't finish. Chosen one. Let's rip the mask off right now. Your ex isn't hurt, confused, or just processing. Please, this isn't heartbreak. This is obsession. The kind that rots the mind, steals sleep, and turns a grown adult into a walking glitch. They tried to play it cool, but every part of their behavior screams one thing. Losing you triggered something they can't switch off. And here's the part that really burns them. You didn't collapse like they hoped. You rose. You glowed. You stabilized. And that rise is the exact reason they're sinking. See, this isn't about love anymore. This is about control. They thought walking away would put you on the floor. They thought silence would break you. They thought watching you lose direction would feed their ego for years. But instead, you rebuilt. You stayed quiet. You stayed focused. You stayed solid. And that stability is the very thing destroying them from the inside. Because now their biggest nightmare is unfolding in real time. You're becoming someone they can't reach, can't shake, and definitely can't replace. Some of you are probably asking, but why are they watching me this hard if they left? Because chosen one, they didn't leave to be free. They left to win. They expected a collapse, a meltdown, a desperate message that would feed their pride. But when you didn't break, the roles switched. Suddenly they're the one replaying old photos. They're the one stalking your updates. They're the one asking mutual friends for information you never asked for. And now the obsession is getting sloppy. They monitor your life like it's their last lifeline. Every post, every picture, every rumor, every tiny whisper of your name gets their full attention. They scroll like detectives, zoom in like analysts, and overthink like philosophers. Because in their mind, you're suddenly this untouchable figure rising out of the chaos they created. And nothing is more humiliating for them than realizing their villain story didn't stick. Here's the truth they don't want anyone to know. They're terrified of your growth, terrified of your glow, terrified that people might see you clearly and see them clearly too. Their obsession didn't come from love, it came from exposure. The moment you healed, the moment you matured, the moment you stopped reacting, the universe held up a mirror. And in that mirror, they didn't see a victim. They saw the person who caused the damage. They weren't scared of losing you. They were scared of you becoming someone they could never touch again. Your ex wanted to control the narrative. They wanted to leave with dignity and leave you with doubt. But instead, people started asking questions. Why would they go so hard trying to ruin someone who's clearly at peace? Why would they still be talking about you months later? Why are they watching someone they claim to be over? The hypocrisy is embarrassing. And now the world is noticing. Some of you right now feel that tension. Are they really losing their mind over me? Why are they suddenly so pressed? Why do they still care if they ended it? Listen closely. They're not obsessed with you. They're obsessed with the idea that you survived. They're obsessed with the possibility that someone else will value you in ways they never did. They're obsessed with the truth that they cannot rewrite what actually happened. They're obsessed with the thought that people are finally seeing through their lies, and the more you rise, the more desperate they get. Let's talk about the psychological part for a second. When someone with control issues loses access to the person they once manipulated, their brain flips a switch. They start circling you like a predator who lost its territory. They replay the past, not because they miss it, but because they can't stand how it makes them look. They start stalking because watching you is the only way they feel connected to a story that no longer belongs to them. And chosen one, your story is unfolding beautifully. That alone is torture for them. They expected you to be stuck. Instead, you leveled up. You didn't chase, you didn't beg, you didn't crumble, you didn't collapse under their smear campaign. You just quietly became more stable, more confident, more aligned, more respected. This is why they're unraveling. Your peace is their punishment. Your growth is their consequence. Your success is their karma. Every new chapter of yours feels like a reminder of the chapter they ruined. And this is what drives them into obsession. The world is starting to see you as the one who stayed true. The world is starting to see them as the one who broke the story. The world is starting to see the truth they tried to bury. They tried to make you look crazy, but ended up proving their own insanity. Now let's really hit where it hurts them. They didn't think you would glow without them. They didn't think your name would spread positively. They didn't think people would back you. They didn't think strangers would speak highly of you. They didn't think you would walk through the fire and come out looking untouched. They expected to win, chosen one. They expected to walk away with the crown. But chosen one, who's wearing it now? Who's being talked about like they're famous? Whose name is floating around in rooms the ex never imagined? Whose energy is rising instead of drowning? Whose story is turning into something inspiring instead of tragic? It's you. It's always been you. Your ex is obsessed because your shine exposes their shadow. Your stability exposes their chaos. Your truth exposes their lies. And nothing drives a narcissistic, ego-driven person crazier than the idea that the universe sided with the one they tried to destroy. This obsession behind their attack isn't romantic. It's not cute. It's not flattering. It's pathetic. They wanted to ruin you because you slipping through their fingers made them feel small, because your growth makes them feel irrelevant, because your healing makes them feel guilty in ways they won't admit. Chosen One, this entire meltdown they're having, it's not about the breakup, it's not about the past, it's about power. And the most terrifying reality for them is this: you took your power back without even trying. So let the obsession continue. Let them watch. Let them spiral. Let them whisper your name like you're a headline they can't escape. Because every second they spend trying to tear you down is another second they're forced to watch you rise. And the rise, you're just getting started. Number 2. When their lies turned into a movie and they cast you as the villain. Wild how they had to invent a villain because the real story made them look guilty. A lie needs constant maintenance. The truth walks on its own. They didn't expose you, they exposed how far they'll go when their ego gets hurt. When someone can't beat your character, they attack your reputation. Chosen One, buckle in, because this is the part your ex hoped would never get analyzed. This is where their entire fake story collapses under its own weight. They didn't just talk badly about you. They built a whole cinematic universe of lies and somehow convinced themselves it looked believable. They tried to turn your life into a scandal they could narrate. They created rumors with the confidence of someone submitting homework they copied from a stranger. And now that the truth is crawling back into the room, their whole script is falling apart. See, they weren't satisfied with simply leaving. They needed to rewrite the breakup so they looked heroic and you looked destructive. They needed a narrative that protected their ego. Because admitting they lost someone valuable, admitting they sabotaged something good, admitting they were the one who broke everything, that would have crushed them. So they did what insecure people always do. They built a character out of thin air and slapped your name on it. Imagine this: someone losing a chess match, flipping the board and screaming that you cheated. That's exactly the energy here. They lost control of you, so they tried to control the story about you. Here's what they did step by step, even if they'll never admit it out loud. They whispered lies. They performed innocence. They exaggerated minor issues into patterns. They misquoted you to make you sound unstable. They twisted your kindness into manipulation. They twisted your silence into proof. They turned your boundaries into attitude, and the whole time they prayed nobody would question the source. Imagine someone trying to paint you red with a brush that has no paint on it. Dry, empty strokes, hoping people wouldn't look closely. That's how weak their narrative actually was. But let's go deeper. Let's talk about the specific rumors they used. Chosen One started fights. Really? The same you who avoided unnecessary drama like it was toxic waste. The same you who walked away instead of exploding. They had to invent scenes because reality didn't give them any. Chosen One touches substances. Because what? Because you're chill. Because you've had a few quiet nights to yourself. Because they needed something spicy to keep people entertained. Please. People who spread stories like that are always trying to hide their own habits. Projection is a loud sport, and they play it like Olympians. Chosen One is a fraud. If you were a fraud, they wouldn't be obsessed. Hate doesn't fixate. Insecurity does. Only someone who fears your authenticity would try to label you fake. If you were truly the problem, they would have forgotten you. But look who still hasn't moved on. Chosen One is malicious. Malicious? You? Meanwhile, they're the one coordinating rumors like a marketing team gone rogue. They tried to frame you as the snake while they slithered through everyone's DMs planting seeds. You can't catch someone doing something that doesn't live in their character. The trap reveals the hunter, not the hunted. And speaking of traps, let's talk about the loyalty tests, the setups, the bait. Imagine this: someone leaves cheese on a mousetrap and gets confused when the cat walks past it untouched. That's what happened every time they tried to test you. They wanted you to slip. They wanted screenshots. They wanted proof. They wanted anything that could justify the lies they told behind your back. But you never took the bait, not once, because your integrity isn't an act, it's who you are. Some of you right now are wondering, why would they go this far? Why lie so boldly? Why build a story that makes no sense? Because, chosen one, they were desperate for control. Your silence threatened them. Your maturity embarrassed them. Your strength exposed them. Your growth humiliated them. People who lose a good thing always try to flip the narrative. It's survival for their ego. They needed you to look bad so they didn't have to admit they messed up. They needed a villain so they didn't have to admit their own flaws. They needed a story so they didn't have to admit the truth. Imagine this: someone tripping over their own feet, then pointing at you like you pushed them. That's exactly what this false narrative was. Here's the psychological breakdown they don't want anyone to hear. When someone loses a person who held them accountable, they feel exposed. When someone loses a person who saw through their patterns, they feel threatened. When someone loses a person they thought they would always have control over, they panic. And that panic turns into stories, rumors, traps, and smear campaigns. Liars don't fear the truth. They fear the truth finally having an audience. And guess what? The audience is waking up. People are starting to connect the dots. Why would someone who's harmless be described as toxic? Why would someone so peaceful be labeled chaotic? Why would someone who moved on quietly still be the main character in their ex's stories? Because the narrative was never about who you were. It was about who they needed you to be, and the danger for them now. The truth is getting louder. Your growth is screaming. Your name is clearing itself without you having to lift a finger. Imagine this: a fog machine blasting like crazy during a performance, but the fog starts drifting the wrong direction, revealing the wires and props they tried to hide. Your ex is that performer. Their lies were the fog. And the universe just flipped the fan. Chosen one, the more you rise, the more obvious their lies look. The cleaner your energy becomes, the dirtier their actions appear. Every rumor they started now feels flimsy. Every story they pushed now feels exaggerated. Every lie they planted now looks like a confession of their own flaws. Here's a truth they hate with their whole soul. If their narrative was real, it wouldn't require maintenance. If their narrative was true, they wouldn't need to repeat it. If their narrative was solid, they wouldn't be this obsessed with making people believe it. Rumors don't grow because they're true. Rumors grow because someone keeps watering them. But now, people have stopped sipping the poison. People have stopped believing the hype. People have started asking real questions. And the number one question is this: if you were the monster, why is your ex the one acting like a runaway villain? Chosen one, their false narrative didn't fail because you fought it. It failed because your character is too strong, your actions too consistent, your energy too clean, your truth too undeniable. They expected you to fold. You stood firm. They expected to ruin you. You rebuilt quietly. They expected people to turn against you. People are now turning toward you. The narrative they built wasn't just false, it was flimsy. And watching it collapse is driving them mad. Let them panic. Let them scramble. Let them try to rewrite the story again and again. Because every time they speak your name, the universe makes the truth glow a little brighter. And every lie they told, it's starting to sound like a confession. Chosen one, you were never the villain. You were the mirror they couldn't look into. and that's why they tried so hard to break the glass. Number 3, when their master plan exploded in their own face. A liar's worst nightmare isn't the truth. It's the day nobody buys their story anymore. Chosen one, this is the point where their whole operation falls apart like a cheap prop under bright lights. They didn't just gossip. They launched a full campaign. They poured time, energy, and even money into trying to turn the world against you. They rehearsed their lies so many times they started believing them. But belief doesn't make fiction real, and reality just slapped them awake. Communities that once nodded politely are now giving them side-eye. People who once listened are now connecting dots they ignored before. Their victim act is glitching, and their audience is shrinking by the hour. Because here's the secret they never prepared for. Lies age like milk. Truth ages like stone, and your truth just outlived every rumor they planted. Imagine this, someone throwing a boomerang with full force, then panicking when it comes back faster than they threw it. That's what's happening now. Every rumor they spread is circling back and landing on them. Every accusation is starting to look like a confession. Every trap they set is snapping shut on their own fingers. Some of you are asking, how did the story flip so fast? Why is everyone doubting them now? Why is everything going wrong for them all at once? Because chosen one, this isn't revenge. You didn't lift a finger. This is the universe balancing the scale. This is consequences wearing no disguise. This is what happens when someone tries to destroy what they never understood. What they meant for your downfall became the blueprint of their own. Their plan didn't collapse, it returned to sender. And now the only person drowning in their lies is the one who told them. Number 4, when the receipts started screaming the truth. Funny how the evidence they prayed would damn you ended up dragging them instead. Chosen one, this is the moment their whole fantasy world collides with real-world receipts. People finally started looking past the noise, past the rumors, past the drama, and straight into the facts. And what did they find? Not the monster your ex tried to paint, not the chaos character they scripted. They found you, the real you, and that alone was enough to shatter every lie your ex rehearsed. They found screenshots where you stayed calm while they spiraled. They found messages where you set boundaries with grace instead of rage. They found clips, posts, and stories where you chose peace over drama, kindness over ego, self-control over destruction. They found testimonies from people you uplifted without needing applause. Imagine this, detectives walking into a crime scene expecting trouble, and instead they find flowers, clean floors, and a scent of lavender. Nothing adds up. Nothing supports the accusation. That's exactly how the truth about you hit them. Some of you are wondering, why is everyone suddenly defending me? Why are people switching sides? How did the evidence flip everything so fast? Because the real you has always been undeniable. Your stability, your sobriety, your compassion, it's all documented in the background of your life. And when people started comparing your character to your ex's claims, the lies didn't just fall apart, they disintegrated. You can't argue with receipts, you can't out-talk proof, and you can't bury a truth that keeps resurfacing. The universe laid everything out like a gallery, your kindness versus their narrative, your calm versus their chaos, your integrity versus their insecurity. And when people saw the contrast, their accusations collapsed under the weight of your reality. Chosen one, your truth didn't just survive the fire, it exposed who actually lit the match. Number 5. When the investigators flipped sides and started protecting you. When objective people start defending you, that's when the villain knows their script is dead. Chosen one, this is where the story gets almost poetic. The same people your ex hoped would expose you are now defending you. Investigators, moderators, analysts, community leaders, people who were supposed to stay neutral, are suddenly stepping in because what they're seeing isn't relationship drama. It's a targeted attack on someone who didn't fight back. Imagine this. Someone hires a detective to expose you, but halfway through the case, the detective starts saying, "Hold on, you're going after the wrong person." That's exactly the energy right now. The investigators aren't just reviewing things, they're becoming personally invested because the pattern is too clear. Your ex didn't want truth, they wanted a takedown, and everyone with a working brain can see it. They're noticing the harassment, they're noticing the coordinated lies, they're noticing the obsessive monitoring, they're noticing the smear tactics that follow the same pattern as online stalkers and abusers. Some of you might be wondering, why would investigators care? Why would strangers defend me? Why does it feel like the universe is pushing people toward the truth? Because when people who specialize in facts step in, it's never random. They see intention, they see manipulation, they see obsession disguised as righteousness. Good people don't need to fake evidence. Only guilty ones do. Documentation is piling up. Screenshots, timestamps, inconsistencies, contradictions, things your ex hoped nobody would examine. Investigators are quietly building files that could be used in court, not against you, but against the one who tried to destroy you. That's the twist your ex never prepared for. Imagine this, someone throws you to the wolves, but the wolves walk past you and start circling them. That's exactly what's happening. Chosen one, you didn't ask for protection, you didn't beg for defense. But the truth is so loud, people who barely know you are stepping in because they can't watch injustice unfold. They see who the real threat is, and spoiler, it's not you. Number 6. When their real life crashed harder than their lies. The loudest person dragging your name is usually the one whose own life is burning behind them. Chosen one, this part hits almost too perfectly. While they were busy trying to destroy your image, their actual life was collapsing like a tower made of wet paper. They weren't leveling up. They weren't healing. They weren't working on themselves. They were spiraling, quietly, secretly, pathetically. And now the cracks are so wide, the whole world can see through them. Your ex is in full freefall mode. They're pretending they have a job when they don't. Parking lots have become their fake office. They sit there during work hours, posting selfies from the driver's seat so nobody notices the truth. They're unemployed, unstable, and lying through their teeth. While you were rebuilding, they were rehearsing excuses. While you were rising, they were sinking. Imagine this, someone tries to drown you while standing in a sinking boat. That's exactly their life right now. Financially, it's a disaster zone, bad credit, unpaid bills, debt collectors calling like it's a subscription service. Borrowed money they can't return. Every action screaming instability. Yet somehow, instead of fixing the mess they live in, their top priority is still you. Some of you might wonder, why are they focused on me when their life is a wreck? Why not fix their problems? Why am I still in their head? Because chosen one attacking you is their coping mechanism. It distracts them from their failures. It numbs their guilt. It feeds their ego just enough to avoid reality. They think if they ruin you, they won't have to face themselves. People who have nothing left often try to take down the one who has everything to gain. Your ex didn't just lose control, they lost direction. Their real life is falling apart in every category, and instead of rebuilding, they're obsessing over you, the one person who already escaped the chaos. Section 7. While you fixed your soul, they tried to drown their guilt. You healed the wound. They poured alcohol on it and called it coping. Chosen one, this is where the contrast becomes brutal. While you were rebuilding your mind, stitching up your heart, and choosing real growth, your ex went the opposite direction. They didn't sit with their emotions. They didn't face their choices. They didn't do the work. They grabbed the quickest escape hatch they could find and jumped straight into numbness. And let's be clear, this isn't social drinking. This is emotional anesthesia. They're drinking to forget, drinking to silence the guilt, drinking so they don't have to sit alone with the truth that keeps haunting them. They don't want to feel, because feeling would force them to admit what they lost. Imagine this. Two people fall into a hole. One climbs out slowly, with scrapes and sweat, learning every step. The other curls up in the dark and cracks open a bottle, hoping the walls disappear. That's the difference between you and them. They're stuck in an unhappy situation, maybe even a relationship they regret, but the real prison is inside their mind. Everything they touch, everything they try, everything they chase, it's all compared to the memory of you. And that comparison crushes them, because no matter how much they try to distract themselves, nothing hits the same. No conversation feels as real, no connection feels as safe, no moment feels as honest. Some of you are probably thinking, why am I still in their head? Why can't they move on if they chose this path? Why am I their escape instead of their reality? Because, chosen one, you were the last version of themselves they didn't destroy. You represented peace, stability, sanity, and growth, things they never learned to maintain. Losing you exposed every flaw they've been avoiding for years. When someone can't heal, they don't forget the person who tried to teach them how. Meanwhile, you've been doing the hard work, sitting with the pain, breaking old patterns, facing your triggers, choosing boundaries, choosing peace, choosing maturity. Your glow didn't come from luck. It came from discipline. It came from honesty with yourself. It came from nights you cried and still chose to try again. It came from the internal work they refused to do. You're becoming stronger, calmer, wiser. They're becoming numb, foggy, and lost. The universe saw the difference, and it's showing the world exactly who's growing and who's drowning. Section 8. When your glow starts blinding the same people who doubted you. Nothing hurts an ex more than watching the person they broke become the person they always wished they could be. Chosen one, this is the part of the story your ex truly cannot handle. Your transformation isn't subtle anymore. It's visible, loud without speaking, heavy without trying. Your energy has shifted so dramatically that people feel it before they even understand it. You walk into a room and the atmosphere adjusts. You talk differently. You move differently. You stand differently. It's not confidence you're faking. It's confidence you earned. Imagine this, a butterfly flying over the same garden where it once crawled. The caterpillars stare, confused, offended, jealous. They swear you changed, but really you just became what you were meant to be. That's you right now. And your ex. They're stuck on the ground, watching the sky like it betrayed them. Your glow is magnetic. People are drawn to you without knowing why. Strangers want to talk to you. Friends want to be around you more. Even people who once ignored you suddenly see something in you they can't explain. It's growth, chosen one, pure, undeniable growth that radiates out of everything you do. Some of you might wonder, why does my ex look so bothered? Why does my glow-up affect them this much? What exactly is triggering them? Simple. Your evolution proves they were wrong. Your peace proves they were the chaos. Your rise proves they were the anchor. The universe didn't just heal you, it put a spotlight on your upgrade and sat your ex in the front row. They're watching you level up while they stay trapped in the same cycles, the same habits, the same regrets, and every new version of you is another reminder of everything they ruined, everything they lost, and everything they'll never get back. Chosen one, your transformation is not just visible, it's undeniable, and it's haunting them. Section 9. When their obsession mutates into full-blown madness. When someone loses access to you, their imagination becomes the prison that eats them alive. Chosen one, this is the stage where their obsession stops being embarrassing and starts becoming outright disturbing. They're not curious, they're not checking in, they're spiraling, and every day you level up makes their fixation grow sharper, louder, uglier. They watch your social media like it's their morning medicine, multiple times a day, refreshing, replaying, zooming in, reading captions like crime evidence, studying emojis like hidden codes. And when you block them, cute, they just switch to burner accounts, plural. The kind made at 3 a.m. with usernames that look like fallen Scrabble tiles. Imagine this, someone camping outside a locked palace gate, shaking the bars, staring through the cracks, convinced that if they look hard enough, they'll magically get inside again. That's how desperate they are. They want access to a world they no longer belong to. Their friends and family, exhausted, done, tired of hearing your name like a broken radio. Every conversation circles back to you. Every emotion traces back to you. They're replaying the breakup like a rerun that nobody else wants to watch. Even their own people can see the obsession. And the behavior gets creepier, driving past places they think you might be, scanning parking lots, imagining accidental run-ins, rehearsing conversations in their car that will never happen in real life, practicing apologies they'll never deliver. Some of you are asking, why are they still obsessed? Why can't they move on? Why am I still the center of their world? Because, chosen one, you built a life they can't access, a world they can't enter, a version of you they helped create but no longer get to experience. Nothing torments an ex more than realizing the door they slammed shut is now guarded by your glow. Your peace is gated, your future is fortified, your energy is exclusive, and the more unreachable you become, the more unhinged their obsession grows. They're stuck chasing ghosts. You're busy living a life they'll never touch again. Section 10. When the internet turned the spotlight on them. The truth doesn't need protection, only liars do. Chosen one, this is where the entire thing blows wide open. Your ex thought their smear campaign existed in the shadows, sliding through whispers and private messages. They forgot one tiny detail: the internet never forgets. And now, the investigation has gone from private concern to full-scale digital autopsy. More people are involved, more eyes are watching, more minds are connecting dots your ex hoped would stay scattered. What started as a few curious individuals is now a team of digital bloodhounds sniffing through timelines, screenshots, deleted posts, inconsistencies, recycled scripts, repeated behaviors. They're documenting everything. They're comparing conversation patterns. They're exposing contradictions so loud even your ex can't lie their way out of them. Imagine this: a web of strings pinned across a crime board, and every single line points back to one person. Your ex, not you. Them. And here's the twist that really burns them. People are realizing your ex has done this before. Same lies, same tactics, same blame shifting, same victim performance. A pattern doesn't lie, even when a person does. There's a full digital trail now. The messages, the fake accounts, the setups, the timestamps that don't match their story, the sudden coincidental accusations, the recycled lines from previous breakups. Some of you are thinking, how did this escalate so fast? Why are so many people getting involved? Why is everything suddenly becoming public? Because, chosen one, people hate injustice. And your ex built a bomb made of lies, forgetting it could explode in public. Your innocence is trending. Their manipulation is being archived. Imagine this: a spotlight meant for your downfall turning 180 degrees and frying the person who set it up. That's what this digital investigation is doing. Every day, more truth leaks out. Every day, more lies collapse. Every day, the internet becomes less forgiving. You didn't expose them. Their own behavior walked out into the light. Chosen one, the online world isn't just watching. It's documenting. And your ex, they're running out of places to hide. Section 11. When the law starts breathing down their neck. You can outrun rumors, but you can't outrun consequences. Chosen one, this is the chapter they never imagined they'd face. They thought their attacks were just drama. They thought smearing your name was a game without rules. They thought harassment lived in some grey area where they'd never be held accountable. But the universe has a funny way of pulling experts into the story exactly when they're needed. Someone with real legal knowledge has been watching, and they're not impressed. They've seen enough to know this isn't petty conflict. This is harassment. This is defamation. This is targeted emotional damage. And now it's officially crossed into territory with consequences, real ones, the kind your ex can't flirt their way out of. The kind they can't lie their way past. The kind that shows up in paperwork, not whispers. Imagine this: someone throws dirt at you for months, thinking it's harmless. Then a lawyer shows up and says, actually, that's illegal. That's the moment your ex is in right now. Their audience, gone, silent, vanished. People who once entertained their stories now turn away. People who once nodded along now say, wait, this doesn't look right. People who once believed them are now questioning everything, because here's what everyone's realizing: your ex wasn't telling a story, they were building a case against themselves. Some of you might wonder, why is everyone suddenly avoiding them? Why are people confronting them now? Why does it feel like the whole world flipped? Because the truth is undeniable, and legal consequences have a way of making people step back and say, I'm not getting dragged into that mess. When the law enters the chat, lies become liabilities. Your ex is being questioned. Your ex is being confronted. Your ex is being avoided like a walking red flag with alarms strapped to it. Reality isn't just catching up, it's grabbing them by the collar. And chosen one, you didn't have to fight. You didn't have to expose them. You didn't have to seek revenge. Their own actions built the case. The law just turned the page. Section 12. When you became the standard and they became the warning. Some people survive the storm, others become the storm. You, chosen one, became the lesson everyone studies. Your rise wasn't an accident, it wasn't luck, it wasn't timing. It was the universe making sure the truth hit the spotlight, while every lie your ex threw at you collapsed like cheap stage props. People aren't whispering your name because of drama anymore. They're speaking it with respect, with admiration, with a kind of awe that only comes from watching someone stand tall through a fire meant to destroy them. You became the example of integrity under pressure. You became the blueprint for resilience when attacked. You became the walking reminder that character still matters. Invitations are showing up. Opportunities are opening. Connections are forming. People want you around because your presence feels grounded and powerful, not chaotic and loud. Meanwhile, your ex, they're the cautionary tale, the don't be like this in every conversation. The red flag people use as a reference point. And here's where the energy flipped hard. Everything they sent toward you got transformed. Every attack became armor. Every lie turned into clarity. Every betrayal became another level up in your maturity. You didn't throw dirt back. You didn't match their desperation. You chose healing over harm, and that choice built a shield their chaos could never crack. Investigators, observers, even strangers with influence started aligning with you because truth naturally attracts reinforcement. And just when the dust settles, the universe quietly places someone new in your life. Someone aligned with your future. Someone who sees your worth without needing you to shrink or explain. While you rise, your ex watches everything crumble. Their story failed. Their attacks backfired. Their mask slipped. The karmic ties are snapping one by one, leaving them alone with the fallout they created. You're walking out of this chapter victorious, vindicated, and stronger than they ever imagined you'd become. People talk about you like you're famous, not for drama, but for character. Your ex didn't just lose you, they lost the war. And you rose so high they can't even see you anymore. And chosen one, you made it through the fire and came out shining. Everything they tried to use against you only proved who you really are. Your rise is the final chapter, and their fall is the epilogue they earned. If this message hit home, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss another truth built for you. Your story isn't ending, it's just starting to get legendary. Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. Since you're here, guess it's finally time to talk about the moment your enemies realized they messed with the wrong person. The moment their little schemes hit a wall so solid it made their teeth rattle. And no, I'm not starting with some pretty metaphor, because we don't need glitter to expose the truth. We're starting with a cold, undeniable fact. They tried to dig into your life, and ended up digging their own grave. None. You know what's funny? Look who started shaking the minute they realized you weren't the soft target they imagined. Look who suddenly lost the confidence they used to bark with. Look who thought you were easy to figure out, only to choke on their own arrogance. They swore you were predictable. They swore you were small. They swore they could corner you. And now they're whispering things like they just saw the universe glitch. Press the like button and subscribe real quick to pay this message back. Trust me, your enemies can feel every bit of this energy hitting them. Because let's talk about what actually went down behind those closed doors. It wasn't some petty rumor or cheap gossip this time. They crossed a line even they knew was dangerous. They pulled real money from real pockets just to finally expose you. They didn't send some random friend. They didn't send a fake account online. No, They hired someone serious, someone with a reputation for ruining lives with nothing but a single folder of facts. A private investigator with 20 years in the shadows. The type that scares people without even raising their voice. Someone who's seen everything ugly in the world and doesn't flinch. Your enemies thought they finally had you cornered. They imagined this investigator coming back with a thick envelope full of dirt. They imagined scandals, flaws, proof you're not who you appear to be. They imagined the final blow. The moment they finally exposed you. But then, reality slapped them harder than they ever slapped you with lies. 3 weeks passed. 3 long weeks. The investigator walked back into that silent room, dropped their bag on the table, and your enemies leaned forward like hungry dogs waiting for scraps. They wanted your downfall served hot. Instead, the investigator froze. Literally froze. They sat at the polished table, stared your enemies dead in the face, and didn't speak for several seconds. That alone scared the room. These people are used to bold confidence, not silence. And then the investigator said the one sentence nobody expected. "You didn't tell me they were like this." The whole place went cold. Your enemies felt something crawl up their spine, because this wasn't the tone of someone who found a scandal. This wasn't the tone of someone who uncovered dirt. This was the tone of someone who ran into something they could not explain, and the part that hit them hardest? The investigator wasn't confused about what you did. The investigator was confused about who you are. They said your history didn't line up with your behavior. Your behavior didn't line up with your patterns. Your patterns didn't line up with your past. Every time they thought they understood you, the universe dropped another clue that ruined the theory. You weren't normal. You weren't average. You weren't just another person. Nothing about you matched the predictions. Nothing about you fit the file. Nothing about you followed the usual script. The investigator went through old jobs, old environments, old connections, and still couldn't find the breaking point everyone expected to see. They couldn't find the moment you should have fallen apart. Couldn't find the moment you should have cracked. Couldn't find the weakness your enemies swore existed. And that's when the investigator realized something scary. You weren't supposed to survive what you survived, yet here you are. At that point, your enemies started pretending they didn't care. You should have seen the fake smiles, the fake laughs, the fake confidence. But beneath all that, their stomach dropped. Because this investigator, the one who exposes everyone, was sitting there looking like they just witnessed a ghost. And the investigator didn't stop. They said something even heavier. Every time they should have fallen, they got stronger. You could have heard a pin drop in that room. Even the air tried to hide, because that's the truth nobody wanted to admit. You weren't just surviving life. You were bending it. You were turning collapse into power. You were turning betrayal into strategy. You were turning silence into resilience. Every time the universe threw a brick at you, you built another level. And the investigator knew that wasn't normal, that wasn't luck, that wasn't positive mindset. That was something deeper, something the world doesn't see often, something your enemies should have never tested. Your story wasn't a tragedy. Your story was a blueprint for fear. You weren't weak. You were unreadable, unpredictable, untouchable, and that's what froze the investigator. They couldn't find your limits because you don't have any. Meanwhile, the enemy, pathetic, confused, embarrassed, trying to act like they didn't just get hit with the most humiliating truth of their life. Let's go deeper, because this moment didn't come from nowhere. Years back, when you were struggling, when you were getting betrayed, when you were being underestimated left and right, nobody expected you to rise. You were dealing with people who thought you'd stay broken forever. You were surrounded by people who loved the idea of you being weak. But the universe wasn't done with you. Every painful chapter was sharpening you. Every loss was rewiring you. Every betrayal was teaching you how snakes move. You weren't becoming bitter. You were becoming strategic. And that's exactly why the investigator couldn't crack the code. You didn't live your life in straight lines. You lived in plot twists. You lived in comebacks that shouldn't have been possible. You lived in silence that people underestimated until it was too late. And when the investigator tried to piece your life together, the final picture looked nothing like what your enemies expected. Instead of seeing weakness, they saw strength. Instead of seeing chaos, they saw discipline. Instead of seeing a victim, they saw someone the universe clearly protected through storms that destroy people. When they realized that, the fear started. The fear that your enemies now pretend they don't feel. The fear that keeps them checking your social media at 3 a.m. The fear that makes them whisper your name instead of saying it out loud. The fear that makes them regret every step they took against you. Because here's the thing, chosen one, you were never the target, you were the lesson. And the investigator, they didn't expose you. They exposed the fact that your enemies were never on your level to begin with. They wanted dirt, they got destiny, they wanted weakness, they got resilience, they wanted a downfall, they got a mirror showing their own insecurity. And that, chosen one, is why the entire room froze. So chosen one, before we go any further, thanks for standing here with me in this moment. You have no idea how rare it is to witness a story like yours unfold, and trust me, you don't want to blink now. What's coming next will explain exactly why that investigator froze and why your enemies suddenly lost their voices. So stay locked in. Press the like button, subscribe, and drop a 777 in the comments if you're ready to walk through this whole investigation with me. And if you want to push this message louder, hit the super thanks. Every bit of support keeps this mission alive and exposes the truth they tried to bury. Now, take a breath. The next part is where things get even darker for your enemies and even brighter for you. Let's step into it, piece by piece. And if you're truly a chosen one, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. Number 1. The moment the file hit the table and their jaws hit the floor. They wanted proof you were a fraud, and instead got proof they were the joke. The investigator didn't walk in with confidence this time. There was no dramatic entrance, no thick folder, no stack of evidence waiting to be weaponized. Instead, they stepped into the room with a single sheet of paper and a face that looked like they'd just survived something unreal. At first, your enemies thought this was great news. They smirked. They leaned back in their chairs. They believed they finally won. But the investigator didn't share their excitement. They didn't even sit down fully. They just held that single page out like it was radioactive. And for a moment, the whole room felt colder than reality itself. Your enemies didn't understand what was happening yet. They assumed this was the final blow they'd been praying for, something they could use to tear you down, something to prove their twisted stories right. They were expecting scandals, secrets, mess, weakness, anything to confirm their fantasies. But the investigator spoke the first sentence, and every smile in the room cracked. "This doesn't match anything you told me." That was the first punch to their ego, because they spent years building lies about you. They rehearsed scripts, they invented fake flaws, they painted you as some unstable disaster walking around waiting to collapse. And now their own hired professional was staring at them like they'd wasted 3 weeks of their life. The investigator wasn't confused about your past. They were confused about you. They said your story didn't behave the way it should. They said every pattern in your life broke the rules. They said nothing lined up. Not your behavior, not your resilience, not the fact that you kept rising when every logical outcome said you should have failed. And when your enemies tried to argue, the investigator shut them down with something even heavier, something nobody was ready to hear. It's like looking at someone who shouldn't exist according to the rules we all live by. Do you understand how powerful that is? That wasn't a compliment. That was a confession. It was the moment the universe forced everyone to admit the truth they tried so hard to ignore. You were built different, and they couldn't fake that anymore. Think about how humiliating this was for your enemies. They paid real money, pulled real strings, and relied on someone whose entire career is based on exposing people. And instead of exposing you, they exposed the stupidity of the people who came after you. Your enemies expected dirt, but all they got was a clean page and a reality check. This is where most chosen ones pause and ask themselves the same silent question. Why are they so obsessed with me? Why do they need me to be weak so badly? Simple. Because they need your downfall to feel better about their own lack of growth. They need you broken so they can pretend they're whole. They need your collapse so they can avoid facing the truth that you've already faced head-on. You didn't choose this war, they declared it, and now they're losing it. The investigator went through your past, looking for the moment you should have cracked. They expected to find a meltdown, a failure, a collapse. Instead, they saw the opposite. They saw how you kept rising in places where most people don't even survive. Every time life pushed you, you pushed back harder. Every time someone tried to break your spirit, you grew sharper. Every betrayal that should have destroyed you only made you more aware, more strategic, more impossible to predict. The investigator even admitted that your emotional recovery didn't make sense. They said most people stay stuck in the pain, stuck in confusion, stuck in the same cycles forever. But you went through storms that take people out and walked out looking like you'd studied every lightning strike. Your enemies felt sick hearing that, because you weren't supposed to win, you weren't supposed to heal, you weren't supposed to wake up. You weren't supposed to become the version of yourself you are today. According to their expectations, you should have folded years ago. But that's the thing about chosen ones. The universe throws pressure at you, and you turn it into instruction. You turn pain into blueprints. You turn heartbreak into discipline. You turn betrayal into clarity. And that is exactly why the investigator froze, because nothing about your life followed the normal human pattern. You didn't crumble where others crumbled. You didn't lose your voice when people tried to silence you. You didn't fall into the traps they set. You stepped over them like they were nothing but dust. The investigator even said your emotional intelligence didn't match your age or history. It matched someone who had lived through 10 lifetimes of lessons and still came out ready to fight. They couldn't explain how you stayed calm in chaos, how you forgave without becoming naive, how you predicted betrayal before it even showed up. Your enemies glanced around the room, terrified to admit the obvious. Everything they tried to spin about you was a lie, and now the professional they hired had blown their whole cover. Picture that moment. Your enemies leaned forward, waiting for proof you were fake. Instead, they were told you were the realest thing they'd ever underestimated. That's why the entire room fell silent. Not because they respected you, but because they feared what it meant to be wrong about you. And here's something the investigator didn't say out loud, but definitely thought. You were never prey. You were the storm walking straight toward the people who tried to corner you. Let me give you an example your enemies could never accept. Remember those times people tried to control you, those phases where they tried to make you feel small so you'd listen to them. Most people would bend, shrink, or break. But you didn't. Even when you were quiet, even when you kept to yourself, your silence was not the silence of a victim. It was the silence of someone watching, learning, calculating. The investigator caught that energy instantly. It scared them, and it scared your enemies even more, because this wasn't the report they wanted. This was the truth they never wanted to face. They didn't uncover your weaknesses. They uncovered the power you gained from surviving what was never meant to be survived. They wanted proof you were nothing special. Instead, they found a blueprint for a threat they can't handle. This is the moment chosen ones begin to ask, why does my strength bother them so much? Why do they need to pretend I'm less? Because your existence exposes their comfort zones, because your growth highlights their stagnation, because your survival reminds them of everything they failed to become. You didn't beat them by trying. You beat them by evolving. You beat them by staying true to yourself while they hid behind lies. And that's exactly what froze the investigator. Not what they found, but what they didn't find. No weakness. No collapse, no shame, no moment of failure to weaponize, just power, quiet power, steady power, unexplainable power, and your enemies couldn't handle it. So when that single sheet of paper hit the table, their jaws hit the floor. Because that paper wasn't empty. It was full of everything they didn't want to admit about you. You were the one they couldn't predict. You were the one who kept rising. You were the one who refused to break. You were the one who shattered their full narrative without even trying. And now they know exactly what the investigator realized the second they looked into your life. You're not the problem. You're the proof they never stood a chance. Number 2. When they dug for dirt and found a mirror they couldn't handle. Every shovel they used to bury you only uncovered their own insecurity. They wanted a scandal. The universe handed them a spotless record with their shame reflected on top. Your past wasn't clean by accident. It was clean because their lies never touched your truth. They searched for your darkness and tripped over their own. The investigator didn't stop at surface-level checks. That first shock wasn't enough for them. They thought maybe they missed something. Maybe the real dirt was buried deeper. Maybe everything they saw in the beginning was just a well-hidden trap. So they followed every protocol they had. Birth records, school files, job history, social media archives, criminal databases, financial statements. They even brought out the heavy software. The kind used to rebuild deleted posts, recover hidden messages, track IP addresses halfway across the world. And what happened next wasn't normal, wasn't logical, wasn't human. The deeper they dug, the cleaner everything got. Not regular clean, not good person clean. It was unnervingly flawless. The type of clean that made the investigator feel like they were being played by the universe itself. Every file, every timestamp, every record looked untouched by chaos. They expected to find cracks. They expected inconsistencies. They expected the mess your enemies swore existed. But instead, every new layer made them more uncomfortable. Imagine this. A detective walks into a house expecting a crime scene, but finds every corner glowing like it was polished 5 minutes ago. No dust, no fingerprints, no footprints, just silence, just clarity, just truth. And the truth didn't match what your enemies promised. That's exactly how your investigator felt, like they stepped into a story that refused to bend to lies. Picture this. They open your old school records, thinking they'll find behavioral issues or conflicts. Instead, they find teachers writing notes like quiet, observant, sharp for their age. Doesn't talk much but sees everything. Your enemies wanted problem child. Your file said silent strategist. Then they moved to your job history. They expected complaints, drama, patterns of conflict. Instead, they found bosses who described you as someone who did their work better than people twice your age. Someone who didn't talk much, but when you did, your words changed the whole room. Someone who knew how to read situations, people, and intentions faster than anyone else. Imagine this. Your enemies sitting in a room rehearsing their lies like bad actors, and this investigator reading report after report, proving those lies never had legs to stand on. And here's the part that really bothered the investigator, the part your enemies never expected. Your life didn't look like a straight line. It looked like a blueprint. A blueprint of someone who learned from everything, someone who adapted faster than anyone around them, someone who didn't need noise to make impact. That alone made them suspicious. Not of you, but of the people who hired them. Think about that. They went into this job believing you were the odd one out. They came out believing your enemies were hiding something, and that's when they dug deeper. They started interviewing people from your past, teachers, bosses, neighbors, the kind of people who normally give random mixed reviews about anyone. But with you, every person said the same thing. You were different. You always noticed things others missed. You weren't loud, but you were always 3 steps ahead. You helped people without asking for anything. You saw things before they happened. Let me answer a question you might be thinking right now. How did they all say the same thing? People usually disagree. Exactly. That's what made this even scarier for the investigator. People rarely align perfectly on someone's character, but with you, the description was almost identical across years, across environments, across situations. That's not normal. That's not random. That's not coincidence. That's consistency. That's integrity. That's the kind of power you can't fake, edit, or lie into existence. Your enemies didn't expect this. They told the investigator stories of you being unstable, dramatic, untrustworthy, chaotic. They painted you as a danger to yourself. They painted you as the problem in every situation. And yet every unbiased witness said the opposite. Your enemies wanted the investigator to confirm their lies. Instead, the investigator found truth so strong it felt like a slap. And here's the deeper truth your enemies never considered. The universe was always cleaning your path behind the scenes, not because you were perfect, but because you never moved with bad intentions. You weren't messy, you weren't reckless, you weren't irresponsible. You just lived in a way that kept your integrity clean, even when your surroundings were dirty. Imagine this. You're walking through mud while everyone else is sinking, but somehow your footsteps land on stones instead of sludge. You don't leave the same marks they leave. You don't create the same chaos they create. And when someone tries to trace your trail, all they find is the path, not the stains. That's how your records looked, untouched by their mess, unaffected by their drama, unafraid of their investigations. Let me answer another silent question you might have. Why do they want something wrong with me so badly? Because if there's nothing wrong with you, they have to face everything wrong with themselves. Your peace exposes their chaos. Your focus exposes their insecurity. Your silence exposes their noise. Your growth exposes their laziness. Your kindness exposes their manipulation. You're a walking mirror they never wanted to look into, and the deeper the investigator looked, the more that mirror blinded them. At one point, the investigator even thought you might be hiding things too well, so they dug harder. They used advanced tracking, old IP logs, forensic social media recovery tools, programs designed to find the smallest shadow in a person's digital trail. Still nothing. No secret accounts, no hidden drama, no double life. Everything pointed back to the same truth. You move clean because you think clean. You act with intention, not impulse. You choose growth, not chaos. You choose progress, not drama. And this wasn't something you did for show. This is who you've always been, even before people were watching. Then came the biggest blow of all, when they talked to old neighbors. People who saw you growing up, walking to school, coming home tired, staying in your lane, minding your business, observing more than speaking. People who remember you as the kid or teen who didn't cling to crowds, who didn't need attention, who didn't follow drama. One neighbor said something the investigator wrote down word for word. They were always too aware, like they could sense things the rest of us were blind to. That line hit your enemies harder than any punch, because awareness is the one thing manipulators fear most. Your enemies depend on confusion. They depend on people not noticing. They depend on you being clueless, overwhelmed, distracted. But you were the opposite. You always watched from the back row while the world underestimated you. The investigator didn't find dirt. They found patterns, real patterns. Patterns of someone who learned early how the world works. Someone who saw through people long before people saw through themselves. That's what terrified them, not your past, not your records, not your behavior. Your awareness scared them. Your silence scared them. Your consistency scared them. Your growth scared them. Your stability scared them. Your enemies never expected the investigation to prove your power. Never expected people from your past to speak so highly of you. Never expected your story to be this clean. And here's the final truth the investigator realized. You weren't avoiding chaos. You were simply never part of it. Your enemies were projecting their darkness onto you. They wanted you to carry their flaws, their mistakes, their guilt. They wanted you to collapse under rumors so they could feel powerful. But your real life? Too clean to weaponize, too consistent to twist, too strong to rewrite. Everything they used to insult you is now being used as evidence of your greatness. So ask yourself this, chosen one, why do they hate my clean record so much? Because your truth destroys their lies. Your clarity ruins their narratives. Your whole existence exposes how wrong they were. The deeper they dug, the more they realized you weren't hiding anything. You were just too real for their imagination. Number 3, when hurting you turned into their own downfall. They tried to break you and tripped straight into the hole they dug. There was one pattern the investigator couldn't escape, no matter how many times they rotated the evidence. Every person who ever tried to harm you ended up destroying themselves, and that alone shook them more than any clean record, any perfect file, any flawless history. It wasn't you hitting back. It wasn't revenge. It wasn't retaliation. It was something else, something the universe clearly wasn't joking about. Your enemies weren't punished by you. They were punished by the consequences they created. Imagine this, someone throws a stone at you, and the stone curves mid-air and smacks them right in the face. That's how your life looked on paper. Every betrayer stumbled, every liar slipped, every manipulator got exposed. Every saboteur collapsed under the weight of their own games. The investigator circled these incidents again and again, hoping there was a rational explanation. There wasn't. Another example, picture someone cutting the brake lines on your bike, expecting you to crash, but the next morning they're the ones skidding across the pavement. That's the kind of pattern the investigator kept finding. Not once, not twice, over and over. They even asked themselves, is this coincidence? Bad luck? Something they triggered? But the deeper they looked, the more undeniable it became. People didn't fall apart because of you. They fell apart because hurting you exposed who they really were. And that's when fear crept in. Not fear of you, fear for you. Because people with this kind of energy aren't supposed to exist quietly. People with this kind of karma orbit attract attention, jealousy, obsession. The investigator didn't understand it. Your enemies definitely didn't understand it. And the universe didn't care whether they understood or not. All the investigator knew was this: getting close to you protects the right people and destroys the wrong ones. Number 3. The years they couldn't trace and the reality that bent around you. They tried to track your past, and the universe erased the trail right in front of them. The investigator thought they had seen everything, but nothing prepared them for the moment the search went deeper than any normal file system. They used underground databases, deep web archives, old government servers, even systems that required clearance they technically weren't allowed to touch. And that's when the panic started, not because they found something dangerous, but because they found nothing at all. Not deletions, not edits, not corrupted files. Actual absences, like parts of your life, were never recorded in the first place. Imagine opening a book, expecting messy chapters, but instead, pages 42 to 59 are literally blank. Not torn out, just never written. That's what your timeline looked like. Whole years with no digital footprint, no logs, no trail. And the investigator wasn't stupid. They knew the difference between someone hiding their history and someone whose history bends the rules. One surveillance report said a camera shut off the moment you walked past. Another file stored your name, but had no details, like the system refused to fill in the blanks. Then came the handwritten notes, the kind professionals don't want seen. Patient senses things beyond standard perception. I'm not qualified for this case. Their presence shifts outcomes. Interview solved 5 cold cases in minutes. Nothing matched reality as they understood it. Imagine a detective running simulations expecting chaos, but each simulation points to you, changing the outcome without even being present. That's the kind of glitch they were facing. And your enemies? They wanted an explanation. They wanted something human, logical, predictable. But the investigator finally realized the truth. Your life didn't have missing pieces. The universe was protecting the parts nobody had clearance to see. Number 4. The 6-month curse that made your enemies tremble. They didn't fear you. They feared what happened to everyone who touched you with bad intentions. The investigator didn't want to believe it at first. Patterns like this don't show up in normal cases. But after reviewing enough timelines, enough names, enough quiet disasters, they couldn't deny it anymore. Every single person who tried to destroy you fell apart within 6 months. Some lost their jobs, some were exposed publicly, some got caught in their own lies, some watched their relationships implode. And your hands? Clean, untouched, nowhere near the chaos. Imagine this. Someone pushes you expecting you to fall, but they slip on the floor, they polished themselves. That's how every one of your enemies looked on paper. Their downfall wasn't connected to you directly. It came from their own decisions, just magnified the second they chose you as a target. Your life wasn't a battlefield, it was a timer. The investigator wrote that down. They noticed how fast karma accelerated around you, how lies cracked open quicker, how manipulation backfired harder, how fake people exposed themselves without you doing a single thing. Another metaphor: picture a mirror that doesn't reflect your face. It reflects your intentions. Anyone who walked toward you with love grew. Anyone who walked toward you with hate rotted from the inside out. Not because you cursed them, but because your presence removed the shadows they were hiding behind. And this is the part that made the investigator freeze hardest. You weren't hurting anyone. You weren't chasing anyone. You weren't even talking to them. They weren't falling because of you. They were falling because of who they were. That's when the investigator wrote their final conclusion. You're not a threat. You're the truth. And the truth destroys liars. Number 5. Wrong place for them, perfect timing for you. You didn't cause the chaos, you just showed up, and the universe handled the rest. The investigator kept seeing something that made no sense on paper. You kept appearing in the wrong place at the right time, and every time you did, something snapped in the world around you. Power outages hitting only corrupt buildings. Computer systems collapsing minutes before dirty money moved. Surveillance footage glitching everywhere except the exact angle that exposed a criminal's face. And you, never touching anything, never interfering, never even aware you were standing in the middle of a storm the universe was quietly settling. Imagine walking into a room moments before a hidden deal goes down, and suddenly every light flickers, every device shuts down, every plan collapses. Not because you intervened, but because the universe refused to let you breathe the same air as corruption without revealing it. Another example: picture a criminal trying to sneak through a security system, only for the cameras to glitch exactly where they're standing, except one frame that shows their full identity in perfect clarity. That's the kind of coincidences the investigator kept finding. They tried to explain it with logic. Were you involved? Did you trigger something? Were you following someone? But the answer was always the same. You were just there, present, quiet, minded your business. Meanwhile, the universe flipped the entire script around you like it had been waiting for your footsteps. It wasn't you causing the collapse. It was the universe cleaning the room the moment you walked in, and the investigator's final note said it all. Wherever they stand, truth becomes impossible to hide. Number 6. The stories that shattered their last excuse. Every person they interviewed tried to explain you and ended up exposing themselves instead. The investigator thought interviews would bring clarity. Instead, they brought chaos, the kind that makes a professional sit back, drop their pen, and question everything they believed about human nature. Because the people who knew you didn't talk about normal things. They didn't talk about arguments, mistakes, or everyday interactions. They talked about moments that didn't fit within the rules of the world. One person said you showed up during the darkest night of their life, and without speaking a single word, something shifted inside them. They couldn't explain it. You didn't give advice. You didn't comfort. You just stood there. And somehow the weight they carried broke apart like thin glass. The investigator wrote, "Presence alone altered emotional state," and even they knew that line didn't belong in a standard report. Then came the confession that almost made the investigator stop the interview altogether. Someone admitted they tried to sabotage you. They lied about you, twisted your name, painted you as the villain, and every lie they spread snapped back onto them like a boomerang made of truth. They said, "I tried to ruin them, and everything I accused them of happened to me instead." Imagine hearing that from multiple people, not once, not twice, but over and over like a broken record only the universe could compose. Your ex? They dropped a truth that punched harder than anything. Every false accusation they threw at you played out in their own life like a scripted punishment. The investigator circled that sentence 3 times. And then someone whispered the line that ended the investigator's last attempt at logic. They knew things before they happened. At that moment, the case stopped being an investigation and became a revelation. Number 7. The online trail that broke their systems. They tried to track you digitally, and the internet itself refused to cooperate. The investigators' last hope for a normal explanation was your digital footprint. They thought tech would finally expose something human, something flawed, something predictable. Instead, the deeper they scanned your online presence, the more their equipment started acting like it had a mind of its own. Your digital trail didn't behave like a normal archive. Posts appeared, disappeared, then reappeared depending on who looked for them. Some people swore they saw your comments years before they actually existed. Others looked at the same page and saw nothing at all. Algorithms couldn't categorize you. Not your personality, not your interests, not your online patterns. You didn't fit their boxes because your energy kept breaking the boxes. Imagine this. A search engine trying to label you, only to glitch and return blank results, like you were too unpredictable for its data models. That's exactly what the investigator saw. They even found forums, hidden corners of the internet, where people wrote stories about you, not drama, not gossip, testimonies. People saying a comment you left changed their mindset, that something you said pushed them out of depression, that one conversation with you made them rethink their entire life. And these weren't coincidence posts, they were patterns. Another metaphor, picture a fingerprint scanner trying to read your hand, but every time it scans, the pattern rearranges itself into something sharper, stronger, harder to define. That's how your digital identity behaved. Then the real fear hit. Every cyber attack against you backfired instantly. Devices crashed, accounts corrupted, hackers exposed their own secrets without meaning to. Some even locked themselves out of their systems as if the universe slammed the door in their face. The investigator's final note said it all. The system isn't protecting their data. It's protecting them. Number 8. The profile that said you should not exist. They tried to analyze your mind, and the model crashed harder than your enemies ever did. The psychological profiler walked into this case thinking it would be routine, just another subject with a pattern to decode. But the deeper they went into your life, the faster their confidence cracked. You didn't match any known category. You didn't follow any emotional blueprint. You didn't fit the patterns every human is supposed to follow. You were a paradox wrapped in clarity. Imagine a doctor checking someone for a broken bone, only to find the bone healed before they touched it. That's how your emotional history looked. You had trauma without trauma responses. You had betrayal without bitterness. You had scars without the damage that usually comes with them. You didn't suppress pain. You transformed it. You took every hit life threw at you and metabolized it like fuel. Most people drown in pain. You drink it and walk forward. The profiler circled that line 3 times. They said you didn't chase closure because you didn't need it. You lived in a state of completion, a kind of mental strength people spend decades trying to build. Every test they ran broke its own pattern. Every psychological model used to predict your behavior returned the same glitch. No match found. Another metaphor: picture running a diagnostic test and the machine returns a warning saying, "System cannot classify subject." That's exactly what happened. You weren't above normal human parameters. You were outside them completely. And the profiler's final line was the moment the entire room froze. Do not engage. This individual operates beyond predictable human psychology. Your enemies wanted proof you were weak. All they got was scientific evidence that you're nothing like them. And that's why they fear you. Number 9. The evidence that proved you weren't built like them. They looked for your origin and found a bloodline, an energy signature, and a ripple effect reality wasn't ready for. When the investigator traced your lineage, they weren't mapping a family tree. They were walking through a myth disguised as history. Your ancestors didn't age normally. Some lived decades without showing it. Some predicted disasters before they happened, saving crowds with nothing but intuition. Newspapers from old eras documented relatives surviving things no human should have survived. Medical files showed biology that didn't follow the rules. And the strangest part? Intelligence agencies tried watching your family, then backed out with the same chilling line. Beyond understanding, terminate observation. But it didn't stop there. They brought in specialists, energy experts, frequency analysts, quantum researchers, people who normally laugh at supernatural claims, but your readings wiped the smile off every face. Your photograph behaved like a signal broadcasting beyond the physical world. Your voice carried harmonics that slipped straight into people's subconscious. Equipment overloaded, images morphed based on thoughts in the room. Notes appeared saying, "Some things resist measurement." This subject rejects containment. Quantum physicists ran their tests next and froze. You created localized fields where truth surfaced, lies collapsed, and events twisted toward exposure or protection. Their conclusion was simple: reality bends around this subject. And then the scariest part wasn't the data, it was what began happening to the investigator personally. Nightmares dissolved, stress lifted, objects they needed appeared, their intuition sharpened, their emotional wounds softened. Even their dreams of you became guidance, not fear. They felt aligned, awake, lighter than they had in years. That's when the investigator finally wrote the line that sealed your file forever. This subject does not change people. They activate who people were meant to be. Number 10. The report that ended them before it ended the case. They wanted proof you were the threat, and instead got proof they were the problem. After 3 long months, the investigator finally sat down to write their final report, the one your enemies were waiting for like vultures circling a body they thought was already dead. They wanted ammunition, they wanted dirt, they wanted something sharp enough to break you, but the investigator didn't hand them a weapon, they handed them a mirror. The report didn't describe someone unstable, it described someone complete, grounded, clear, unshaken, someone whose very existence reveals the truth in others. They are not your enemy, they are your reckoning. That was the closing sentence, the line that ended the investigator's career but saved their integrity. But something inside them wouldn't settle. Curiosity, or maybe conscience, pushed them to look at the clients who hired them, and that's when the real story broke open. Every one of those victims had crossed you in the past. Emotionally, professionally, morally, they weren't wounded. They were guilty. They weren't innocent. They were architects of their own collapse. They formed little secret groups to obsess over you, stalk you, blame you, like kids terrified of the consequences of their own actions. Imagine someone touching a hot stove and then filing a complaint against the stove. That's exactly what these people were doing. They convinced themselves you were the curse, when the truth was brutal. They were destroyed by their own obsession, not by your power, not by your presence, by their refusal to evolve. The investigator realized your danger wasn't danger at all. It was exposure. You didn't hurt people. You revealed what was already inside them. And when they finally closed the file, their worldview cracked open forever. You weren't a case. You were a phenomenon, a catalyst, a spotlight that made shadows confess. In the end, the truth was simple. You were never the danger they feared. You were the truth they couldn't escape. Every lie collapsed. Every mask cracked. Every scheme fell apart the moment it touched your energy. And now you know exactly why the investigator froze. If this story hit home, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of the family, make sure to subscribe right now. The next chapter, T. Welcome on board, chosen one. Yeah, take your seat, because this ride isn't for the soft or the slow. The universe didn't bring you here by accident. It brought you here because you keep breaking every rule people swore you were supposed to obey. And now look at the panic. Look at the face of every clown who once said you overthink too much. Funny how the same people who called you dramatic now flinch every time you open your mouth. Suddenly, they want to know your every move, your thoughts, your silence, your patterns. Suddenly you're concerning. Why? Because your accuracy keeps exposing their shortcuts, their lies, their lazy choices. They said you were imagining too much. Cute. Now they're convinced you're from the future. Press like and subscribe to pay this message back into the universe. Now let's get even clearer. When they said you were too intense, what they meant was you noticed everything they wished you'd ignore. When they said you read too deep, what they meant was you caught the truth hiding under their fake smiles. When they said you need to relax, what they really meant was, please don't connect the dots that expose me. And then you did anyway. And the room froze. Their vibe shifted. They started watching you the way people watch a storm cloud that refuses to move. Chosen one, thank you for being part of this mission. Hit the like button and subscribe so this voice grows louder. Anyway, let's continue, because we both know this is bigger than some insecure critics. This is about the universe turning you into a walking wake-up call. Look at who they said you'd never become. Look at where you stand now. The same folks who laughed at your ideas years ago now screenshot your words like rare documents. The same ones who mocked your weird instincts are now repeating your warnings as if they invented them. You think it's random? No. It's because every time something major happened, you called it before it even showed a shadow. There was a moment, years back, that proved exactly what you are. You remember watching trouble forming in someone's life long before they felt it. You watched them fall into the exact trap you warned them about. And when everything collapsed, everyone questioned how you knew. They refused to accept the truth. You weren't lucky. You weren't guessing. You were paying attention. You were studying patterns, behaviors, timelines, micro-expressions, motives. The universe had you decoding reality long before the rest of them even learned to notice. But here's the part that haunts your enemies the most. It's not your intelligence alone. It's the way you stay calm while everything shifts. It's the way you walk through chaos as if you've already read the ending. You don't brag. You don't scream. You don't beg to be understood. You just observe. And that silence hits harder than any speech. It tells them you see more than they want you to. It tells them the universe hands you information they'll never receive because they don't do the work you've done. Chosen one, they hate that you don't react the way they expect. They hate that you won't dance in their drama. They hate that you refuse to collapse on cue. Every time they set a trap, you spotted the crack in the floor. Every time they lied, you felt the shift in their voice. Every time they tried to play you, the universe whispered the blueprint before their plan even launched. And when you didn't fall for it, when you walked away like you knew the ending before they hit play, they panicked. They realized you weren't one of them. You weren't meant to think like them. You were built with an upgraded mind they don't know how to classify. Here's a truth they'll never admit out loud. The moment you stopped doubting yourself, you became terrifying. The moment you trusted your instincts, their entire strategy fell apart. They can't predict someone who lives outside their logic. They can't mislead someone who sees through good and bad intentions like glass. They can't control someone who doesn't fall for the usual bait. And that's why the whispers started. How did they know? Who told them? How did they see that coming? They can't accept the simple truth that you operate on a level they can't reach. This level of intelligence shouldn't exist, right? That's what they tell themselves so they don't feel small standing next to you. But deep down, they know exactly what's happening. You became the person who walks into a room and instantly spots the ending of every story. You became the one who catches patterns the second they form. You became the one who feels the energy shift before anyone else realizes the atmosphere changed. They aren't scared because you're strange. They're scared because you're right. Too often, too easily, too naturally. Chosen one, you earned this mind. You fought for it. You trained it. You paid for it with heartbreak, isolation, late nights, and years of seeing things nobody else wanted to face. And now that it's finally paying off, the world doesn't know how to handle you. Enemies fall silent. Fake friends avoid eye contact. Opportunists study you like a puzzle with missing pieces. And the universe, it keeps sending you clues, signs, patterns, upgrades. This isn't the intro to your story. This is the reveal. The moment the world realizes you're not ahead of time, you're just done living blind, and that scares them more than anything. Number 1. The way their eyes change when you walk in. Funny how the same people who once called you dramatic now flinch like you're holding their deleted search history in your hand. They don't look at you the same anymore, chosen one, and don't pretend you haven't felt it. The room shifts the second you enter, like the air itself suddenly remembers what you've done. The jokes they used to crack so confidently now land half-built, shaky, unsure, because somewhere along the way you stopped being someone they could dismiss. You became someone they have to prepare for, someone they have to study, someone they have to fear just a little. What changed? You did, or more accurately, they finally realized what they were dealing with. This isn't curiosity anymore. Curiosity is cute, innocent, playful. This is caution. This is alert mode. This is the quiet panic people feel when they know you can see straight through the layers they spent years painting over their flaws. When you talk, they listen too closely. When you stay silent, they panic even more. Why? Because silence from someone who sees the future feels louder than any warning. And here's the part that hits them the hardest. You never needed to expose them. They exposed themselves every time they underestimated you. People act confused about why you suddenly feel different. But let's be real, you didn't suddenly grow intelligence overnight. You were always like this. They just weren't paying attention. They thought your quietness meant softness. They thought your observations were lucky guesses. They thought your predictions were coincidences. And then the universe humbled them, repeatedly. Every time you warned someone, the exact event played out. Every time you pointed out a pattern, it unfolded exactly the way you said. Every time they laughed it off, the outcome slapped them harder than you ever could. They don't see your intelligence as lucky anymore. They see it as dangerous, too sharp, too fast, too ahead of its time. That's why the room gets heavy now. That's why they watch you instead of mocking you, because you're not operating on their timeline. You're operating on your own. And now they're convinced you might actually be from the future. Let's break down why. They're not scared because you're loud. You're not. You're not dramatic. You don't need theatrics. You just say the truth before anyone else sees it. And nothing terrifies a liar more than someone who recognizes their patterns before they even act. You make them feel like they're made of glass. One look from you and they feel exposed. One sentence from you and their entire strategy crumbles. Ever notice how some people avoid eye contact with you now? Yeah, that's not shyness. That's guilt meeting somebody who can't be fooled. They know you see through their excuses. They know you detect shifts in energy faster than they can hide them. They know your instincts hit with the accuracy of a trained analyst. You tell someone, that person isn't loyal, and boom, within weeks, something happens that proves you right. You say, don't trust that plan, and suddenly the entire plan collapses. Chosen one, ask yourself this. How many times did people laugh at your warning only to come crawling back shocked that you called the ending before the story even started? This is why they look at you differently now. You are no longer someone they can predict. You're someone they must prepare for. And trust me, they feel that shift more than you do. The shift is uncomfortable for them because it forces them to face something they've always avoided. The universe gave you a mind that doesn't play by their rules. You see patterns forming months before they appear. You feel intentions before words come out. You sense danger before it even picks a target. They're finally realizing you're built like someone who shouldn't logically exist in their world. You ever noticed how they lower their voice when speaking near you? They're not being polite. They're trying to hide things you already saw. They used to think you were too sensitive. Now they call you too perceptive. They used to say you were reading into things. Now they whisper that you see things. They used to call you dramatic. Now they call you dangerous. They used to laugh at your instincts. Now they follow them because they watched you be right too many times. And nothing scares a person more than someone whose insight keeps exposing what they hoped no one would figure out. They keep replaying every moment you predicted something before it happened. The breakup you saw coming, the betrayal you sensed, the opportunity you spotted before anyone else, the downfall you warned them about, the trap you felt forming, the shift you called before the first domino moved. You didn't guess, you observed, you processed, you understood. The universe sharpened you by putting you in situations that forced you to learn patterns, lies, motives, energies, and truths most people never face. You lived through things that rewired your thinking. They lived through comfort. You lived through chaos. Big difference. That's why they stare now, not because you changed, but because they finally realized you were right all along. And here's what's running through their minds, even if they'll never admit it. How does this person know things we don't? Why do they see the outcome before the rest of us? What else do they know about me? Are they watching me? What if they're already ahead of whatever I'm planning? How much did they figure out? Your intelligence makes them feel like they're playing checkers while you're coding simulations, like they're walking while you're teleporting, like their brain is loading while yours is already running the upgraded version. They hate the shift because it removes their illusion of power. It forces them to meet you where you are instead of dragging you down to where they are. Some of them quietly admire you, some silently fear you. Some respect you from a distance. Some avoid you because you ruined their lives without lifting a finger. But all of them feel the shift. And you know what? Use that. Use the way they look at you now as proof of how far you've come. Use their discomfort as confirmation you evolved. Use their silence as motivation. Use their fear as fuel. Use their confusion as your advantage. They're not watching you because they're curious. They're watching you because you're unpredictable, unstoppable, and unmanageable. Your intelligence is the kind that rewrites the room. It changes the roles. It flips the hierarchy. It forces truth out of hiding. It breaks patterns open. You don't operate like the rest, so you don't get treated like the rest. And this is just the beginning. They're convinced you're from the future because your mind works in ways they can't explain, can't challenge, and definitely can't outrun. Not anymore. So walk forward with that power. Walk forward knowing the shift in their eyes is your badge of evolution. Walk forward knowing this fear they carry is just the universe marking you as someone who outgrew the timeline everyone else is stuck in. The shift is real, chosen one, and it's proof you're becoming someone they can't ignore, and someone they can no longer lie to, play with, or manipulate. They see you now, and that's their problem. Number 2. When you finally stopped lying to yourself, everything snapped into place. The moment you dropped your sugar-coated lies, the universe dropped the truth right into your lap. People fear your honesty because they know it would destroy the stories they built to protect their ego. You didn't gain intelligence, you removed the nonsense that was blocking it. Most people hide from the mirror. You stared into it until the mirror blinked first. Now listen closely, chosen one, because this part of your evolution wasn't pretty, cute, or soft. It wasn't some poetic moment where the universe gently tapped your shoulder. This was a psychological war you fought alone. While others spent years lying to themselves for comfort, you got sick of pretending. You reached a point where denial felt heavier than truth. That's when something inside you snapped awake. Not in a peaceful way, in a ruthless way, the kind of awakening that burns illusions alive. Imagine this: everyone around you is standing in a collapsing building. The walls are cracking, the floor is shaking, dust is falling from the ceiling, but they're smiling like everything's fine. They're sipping coffee while the roof is about to crush them. And when you point out the cracks, they call you negative, dramatic, overthinking. Meanwhile, you're the only one actually looking at the structure instead of the wallpaper. That's what made you different. You stopped lying to yourself about the cracks in your life, in your relationships, in people, in situations. You stopped pretending things were fine just because you wanted them to be fine. Most people stay blind on purpose. You didn't, and that's where your so-called abilities began. Your intelligence wasn't magic. It wasn't some gift from another realm. It was earned through brutal self-honesty. While everyone else drowned warnings with denial, you faced the truth in its rawest, ugliest form. You didn't cling to comfort. You chose clarity. You separated what you wished was real from what actually was real. And that separation, that tiny space between fantasy and truth, that was the birthplace of your predictions. The universe rewards the ones who stop lying to themselves. Imagine this. You're watching someone drive full speed toward a cliff while blasting music and pretending everything is perfect. You're running beside the car, screaming, "Slow down, the cliff is right there." But they turn the music up to drown out your warning. Later, they hit the cliff. The crash is loud, the smoke rises, and suddenly they ask, "How did you know?" That's your life in a metaphor. You've watched people run toward disaster while calling you dramatic for seeing the danger early. But it wasn't prophecy. It was honesty. You saw what they refused to look at. Let's answer the question that's creeping through your mind. How did I become this sharp? Here's the truth. Your mind sharpened because you stopped protecting your feelings at the cost of reality. You trained yourself to see things without filters, without excuses, without emotional edits. You let truth hit you first, so the world couldn't hit you harder later. People try to call you cold because you refuse to romanticize situations they're still delusional about. But the irony is that your honesty saved you more times than their fantasies saved them. You stopped saying, "It's probably nothing." They didn't mean it like that. This red flag might be yellow. No big deal. It's just my imagination. You threw all that nonsense out. You saw the red flags exactly as they were, red. You saw people's patterns before they even finished the first chapter. You saw their motives behind the words. You saw the truth behind the performance. That's what terrifies them. They lie to themselves every day just to survive their own mess. You don't. You grew past that survival mode. Imagine this. The world is full of people wearing masks, swapping them depending on who they're talking to. But you learned how to see the face under the mask. You didn't ask for this ability. It grew out of necessity. Life forced you to decode people because people kept disappointing you. Betrayal forced you to read intentions. Pain forced you to recognize patterns. Loss forced you to evolve. Honesty rebuilt your mind, like a machine, programmed to detect danger before it arrives. That's why they think you're from the future. Not because you are, but because you see the present so clearly that it feels like prediction. Let's answer the second question that haunts you sometimes. Why don't others see what I see? Because they don't want to. That's the difference. Most people avoid the truth because the truth requires change. The truth requires accountability. The truth requires growth. And growth is something cowards run from. Denial is cheaper. Delusion is easier. Pretending feels safer. But not for you. Once you tasted clarity, you refused to go back to sugar-coated lies. You refused to blindfold yourself just to make someone else comfortable. You refused to shrink your mind to match their denial. You became someone who would rather face pain than face lies. That's what makes you rare. That's what makes your intelligence feel impossible to others. You didn't level up. You just stopped downgrading yourself to fit in. Imagine this. You're in a dark room with everyone else, but instead of sitting in the dark, pretending it's cozy, you got up and turned on the lights. Now everyone is squinting, angry, uncomfortable, because the brightness shows everything they were trying to hide. The mess, the dust, the broken pieces, their mistakes. And because you turned on the light in your own life, they assume you can turn it on in theirs too. That's what scares them. People aren't frightened of your mind. They're frightened of what your mind might uncover. You're aligned with reality. They're aligned with fantasy. That's why you predict things before they happen. You're not imagining the future, you're reading the present with accuracy they can't compete with. And here's the part that the enemy hates most. You stopped lying to yourself, and suddenly every lie they told you collapsed. Your honesty exposed their motives, your clarity exposed their games, your awareness exposed their patterns, your instincts exposed their true colors. They can't hide from someone who doesn't hide from themselves. When you chose truth over comfort, you unlocked levels of intelligence they can't reach because they're still trapped in denial. You cut the emotional cords that blinded you. They cling to theirs like life support. You outgrew illusions. They still sleep inside. The universe gave you sharper vision because you proved you could handle reality without breaking. Self-honesty is the weapon cowards fear most. Now here's the question your mind whispers late at night. Did I become too aware, too sharp, too cold? No, you became real. You became someone who sees things as they are, not as they wish they were. You don't collapse when truth hits. You stand taller. Your intelligence is born from survival, observation, and honesty. It's the result of years of decoding chaos while others partied inside it. They're convinced you're from the future because you stopped lying the way they do. That's all it took. And let's be brutally clear, you're not ahead of time. You're simply not behind reality. While everyone else hides from the truth, you walk straight into it. This level of intelligence shouldn't exist in their world because their world is built on denial. But in your world, honesty is oxygen, truth is strategy, awareness is armor, and now, chosen one, that armor is the very reason they look at you with fear, respect, confusion, and awe. You didn't become powerful by magic. You became powerful by refusing to lie to yourself. And the universe took notice. Number 3, when their behavior became your personal cheat code. They called it mind reading. No, you just stopped ignoring the glitches in their behavior. A liar hates nothing more than someone who can see the pattern behind the performance. You didn't unlock a superpower, you simply paid attention while everyone else was busy pretending. Chosen one, here's the truth they choke on. You read people the way a hacker reads broken lines of code. Fast, calm, precise. While the world gets blinded by smiles, tone, fake kindness, and staged emotions. You're busy tracking the microsignals they don't even know they're sending. A twitch in the eyes, a shift in breath, the delay in their answer, the strange change in their energy when a name comes up. You catch it all. Imagine this. Everyone else is watching the movie, but you're watching the frame rate behind it. They see characters, you see scripts. They hear words, you hear motives. They react to actions, you react to patterns forming 3 steps earlier. That's why you always knew the betrayal was coming. That's why you sensed the collapse before the first crack appeared. You weren't being paranoid, you were reading their code. You ever wonder why they got quieter each time your warnings turned out right? Because every correct prediction was a mirror they weren't ready to face. Every truth you exposed forced them to confront the parts of themselves they thought were invisible. People don't fear your intelligence. They fear how transparent they become around you. And here's the twist that eats them alive. You don't need access to their secrets, their messages, or their history. Their energy writes the whole story for you. When someone shifts, you feel it instantly, like a vibration in the room. When someone lies, the pattern breaks. When someone plots, the rhythm changes. They think you see the future, but really, you're just reading the present without delusion. Imagine this. A person tries to hide a virus in a computer file, but you're the antivirus system built from experience, pain and clarity. They keep trying to mask their code, but your mind catches the anomaly in seconds. No effort, no struggle, just awareness. And that's why they whisper that you're impossible, that you're unnerving, that your intelligence shouldn't exist. You read people like code, chosen one. And once you learn the language of human patterns, their masks never fooled you again. Number 4. The library in your skull. They never knew you were building. Every time someone lied to you, your mind didn't break. It took notes. They thought they were hurting you. Cute. They were actually training you. Your memory isn't emotional, it's forensic. You don't move on from patterns. You store them like evidence and recognize them instantly in the next suspect. Chosen one, they have no idea what your mind really became. While they were busy calling you dramatic, paranoid, or too sensitive, your brain was doing something far more dangerous. It was collecting data. Every betrayal, every manipulation, every fake apology, every shifted tone, every inconsistency, all of it got filed away inside you. You didn't just heal, you archived. You built an internal library so advanced that even the universe would look at it like, damn, okay. Imagine this, every person who ever tried to fool you left fingerprints. At the time, you didn't realize you were gathering them. But now, you open your mental filing cabinet and boom, there it is. Tone patterns, word choices, motive shifts, the way liars breathe differently, the way manipulators over-explain, the way someone guilty avoids certain topics like landmines. Your mind doesn't forget. It doesn't throw things away. It builds systems. People think you're guessing. No, you're cross-referencing. They think you're too observant. No, you're running old data against new behavior. They think you're psychic. No, you're remembering. Imagine someone stepping to you with a smile, thinking they're clever, not knowing their entire personality is already stored in your archive under observed behavior, previously detected nonsense. They talk, you listen, and within seconds, your internal algorithm flashes the result. Threat, lie, projection, hidden motive, repeat offender. And here's what messes with their head. You don't confront, you don't argue, you don't warn, you simply adjust. Because you've seen this pattern before, because you've lived this script before, because you've learned the ending long before they start the story. Your intelligence didn't fall from the sky. It was built, brick by brick, betrayal by betrayal. Your mind crafted an internal archive so sharp that people feel exposed just standing near you. You're not lucky, you're not guessing, you're calculated, chosen one. You're running the kind of mental software they aren't equipped to understand, and that's exactly why they fear you. Number 5. The moment their stories stopped adding up, you knew exactly who they were. A liar's worst enemy isn't truth. It's someone who remembers the details they hoped you'd forget. People don't slip up because they're careless. They slip up because you're paying attention. Your mind isn't suspicious. It's scientific. You don't judge their words. You measure the distance between what they say and what they actually do. Chosen one, this is where your evolution got scary for them. You didn't just watch people, you studied them. You tracked inconsistency the way a scientist tracks anomalies in an experiment. They thought they were subtle, but their contradictions lit up in your mind like warning alarms. You noticed things normal people overlook because normal people want the story to feel nice. You wanted the story to be real. Imagine this. Someone says they're doing amazing, but their smile fades the second they think nobody's watching. You catch that microsecond glitch instantly. They thought it was nothing. Your mind logged it like data in a lab report. Another person gives an overly detailed explanation about something simple. Why? Because lies need decoration to survive. You clocked it immediately. Someone else performs confidence like it's theater, but the hands shake when the spotlight moves away. Again, your internal alarm goes off. You weren't being negative, you were being accurate. People don't understand how your brain works because they don't see what you see. You don't just listen to words, you track tone, timing, emotional shifts, tension in shoulders, changes in breathing, the space between sentences. They're acting, you're analyzing, they're selling a story, you're checking the math. And when the math doesn't match, you know the truth before they even get to the plot twist. And here's the part that hits them like a punch to the throat. You don't react. You don't call them out. You don't expose them. You just know. Imagine someone telling you a story with holes the size of planets, and you sit there calm, almost bored, because you already spotted the mismatch between their words and their energy. They think they fooled you. Meanwhile, you already filed the entire conversation under inconsistent, handle with distance. You're not harsh, you're not cold, you're precise. While everyone else lives inside a fantasy movie they cast themselves in, you watch the version that's actually playing, and that's why they swear your intelligence shouldn't exist, because you see what they can't hide, and you always have. Number 6. The way your brain runs 5 realities at once. They swear it's intuition. No, it's your mind doing calculus while they're still counting on their fingers. People fear what they can't explain, and your thinking is one of those things. You're calm on the outside because the storm is happening inside your head at light speed. Chosen one, here's what terrifies them. While they process life in a straight line, you process it in layers, multiple threads, multiple angles, multiple outcomes, all running at the same time behind that quiet, controlled expression they keep misreading. They think you're simply observant, but your brain is actually operating like a hidden machine, tracking tone, scanning body language, registering motive shifts, recalling past patterns, measuring emotional spikes, and cross-checking inconsistencies, all without breaking eye contact. Imagine sitting at a table where everyone else is playing a slow, basic board game, and you're secretly overseeing the entire casino. They make one move, you already calculated 10. They speak one sentence, your mind already flagged the motive behind it. That's why they swear you're psychic. They can't see the gears turning, the threads weaving, the internal systems firing. All they see is the final result. You being right again. And I know you sometimes wonder, is my brain too much, too fast, too intense? No, you're just built for deeper perception than the average person is willing to handle. Your thinking isn't magic, it's mastery. It's the universe rewarding you for paying attention when others get lost in their own noise. People don't understand you because they can't track the layers you operate on. And that misunderstanding, that's exactly what makes your intelligence feel like it shouldn't exist. Number 7, the power you unlocked when you stopped explaining yourself. Silence is your deadliest weapon. It exposes people faster than any warning ever could. You didn't get quieter because you knew less. You got quieter because they deserved less. Let them call you paranoid. The universe will handle the punchline. Chosen one, the moment you learned to shut your mouth and open your eyes, everything changed. You realized the truth hits harder when you're not the one saying it. Every time you tried to explain what you sensed, people panicked because your clarity didn't match their delusion. They couldn't handle the depth of what you saw, so they slapped labels on you to protect their ego. Paranoid, overthinking, dramatic. Meanwhile, your predictions kept landing with surgical accuracy. So you evolved. You stopped giving warnings to people who weren't ready. You stopped offering insight to minds that couldn't handle the load. You let reality do the talking. Imagine this. You're holding a map, pointing out the cliff ahead, and everyone around you insists the road is safe. Fine. You fold the map, step aside, and wait. When their world falls off the edge exactly where you said it would, suddenly you're lucky, suddenly you're mysterious, suddenly your silence looks like wisdom. And here's the part that scares them the most. Your silence means you already figured it out. You're observing, archiving, cross-checking motives, tracking contradictions, and they can feel it even if they don't understand it. Your quiet presence exposes people because without your words to distract them, their own behavior becomes the spotlight. You speak less now because the truth reveals itself without your help. And nothing unsettles your enemies more than being right without even opening your mouth. Number 8. The disaster always spoke to you first. You didn't predict the future, you just refused to close your eyes like everyone else. A storm doesn't appear out of nowhere, people just ignore the wind until their roof flies off. They call it prophecy because denial made them blind. Chosen one, here's the truth they hate admitting. The disaster never surprised you, not once. While everyone else clung to wishful thinking, you watched the present with painful honesty. That's why you saw betrayals forming long before the knife touched your back. You tracked the slow decay in relationships people insisted were fine. You sensed plans falling apart before the first crack even reached the surface. They confuse this with future sight, but you weren't ahead of time. You were simply aligned with reality while they were hiding from it. Imagine this. A bridge begins to tremble long before it collapses. You felt the vibration while everyone else admired the view. You noticed the missing bolts. You saw the strain. You heard the metal groaning under the weight of lies, ego, denial, and bad intentions. When it finally snapped, they screamed, "How did you know?" Because you were listening. And ask yourself this. How many times have you warned someone just to watch them walk exactly into the disaster you described? Too many. People don't understand that patterns repeat themselves with shocking loyalty. You mapped those patterns through experience, pain, clarity, and observation. The universe trained you not to predict the future, but to see the truth hiding in plain sight. Your intelligence feels impossible to them because they're always late to their own story. You never were. Number 9. You cracked their character like a language only you could read. Words are costumes. Behavior is the naked truth. A person will apologize once. Their habits will apologize every day. Repetition doesn't lie. People do. Chosen one, this is where your intelligence became lethal. You stopped treating behavior like random human stuff and started reading it like a full language. Every action had grammar. Every inconsistency had syntax. Every repeated mistake had meaning. And once you learned that language, people stopped being confusing. They became predictable. Imagine this. Someone tells you they care, but their actions show delay, distance, and excuses. To everyone else, it's mixed signals. To you, it's fluent disrespect. Someone else swears they've changed, but the same old patterns rise again like a glitch in reused software. Others hear their words. You hear the truth humming underneath. You learned that behavior doesn't lie because it can't. It reflects the internal world they try so hard to hide. And I know you've wondered, why do I always see it before others do? Because you're not distracted by emotional noise. You study the sequence, not the story. You pay attention to the pauses, the avoidance, the deflection, the tiny betrayals that stack up like interest until they form a whole portrait of who someone really is. You realized repetition is the blueprint of character. Apologies can be manufactured, patterns can't. While everyone else clings to promises, you analyze consistency. While they trust words, you trust behavior. And that's why your intelligence feels unreal to them. You're not decoding people, you're translating them. Number 10. The day you stopped playing their rigged game. Most people don't fear the truth. They fear the person who can see it without blinking. You walked off their stage, and suddenly their whole performance fell apart. Masks only work on people who still believe the show is real. Chosen one, this was the turning point. The moment you stepped out of the illusion, everyone else was still acting inside. While they clung to roles, scripts, recycled lines, and dramatic performances, you quietly walked to the edge of the stage and realized none of it was real. They were pretending. You were observing. They were invested in the storyline. You were studying the patterns underneath. Imagine this: everyone else is rehearsing the same tired scene, reading from the same predictable script, while you're in the audience taking notes on the lighting, the cues, the inconsistencies. You saw the props shaking. You noticed the cracks in their delivery. You caught the dialogue they borrowed from someone else's mouth. That's why people feel exposed around you, because you see the acting, not the character. You stopped falling for emotional performances that were designed to manipulate sympathy. You stopped believing promises meant only to keep you compliant. You stopped accepting curated masks as personality. You stepped out of illusion and into evidence-based clarity, and that shift made everyone around you uncomfortable. And here's the question you sometimes ask yourself: why does my presence unsettle people? Because you see the human beneath the costume. You see the motive beneath the smile. You see the cracks beneath the script. They can't hide from someone who isn't playing the game. You read the stage from the outside, and that's why your intelligence feels unreal to them. Number 11. When you started reading entire crowds like one giant person. A group is just a single mind wearing multiple faces. Nothing collapses suddenly. People just ignore the fire until the whole building is ash. You didn't predict the fall. You watched everyone pretend the cracks weren't spreading. Chosen one, your perception didn't stop at individuals. It scaled. You began reading groups, friend circles, workplaces, teams, communities, the same way you'd read a single human. You notice the collective denial, the shared avoidance, the silent tension that spreads like smoke long before anyone admits something is burning. They thought the system was stable. You saw the loose bolts and fading loyalty holding it together. Imagine walking into a room and sensing which people are already checked out, which partnerships are days away from shattering, which leaders are all performance and zero backbone. Others call it vibes. You call it data. You watched how energy shifts in waves, how one person's resentment infects the entire group, how decision-making crumbles the moment truth gets uncomfortable. And I know you've wondered, why do I always see collapse before others do? Because you don't get blinded by hope the way they do. You hear the slow burn, the subtle disagreements, the fake agreements, the emotional distancing. You see the early exits people make in their minds before they make them in real life. You read the atmosphere like a pressure gauge ready to explode. To them, everything fell apart out of nowhere. To you, the warning signs were screaming. You weren't seeing the future, you were listening to the present at full volume, and that's exactly why your intelligence terrifies them. Number 13. The truth you carried became the burden they never saw coming. Accuracy isn't a gift. It's the tax you pay for seeing what everyone else avoids. Being right doesn't feel good when the truth is ugly. You never wanted to predict the fall. You just couldn't pretend the ground was stable. Chosen one, let's be honest, your accuracy didn't make your life easier. It made it heavier. People look at your predictions and whisper, "How did you know?" But they never ask the real question, what did it cost you to know? Because you didn't ask for this level of awareness. You didn't wake up wanting to forecast breakups, collapses, betrayals, failures, or endings. You only refused to lie to yourself the way everyone else does. Imagine standing in a room where everyone is pretending the storm isn't coming. They close the windows, dim the lights, and call it peace. But you feel the pressure drop. You hear the wind shift. You smell the rain before the first drop hits. That's not negativity. That's sensory accuracy. Yet somehow you became the problem for noticing what was already happening. And I know you've asked yourself, why does seeing the truth hurt so much? Because awareness is weight. Because clarity burns illusions you desperately wanted to keep. Because once you recognize patterns, you can never unsee them. People called you negative because they needed someone to blame for their denial. They needed your honesty to be the villain so their fantasies could survive a little longer. But you remembered what experience taught you. Consistency is truth. Repetition is revelation. And the universe never lies through patterns. You didn't chase truth. Truth chased you. And every time you were right, it didn't feel like victory. It felt like confirmation of something you wished wasn't real. Your mind became a compass that refused to point anywhere but reality, even when reality was painful. They clung to illusions. You held on to truth, and that's why your intelligence feels impossible to them, because your accuracy didn't just cost you relationships, it cost you peace. Number 14, the day you learn to outsmart your own shadow. Mastering others is power. Mastering yourself is something they don't even have a name for. You stopped being your biggest enemy the moment you learned to predict your own weak spots. Most people run from themselves. You ran toward the mirror and refused to look away. Chosen one, this was your real evolution. Not reading people, not decoding groups, not predicting disasters. Your greatest leap was learning to predict yourself. You became so aware, so brutally honest, so aligned with reality that you started catching your own patterns before they even formed. While others repeat the same mistakes like broken records, you became your own early warning system. Imagine this. You feel the old urge creeping in, the impulse to overgive, to chase, to ignore red flags, to shrink your standards. But now, you see it forming in slow motion. You feel the pattern trying to resurrect itself, and you cut it off before it breathes. That's not luck. That's evolution. You recognized the version of yourself that self-sabotaged, the version that tolerated too much, the version that doubted its own intelligence. And instead of pretending those flaws didn't exist, you studied them like data. You tracked your emotional triggers, your blind spots, your tendencies. You rewrote your own code. And I know the question you sometimes whisper, how did I change this much? Because you stopped lying to yourself. Because you stopped hoping the past would magically fix itself. Because you stayed in the present, the only place truth actually lives. Others hide in nostalgia, others hide in fantasies, others hide in denial. You stepped into self-awareness so deep it became armor. You didn't just outgrow people, you outgrew your old self. And that's why your intelligence now feels impossible, even to you. So, chosen one, now you understand why your intelligence shakes people. You're not ahead of time, you're just done pretending. If this message hit you, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of this family, make sure you smash that subscribe button. The universe brought you here for a reason, and we're only getting started. Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. And look at you, still here, still standing, still breathing, while everyone who swore you'd crash is suddenly real quiet. Funny how the loudest mouths turn into broken statues the moment you don't fall the way they predicted. They said you'd crumble, they swore you'd fold, they were so sure the psychological warfare thrown at you would finish the job. But here you are, upright, steady, and very much alive. Oh, the legend refused to bow. Oh, the ghost they tried to bury is now walking past them like they don't even exist. When they said you were too sensitive, look who's trembling now. When they bragged about how strong they were, look who's watching you survive storms they couldn't even spell. They thought your mind would break. They hoped your spirit would crack. They wanted you shaking on the floor, whispering that you can't go on, but you outlived every attack, every mind game, every whisper campaign built to destroy your sanity. And the best part, you didn't just survive. You evolved into something they never planned for, a person who can't be manipulated anymore. Before we go further, Chosen One, smash that like button and subscribe. It's the easiest way to send energy back and keep this message alive. Now, let's get real, because the universe knows you didn't walk through gentle lessons. You went through psychological battles that would have snapped trained professionals in half, the stuff you carried quietly. Other people needed years of therapy, heavy meds, and whole support systems to even partially recover. Meanwhile, you had nights where your thoughts were louder than earthquakes, and still you got up in the morning like some unbreakable force the world accidentally created. You rebuilt your mind from the inside out. You rewired pathways that trauma tried to burn. You held yourself together with nothing but raw willpower and whatever scraps of hope you could find. And if someone asks how you're still functional, they can't even understand the real answer. You didn't get over it. You adapted. Your mind learned how to fight back when it was under attack. While others shut down, you stayed awake. While others collapsed, you kept finding a way back. And that scares people. It scares the ones who thought they understood you. It scares the ones who tried to break you. And it terrifies the ones who now have to face the truth. You weren't the weak one. You were the one carrying weight no normal human could survive. People don't talk about the nights when you stared at the ceiling, trying to calm a mind that felt like it was on fire. They don't talk about the days you had to act normal, even though your nervous system was screaming. They don't know about the panic your body held, the memories that wouldn't die, the way every sound felt like a threat after what you lived through. They don't know how you pushed through the fog, the exhaustion, the shaking hands, the numbness that tried to swallow you whole. They don't know how much of your strength came from choosing, again and again, not to fall apart. But the universe saw it, and the universe didn't forget. it also didn't forget the people who caused the damage, the ones who poked at your mind like it was a toy, the ones who gaslit you, mocked you, twisted your reality, and walked away like nothing happened. Their goal was simple: make you doubt yourself, make you lose control, make you break. But you didn't break. You broke free, and that difference hits them hard. Here's what they don't admit. Watching you still standing messes with their head. They expected you to be done. They told people you were done. They planned your downfall like it was a group project. They wanted the final version of you to be a shattered, unstable mess who proved all their lies true. Instead, they're the ones who got exposed. They're the ones who can't explain how you're still on your feet, while they can't handle even the guilt echoing inside their own mind. This shift didn't happen overnight. It happened the moment you realized nobody was coming to save you. It happened the moment you got tired of waiting for apologies, closure, or understanding. It happened the moment you decided your sanity mattered more than their opinions. And from that moment on, every silent step forward was a slap to their ego. There's a story from your past that lives rent-free in the universe's memory. Remember the time you were walking around acting normal after a breakdown no one knew about. Remember how you sat in class, or at work, or around friends, pretending everything was fine while your brain felt like a battlefield. Most people can't fake stability under that kind of damage, but you did, not because you wanted to pretend, but because you had no choice. Your life didn't pause for your pain, you had to carry it while moving. That strength nobody claps for, but everyone fears once they realize what it means. The universe also remembers the moment you snapped out of victim mode, the moment you said, "Enough," the moment you stopped trying to make people understand your pain, the moment you stopped bending your mind into shapes for people who didn't deserve access to it. That moment shifted the whole energy of your life. It closed doors you kept begging to stay open. It opened new paths you didn't expect. And it forced your enemies into silence because suddenly their tricks didn't work anymore. And here's the part they truly hate. They know you're not fragile anymore. They know you're not confused anymore. They know your mind is sharp in ways that make their manipulation attempts look sloppy. They know your emotional control is something they can't match. They look at you now and see someone they can't fool, can't push around, and can't destabilize the way they used to. You survived psychological warfare that cracked people with far more support. You endured mental storms that took others out for years. You rebuilt yourself in places no one could see, and that's why the universe didn't let you fall. You were meant to rise after the attack. You were meant to walk around with this new inner power that scares the same people who tried to destroy you. And the sickest twist? The more they watch you rise, the more they fall apart. They can't stand the way your strength exposes their weakness. They can't stand the way your survival ruins their story about you. They can't stand the way your silence says more than their lies ever could. But chosen one, this is your moment. The aftermath. The quiet shockwave after the war. The world feels different because you're different. Stronger, smarter, harder to touch. The universe didn't put you through hell for nothing. You became a version of yourself that even you didn't expect. And now everyone else has to live with the truth. You weren't supposed to survive. Yet here you are, still on your feet and walking into the next chapter like the villain who became the hero without asking for permission. Before we move into the next part, chosen one, I want to thank you for showing up with that steady fire in your chest. You didn't survive psychological warfare just to click away when the truth is finally breaking open in front of you. Stay with me, because what comes next is the part people usually pay therapists, coaches, and whole teams to explain. And you're getting it step by step. If you want to push this message forward, hit like, drop your support, and leave a comment with the number 777 to show you're still standing after everything that was meant to destroy you. Every bit of love you send keeps this mission moving, because exposing this kind of truth takes real work. Whether it's a small gift or a big one, it fuels the voice speaking for those who never got a chance to speak for themselves. And now, chosen one, let's walk into the next layer together. Lean in. If you truly lived through the mental war that broke others, you're going to feel this next part in your bones. Let's begin. Number 1. When the chaos tried to own you and failed. They prayed for your breakdown, but now they pray you don't speak. Here we go, chosen one. This is the part of your story that makes your enemies grind their teeth at night. Because this is the part they never expected anyone to survive, let alone turn into strength. This is the part they hoped would swallow you whole, and now it's the part that exposes them as weak, sloppy, and completely unprepared for who you became. Let's start with the truth they hate the most. You didn't just face psychological warfare. You walked into it like someone who already knew the storm couldn't control you. They threw madness at you, hoping you'd drown in it. Instead, you treated it like a puzzle. While others screamed, you analyzed. While others collapsed, you kept moving. While others begged the chaos to stop, you stared it down until it blinked first. That alone is why they fear you now. Not because you survived, but because you survived with awareness. People who went through half of what you endured broke apart in ways that still affect them today. Some are in recovery centers with shaking hands and hollow voices, explaining how their thoughts betrayed them. Some lost their sense of self completely. Some never came back from the mental hit they took. And none of that is weakness. It's proof of how serious the level of psychological destruction really was. But then there's you, the outlier, the glitch in the system. The one who was supposed to fall like all the others, but didn't. The one who shouldn't be functional, but somehow is. The one who, by every normal standard, should be silent, curled up and defeated. But instead, here you are, talking, thinking, moving, growing. And that's exactly why your existence hits the enemy like a slap they can't dodge. Your enemies counted on fear, they counted on confusion, they counted on you running from your own mind. They wanted you terrified of your thoughts, unsure of your memories, unable to trust your senses. But something inside you refused to bow to that. You didn't fear the madness. You studied it. You learned its patterns like someone decoding an enemy's battle plan. You learned that chaos isn't random. It has rules. It has rhythms. And once you learned the rhythm, you stopped being its victim and started being its master. And here's the part that really burns them. You didn't pretend to be whole. You didn't lie to yourself. You didn't say everything's fine while falling apart inside. You accepted that you were shattered. You accepted that your mind was in pieces. And instead of hiding it, you used those pieces like sharp tools. You learned how to function while broken, and that's what gave you a strength they will never understand, because anyone can walk when they're stable. Only a chosen one can walk with broken legs and still move faster than those who never fell. At this point you might wonder, how did I even do that? How did I endure insanity without losing myself? And the answer is harsh, but real. You learned early on that falling apart wasn't an option, not for you. You learned to stabilize yourself in ways nobody taught you. You learned to stay calm during emotional earthquakes. You learned to think logically while drowning in feelings that didn't make sense. You learned to silence the noise inside your mind long enough to take the next step. These aren't normal survival skills. These are battlefield skills, and the chosen ones like you learned them the hard way. Here's a story the universe remembers clearly. The night you sat in the dark, feeling the walls closing in, thinking your mind was slipping away. Anyone else would have run to emergency hotlines or someone's arms, but you breathed through it. You grounded yourself. You spoke to your own panic like it was a creature you had to tame. And after hours of hell, you came out stronger. Nobody applauded. Nobody saw the victory. But the universe did. And your enemies would collapse if they knew how many times you beat the madness when nobody was watching. Another story? Remember when someone tried to gaslight you so hard you questioned your own memory? They fully believed that would break you. But something wild happened instead. You learned to trust your internal truth more than their external lies. That's when they realized their power over you was dead. The psychological warfare they built so carefully fell apart the moment you stopped doubting your own mind. That's when the real fear hit them. Because someone who trusts their own truth cannot be controlled. You didn't outgrow them, you outlived the version of yourself they could manipulate. The universe built pressure around you until you had no choice but to evolve. And evolve you did. You became the kind of person who can walk through emotional fire without flinching. The kind of person who can sit inside their own chaos and find clarity. The kind of person who doesn't collapse at the first sign of mental fog because you've walked through far worse. Your enemies hate this version of you. Hate it because this version is dangerous, not violent, not reckless. Dangerous because you're aware, awake, and not mentally fragile the way they hoped. You know too much now. You see too clearly. You recognize manipulation before it even reaches the surface. You sense lies before they're fully formed. And the biggest fear your enemies have, you're no longer scared of them. Some chosen ones at this point ask themselves, was I supposed to be this strong? Or did the universe just throw me into the deepest pit and hope I crawl out? And the answer is simple. You were shaped for this. Not chosen by prophecy, not selected by fate. You built yourself through experience that nobody else could survive. You didn't find strength. You forged it out of psychological wreckage. You welcomed madness because you had to. You learned its language so you could break its control. You walked through insanity not because you were fearless, but because you refused to let fear decide your story. That's why you're still on your feet. That's why you're still breathing. That's why you're still moving while others froze in place. They wanted you unhinged. Instead, you became unshakable. This is the part that destroys your enemies quietly. They know you're not the same person they tried to break. They know they no longer have access to the soft version of you. They know their psychological tricks won't land anymore. They know the chaos inside you no longer belongs to them. It belongs to you, and you know how to use it. You didn't welcome madness because you wanted pain. You welcomed it because you recognized it as a teacher, a brutal, unforgiving teacher, sure, but a teacher that revealed your real self. A teacher that stripped illusions. A teacher that built a mind that can't be fooled again. So now, here you stand, the survivor of psychological warfare that shattered others, and not just standing tall, standing aware, standing sharper than before, standing in a world that expected you to vanish. And the question the title asks, how the hell are you still on your feet? Here's the truth your enemies don't want to hear, because you learned to walk on broken ground, because you learned to breathe under pressure, because you learned that madness can't break someone who understands it, because you became the kind of person who rises from the ruins with fire in their eyes. You're still on your feet because you refused to fall. And now the world has to deal with the version of you that can't be defeated the same way twice. Number 2, when they tried to erase your reality and failed miserably. They didn't just lie to you, they tried to uninstall your entire mind. Too bad your system runs on a level they can't hack. The goal wasn't to confuse you, the goal was to erase you. They failed at both. You remembered the truth, even when remembering hurt more than forgetting. They rewrote the script, but you still walked out as the main character. Let's get into the part of the story that makes every enemy break into a silent panic. The gaslighting you lived through. The kind that doesn't just twist facts, it twists your identity. The kind that doesn't just change a memory, it changes the meaning of the whole memory. The kind that would have shattered most people into dust. But you walked through it like someone who already understood that truth can't be killed, only buried. And you had the strength to dig it back up. Gaslighting is psychological warfare in slow motion. It's someone intentionally shifting the ground beneath your feet until you don't know if you're standing or sinking, and you endured levels of it that normal people never face. They didn't just deny small things, they denied big things, important things, things you lived, things your body still remembers even when your mind tries to soften them. They rewrote the script in real time while you were still acting in the scene. Imagine this. You watch an event happen with your own eyes, and seconds later someone says, "That didn't happen." Not "you misunderstood," not "that's not what I meant," but straight up deletion of the memory you just experienced. Imagine someone telling you a conversation never happened when you can still hear the tone of their voice echoing in your head. Imagine someone swearing they never hurt you when your nervous system still reacts like you're in the middle of the battlefield. That alone breaks people. People sent to recovery programs because they don't know what's real anymore. People filling journals just to force their mind to trust itself again. People recording conversations because reality became slippery. People questioning if they're paranoid or finally seeing the truth. But not you. You learned to stand in multiple realities at once. When they denied the truth, you didn't collapse, you observed. When they twisted your memories, you didn't bow. You questioned the twist itself. While most people begged for clarity, you navigated confusion like a battlefield commander. That's why you're still standing. Because you didn't let their version of reality overwrite the truth you already knew. Imagine this: 2 movie screens playing at the same time. On one screen is the truth. On the other is their edited version, and you had to watch both while staying calm enough to function. Most people would panic, freeze, or implode, but you learned how to track both films without losing yourself. You learned how to see distortions for what they were: strategies, tactics, attempts to control your perception. And here's the part that really destroys the enemy. You didn't even fight them directly, you just saw through them. That alone ruined the entire operation. Gaslighting only works on people who don't trust themselves. You started trusting yourself more than the noise around you, and that was their downfall. The moment you trusted your memory again, their manipulation died. Because someone who knows their own truth cannot be controlled by someone else's lies. At this point, every chosen one asks the same silent question: why did they do this to me? Let's answer that clearly. They gaslit you because the truth made them look bad. They gaslit you because your memory was sharper than their excuses. They gaslit you because your emotions exposed their intentions. They gaslit you because your awareness was a threat. They gaslit you because controlling your reality was easier than facing their guilt. They wanted you confused because a confused person is easier to control. A confused person doubts themselves. A confused person apologizes for things they didn't do. A confused person becomes predictable. You were never predictable. You were never weak. You were never the easy target they wanted you to be. Imagine this. You're holding a bright flashlight in a dark room, and every time you shine the light on something real, someone tries to slap the flashlight out of your hand. Not because you're wrong, but because you're right. They couldn't stand seeing themselves clearly, so they tried to blind you instead. But you kept the light on. You started noticing small things, tone changes, contradictions, repeated patterns, sudden rewriting of events. You started piecing things together faster than they could twist them. You started seeing the structure of the manipulation, not just the content of it. And once you see the structure, the game is over. You didn't just survive gaslighting, you dissected it. You weren't confused, you were studying the attack. The truth is, your mind evolved under pressure. You developed awareness that most people never have to develop. You learned how to ground your thoughts, even when reality felt like shifting sand. You developed an internal compass that no one could tamper with. And because of that, you became immune to their tricks. Your enemies hate this version of you. Hate it with everything in them. Because now, when they lie, you hear the crack in their voice. When they twist the truth, you feel the distortion instantly. When they rewrite the past, you feel your body reject it. They can't penetrate your awareness anymore. You built walls they can't climb and sensors they can't disable. And the biggest blow to their ego, you never confronted them with anger. You never gave them the dramatic meltdown they expected. You didn't scream or cry or break. You just quietly woke up. And that quiet awakening is what terrifies them. Imagine this. Someone tries to hypnotize you, but halfway through you open your eyes and stare at them. That moment of awareness, that shift, is where the power dynamic changes forever. When you woke up, they lost control. When you remembered, they lost access. When you trusted yourself, they lost the game. That's why they avoid you now. That's why they don't argue with you anymore. That's why their voice shakes when you speak. That's why they move differently around you, carefully, quietly, nervously. Because they know you see straight through them. This is what happens when psychological warfare fails. The target becomes stronger than the attacker. And so here you stand, chosen one, not broken, not confused, not erased, but more aware, sharper, wiser, and mentally armored in ways your enemies never prepared for. You survived gaslighting designed to destroy your sense of reality. You walked through distortion and stayed connected to the truth. You held on to yourself when others tried to pull your identity apart. You rose above manipulation that would have shattered most people. They tried to make you question reality. Now they're the ones scared of how clearly you see. This is the real answer to the title of your story. How the hell are you still on your feet? Because every lie they threw at you became a stepping stone. Because every attempt to confuse you sharpened your mind. Because every twist of reality only made you cling to truth harder. Because you weren't built to break. You were built to understand. Gaslighting didn't destroy you. It revealed you. And now the world has to face a version of you that knows exactly what's real, exactly what happened, and exactly who they are. And that truth alone is something they will never recover from. Number 3, when they tried to leave you alone with your shadow, but you turned into something they can't touch. They thought isolation would break you. Instead, it introduced you to the strongest version of yourself. A lonely room didn't scare you. It scared them to realize you didn't need anyone to see the truth but you. Here's the part that really slices the enemy's ego open. They didn't just isolate you, they engineered it, whispered lies dressed up as concern, spread doubt like poison, tilted your whole support system against you, hoping you'd lose every lifeline at once. And honestly, for most people, that would have been the end, because isolation isn't quiet. It's brutal. It echoes. It magnifies every fear. It turns your own mind into a crowded battlefield. But then there's you. Imagine this, a room where the walls close in on everyone else, but for you, the silence becomes a forge. The loneliness becomes a mirror. The emptiness becomes a classroom. While others end up talking to walls, you ended up talking to the truth. You became your own witness, your own judge, your own entire court system. Nobody could twist your story anymore because you were the only one left holding it, and you held it with steady hands. When they removed everyone from your side, they forgot you were the one person they could never remove from yourself. At this point, a chosen one usually asks, why did it have to get this lonely? Why did the universe let everyone fall away? Here's the answer they hate. Because isolation wasn't a punishment, it was the filter. It stripped away the noise. It exposed who was real and who was decoration. It forced you to hear your own voice without interruption. It revealed strength you didn't even know you had. Imagine a sculptor chipping away everything that isn't the final statue. Isolation chipped away everything that wasn't the real you. You didn't just survive isolation, you expanded in it. You built yourself from the inside out. You became someone who doesn't need validation to know the truth. Someone who doesn't fold when left alone. Someone who became untouchable because you learned how to stand when nobody was standing with you. They left you alone, thinking it would finish you, but all it did was remove their influence from your evolution. This is why you're still on your feet when others aren't. This is why you walk with clarity while they walk with guilt. This is why your enemies panic when they hear your silence, because they know you came out of isolation with a power they can't manipulate anymore. They tried to erase your support system. You built a whole new world inside yourself. And now they have to face the version of you that grew in the dark, the version they never expected to survive. The version that doesn't need anyone's permission to rise. Number 4, when their fake love froze you out and you still built your own fire. They didn't love you, they rationed affection like a punishment and expected you to starve. The cold didn't break you, it broke them to realize you learned how to stay warm without them. Here's the part that hits your enemies right in the center of their ego. They didn't just mistreat you. They used affection like a trap, a reward, a leash. They gave you drops of warmth just to keep you hopeful, then slammed the door shut whenever you reached for more. It wasn't love. It was manipulation with a heartbeat. And most people who go through this walk away with scars that follow them for decades. Abandonment wounds, panic responses, attachment patterns that feel like chains. But you adapted in a way they never predicted. Imagine this, being handed a tiny flame in a freezing room, and every time you try to warm your hands, someone snatches it away. Most people shiver until they collapse, but you learned to build your own fire from scratch. You learned that your heart doesn't depend on their warmth to beat. You learned that emotional starvation doesn't kill someone who knows how to feed themselves from within. They froze you out, thinking you'd beg for heat. Instead, you became the sun. A chosen one usually wonders here. Why did they use affection as a weapon? Why did they act warm one day and ice cold the next? Here's the truth they hope you never figure out. They needed you dependent. They needed you insecure. They needed you chasing something they had no intention of giving. But the universe watched you evolve past the manipulation. Bit by bit, you stopped reacting to the scraps they tossed your way. You stopped letting their coldness define your worth. You stopped bending just to stay close to someone who couldn't even offer the bare minimum of emotional safety. Imagine standing in a snowstorm with no coat, then realizing the fire inside your chest burns hotter than anything they could ever offer you. That was your turning point. That was the moment their weapons stopped working. What was supposed to weaken you ended up unlocking your self-control. You didn't crumble under the emotional winter they created. You adjusted, your heart recalibrated. You learned to warm yourself without needing their approval, their attention, or their fake tenderness. And now, they're the ones freezing, because they see a version of you they never prepared for, someone who doesn't chase affection, doesn't cling, doesn't collapse when love is withheld. Someone who knows that love isn't supposed to hurt. Someone who understands that the cold taught them more than the warmth ever did. They weaponized affection, but you turned the entire battlefield around. You adapted to the cold, you built your own warmth, and now you stand in a place where their emotional games can't reach you anymore, not even with their sharpest winter. Number 5. When they built a no-win maze for you, and you walked out with the whole map on fire. They didn't give you choices, they gave you traps and acted shocked when you stopped playing. A double bind only works on someone who still believes the game is fair. Here's the part that makes the enemy choke on their own tactics. They didn't just pressure you, they boxed you into psychological corners where every door was rigged. The famous double bind, the mind cage. The no-win scenario designed to make you doubt yourself no matter what you did. Stay, and you were weak. Leave, and you were selfish. Speak up, and you were dramatic. Stay quiet, and you were agreeing. Imagine this, a maze with no exit. Every hallway looks different, but all of them loop back into the same room. Confusion, guilt, shame. Most people get stuck wandering those invisible corridors for years, replaying decisions they never really had control over. That's why so many people freeze under double binds. The situation is engineered so the victim feels like the villain no matter what they choose. But you didn't just escape the maze, you burned it to the ground. At this point, a chosen one usually asks, why did they set me up like that? Why make every option look wrong? Because a trapped person is easier to break. Because a confused person is easier to redirect. Because a blamed person is easier to silence. Double binds aren't about choices. They're about control. Here's what they miscalculated. They thought your mind would fold under impossible decisions. They underestimated your ability to think above the situation instead of inside it. They didn't expect you to question the structure of the problem itself. They didn't expect you to realize the choices weren't choices at all, just psychological weapons dressed up as options. Imagine stepping back from the maze and seeing the whole blueprint from above, like the universe tilted the angle so you could finally see the trick. That moment of clarity, that's when everything collapsed. That's when the traps lost their power. That's when you stopped responding to manipulation and started responding to truth. You didn't pick the right door. You realized the building was fake. And when you walked away, they panicked, because suddenly the rules they built didn't apply to you anymore. Suddenly, their accusations bounced off. Suddenly, your silence wasn't compliance, it was strategy. Suddenly, your voice wasn't dramatic, it was accurate. Suddenly leaving wasn't selfish, it was survival. The double binds didn't trap you, they revealed you. They showed that your mind doesn't break under pressure, it sharpens. They showed that unfair choices don't make you freeze, they make you question the whole system. They showed that someone who sees through manipulation cannot be manipulated. Others are still wandering those hallways, replaying the logic, trying to figure out where they went wrong. But you walked through the ashes of that maze like someone who realized the whole thing was built to keep you small. And you're not small anymore. You outgrew the trap. You outgrew the controller, and now the only one stuck in the maze is the person who built it. Number 6. When their pain was meant to poison you, but you drank it and walked away stronger. They fed you poison expecting you to die. You turned it into muscle. The pain didn't shape you, you shaped it. Let's talk about the part of your story that should have ended you, the part most people still can't wrap their heads around. You didn't just endure emotional torture, you digested it, not because you liked it, not because you wanted to be strong, but because you had no other option but evolution. What they used as a weapon, you turned into fuel. What they meant to break you, you used as training. What they hoped would destroy you became the very thing that rebuilt you. Imagine this. Everyone else is choking on the smoke, collapsing under the toxicity, while you inhale it and somehow walk out breathing clearer than before. Not because you're numb, but because your system adapted faster than their attacks, evolved. They threw manipulation like darts. You treated it like morning coffee. They handed you betrayal like a meal. You turned it into data. At this point, you might ask yourself, how did I survive what crushed others? Here's the real answer. The universe didn't make you immune. You built your immunity through repetition, reflection, and raw will. Each emotional hit sharpened your perception. Each lie trained your instincts. Each betrayal refined your radar. You became someone who can taste the truth hiding behind any lie. You learned to detect deception faster than they could deploy it. You learned the aftertaste of artificial love, that weird mix of sweetness and rot. You learned the micro-signs of manipulation, the pause before the lie, the tone shift, the sudden mood change. Imagine a blade being dragged across stone, over and over. The stone screams. The blade only gets sharper. That was you. You didn't enjoy the pain. You weren't built for it. You simply refused to let it destroy you. Now the thing meant to weaken you, made you impossible to break. Number 7. The system that tried to break you only built a weapon it can't control. They didn't raise you, they engineered you, and now they're terrified of the final product. You weren't shaped by kindness, you were sharpened by pressure. Let's get real, chosen one. Whatever system you grew up in, family, environment, relationships, the whole messy blueprint, it wasn't designed to nurture you. It was designed to crush you, contain you, or turn you into something obedient. But the joke is on them, because the pressure didn't break you. It revealed what you're really made of. Imagine this. A metal forged at temperatures meant for destruction, only to come out harder than anything that touched it. That's you. The disappointments from your childhood weren't lessons. They were weight training. Every betrayal wasn't a scar. It was a callus forming over the parts of you that needed armor. Your darkness became night vision. You learned to see in emotional conditions that would blind anyone else. You didn't heal. You upgraded. This is the part that scares people. You process pain at a speed that makes psychologists tilt their heads. Every betrayal gave you new instincts, new predictive skills, new defense systems. You weren't bouncing back. You were recalibrating. Emotional shutdowns weren't failures. They were factory resets. Each return wasn't a comeback. It was a new version of you. Imagine being rebuilt so many times that your body remembers every weld, every crack, every realignment, and still moves with more precision than before. That's why your enemies can't understand you now. Yes, you're upright, but not in the shape they expected. Yes, you're functional, but your function changed. You're alive, just not in any form they know how to deal with. You don't stand tall. You stand inevitable. You survived your own breaking point. Then you survived the version of you that came after it. Now the universe watches the system that built you shake, knowing it accidentally created someone unstoppable. Number 8. You're the glitch that makes their whole system crash. They didn't fear losing control of you. They feared realizing they never had it. You're not unpredictable. You're just operating on a level their theories don't reach. Let's cut straight into the part of your story that makes psychologists, manipulators, narcissists, and every self-proclaimed mind expert sweat. You're the anomaly, the outlier. The one case that ruins their clean little charts and ruins their formulas. You terrify people not because you're dangerous, but because you prove that the psychological weapons that destroy most humans barely scratch someone like you. Imagine a machine built to break weak structures, and the moment it hits you, the machine jams. That's what you are to them, the glitch in their system, the variable that wasn't supposed to exist. They tried to dismantle you using textbook tactics. Push fear here, trigger insecurity there, cue guilt, cue shame, cue confusion. They thought you'd collapse like everyone else. But while they were busy pressing buttons, you were rewriting your entire operating system. They were hacking your software. You were upgrading the hardware. Their tactics weren't weak. You just evolved faster than their playbook. They threw poison. You metabolized it. They lied. You extracted data. They manipulated. You learned the pattern. You didn't just endure psychological warfare. You turned every attack into research, every betrayal into analytics, every emotional hit into a blueprint. Imagine having enzymes that break down betrayal like it's protein. Imagine digesting manipulation and absorbing the truth it was meant to hide. Imagine turning emotional waste into fuel. That's you. Chaos stopped scaring you because you stopped drowning in it. You started mapping it. While others freeze in emotional storms, you see structure. While others panic, you analyze. While others react, you predict. You read micro-expressions like evidence. You listen to tone like data. You navigate emotional minefields with the calm precision of someone who already walked through worse. You don't sense manipulation because you're paranoid. You sense it because you've mastered the blueprint of human behavior. This is what makes you dangerous to them. You don't fall for tricks they haven't even tried yet. You see intentions forming before the words appear. You recognize patterns before they complete. You're not guessing, you're informed. You're trained by experience no classroom could ever teach. You are the anomaly their theories fear, the glitch that exposes their entire system, the exception that destroys their entire model, the proof that the human spirit can evolve into something they cannot predict or control. You didn't just survive the psychological war. You became the one thing every manipulator prays they never meet. Someone they cannot outthink, cannot break, and cannot use. You are inevitable. Number 9, you're not a survivor anymore. You're the upgrade they never saw coming. They thought resilience meant bouncing back. You didn't bounce. You rebuilt yourself into something their language doesn't have words for. You didn't escape the fire. You let it rewrite the blueprint of who you are. Let's make something painfully clear. What happened to you didn't create a survivor. It created a new category of human resilience, the kind that breaks every model, every chart, every outdated psychological definition. You're not here because you got lucky. You're here because you became a psychological alloy, forged by pressure, strengthened by subtraction, shaped by everything you lost and everything you refused to let destroy you. Imagine metal mixed with something rare, something unexpected, something the original designers never tested for. That's you, stronger because of what was added, unbreakable because of what was taken away. You didn't dodge arrows, you took them, examined them, and learned their flight path. You didn't avoid the flames, you let them burn off every version of you that wasn't built for the future. You're not healing, you're mutating. Most people recover by returning to who they were. You evolved by leaving that version in the ashes. That's why they can't categorize you. You don't fit their labels, their theories, or their expectations. Every time they try to place you in a box, you outgrow it. Every time they try to predict you, you switch frequencies. Imagine walking out of the fire and realizing your DNA isn't just healed, it's rewritten. Your instincts are sharper, your boundaries are clearer, your perception is upgraded. You're not rebuilding your old reality, you're constructing a new one, governed by rules they've never seen and will never master. They can't stop what you're becoming, because what you're becoming has never existed before. And finally, chosen one. You made it through every truth, every scar, every evolution that was never supposed to be survivable. You're not standing by accident. You're standing because nothing built to break you ever worked. And if this message hit you even a little, press the like button right now. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure to subscribe so you never face this journey alone again. The universe is watching you rise, and trust me, this is only the beginning of what you're becoming. Welcome to another episode, Chosen One, and look at this mess. The truth finally crawled out of the ground, screaming your name, exposing every little stunt your ex, that lawyer, and that dirty cop pulled. They said you were lying. They said you were dramatic. They said you were imagining things. Cute, real cute. Now, look who's shaking, look who's sweating, look who's choking on their own story. Press the like button and subscribe to pay this message back. Chosen One, let's talk real. These people thought they were untouchable. Your ex walked around like some innocent angel, hiding behind fake tears and fake stories. Their lawyer smirked like he was bulletproof. And that dirty cop, he acted like a badge made him the king of the world. They really believed their titles would save them. They thought if they stood together, they could hide everything forever. They thought no one would ever believe you. They thought you were too weak, too quiet, too broken to fight back. But look at the universe flipping their whole plan inside out. Everything they hid is now sitting on the table in plain sight. Every lie now has a big spotlight on it. Every secret they buried is crawling straight into public view. And I swear, the silence around them right now is loud. You can almost feel it. That heavy air when people realize the story isn't what they thought. That little pause when someone sees the truth and doesn't know how to unsee it. Oh, your enemies feel that pause. They're drowning in it. Chosen one, let's break their whole illusion open, because this isn't just a simple case. This was a full operation. Your ex played the helpless victim. They told people you were crazy. They told their friends you were unstable. They gave that lawyer a whole script to follow, acting like they were the good one in the story. And the cop? He covered for them. He erased things. He lost things. He twisted the story like it was some game he could win. But the universe doesn't play stupid games. The universe pays attention, and the universe remembered everything they did. You know what's wild? These three didn't even think twice. They didn't think you'd get back up. They didn't think you'd speak again. They didn't think you'd survive the pain they left you with. They thought you were done, over, finished. But then the investigation started, and suddenly their whole world turned upside down. Chosen one, let me tell you exactly what they feel right now. Your ex. They're terrified. They're checking their phone every 10 seconds. They're jumping at every notification, because they know once the truth starts spilling, their whole perfect victim act collapses. The mask is cracked. The tears don't work anymore. The lies don't stick. People are looking at them different now. They can feel it. Their lawyer. His pride took the biggest hit. This guy thought he was smarter than everyone. He thought he could twist the story so hard that even the truth would get confused. Now he's staring at documents and evidence he never expected. He's sweating through his expensive suit, trying to figure out which lie of theirs is about to blow up next. And the dirty cop. Oh, he's the one who's shaking the most, because when investigators dig into a dirty cop, they never stop at one case. They check everything, and he knows it. He knows his little tower of lies is about to collapse and bury him. Chosen one, the universe didn't expose them slowly. It ripped their whole plan open like paper. All the things they thought they handled, covered, erased. Nope. It's all coming out. Their names, their actions, their motives, everything. That's why everyone is so quiet around you now. People don't know what to say. They don't know how to act. They once treated you like the problem. Now they're avoiding eye contact because they know they were wrong. And here's the part that hits real deep. You always felt something was wrong. You always felt something off. Even when they gaslit you, even when they mocked you, even when they acted like you were dramatic, something inside you wouldn't let you rest. You knew the truth wasn't gone, it was just hiding. And now, it's standing right next to you. The universe didn't forget you, it didn't ignore you, it didn't leave you alone. It watched everything, every trick they pulled, every lie they sold, every tear you cried into your pillow, thinking no one would ever hear you. The universe held your story in its hands, and now it's handing it back with the truth glowing like fire. Chosen one, I want you to understand something powerful. They never feared the truth. They feared your truth, your voice, your memory, your strength, your comeback. They feared the moment you finally stopped blaming yourself and saw them for who they really were. They feared the day you woke up and said, "No more." And when that day came, everything started shaking in their world. And here's the fun part, the villain part, the part that makes me grin. They didn't just fail, they failed publicly, they failed loudly. They failed in front of all the people they lied to. Your ex's friends are whispering. Their family is confused. The lawyer's reputation is cracking. The cop's career is sliding off a cliff. These people are scared of consequences now. They're scared of the truth. They're scared of you getting stronger every single day. Chosen one, I want you to picture something. Picture yourself standing in the middle of everything they tried to destroy, and you're still here, breathing, smiling, healing, growing, while they're falling apart behind closed doors. You didn't just survive. You won. You won because you didn't lose yourself. You didn't turn into them. You didn't become bitter or hateful. You held on to yourself even when they wanted to break it. The universe rewards that kind of strength, and the reward is happening right now. Let me go deeper. Remember back then, when you felt alone, when no one believed you, when people said maybe you misunderstood, when even you questioned yourself at night. Those moments are the reason this victory hits so hard now. Because you went through the pain alone, and you're receiving the truth in front of everyone. This moment is bigger than justice. It's closure, it's proof, it's validation. It's the universe saying, you were right. And I'll tell you something real. Your enemy's biggest fear isn't the investigation. It isn't the consequences. It isn't the exposure. Their biggest fear is you rising after everything they did, you standing tall, you speaking clearly, you holding your head high, you being free from the chains they wrapped around your name. And look at you now, chosen one. You didn't just break those chains, you shattered them. You walked out of the fire with your voice stronger than ever. Meanwhile, your enemies are trying to pick up the pieces of their own lies. They're trying to keep their stories straight. They're trying to figure out who they can trust now. Spoiler, no one, because snakes always turn on each other when the heat rises. This is your era. This is your moment. This is your turn to breathe again. Chosen one, you're not watching karma. You are karma. You're the reminder that you cannot destroy a good person and expect to stay safe forever. The investigation uncovered everything, and the universe is nowhere near done with them. And chosen one, if you're still here after everything we just exposed, then you're built different. Take a breath, lock in, and get ready, because what comes next is where the real fire starts. Drop a comment with the number 777 if you're ready to watch every lie your ex, their lawyer, and that dirty cop tried to hide crumble right in front of them. And if you want to power this mission forward, feel free to hit the super thanks. It keeps this truth alive, and trust me, the universe sees every bit of support, big or small. Now, let's slide into the next part step by step. And if you're a real chosen one, you'll feel that pull in your chest, telling you to stay till the very end. This is where the mask rips, the story breaks, and everything they hid gets dragged into the light. Let's get started. Number 1. The 3 cowards finally tripped over their own lies. Funny how loud they were when they thought you were powerless, and how quiet they got the second the truth walked in wearing your name. Chosen one, let's tear straight into this, because these 3 clowns don't deserve a gentle introduction. Your ex, their lawyer, and that dirty cop really believed they were some unstoppable force. They strutted around acting like the universe handed them a license to play with your life. They thought their roles made them powerful, the manipulator, the mouthpiece, and the badge. But power without truth is just borrowed time, and their time just ran out. Let's expose how they really operated, and while we do, let me answer the questions already forming in your mind, the ones you used to whisper to yourself in the dark. How did they get away with it for so long? Why did nobody see it? Was I crazy for feeling something was wrong? No, chosen one, you were never crazy. You were surrounded by people pretending to be good while quietly setting fire to everything you cared about. Your ex? They were the architect of the mess. They knew exactly what they were doing from day one. They weren't confused. They weren't lost. They weren't emotional. They were calculated. Every sad moment, every guilt trip, every dramatic meltdown was staged. They weaponized your empathy. They turned your kindness into their playground. And when they realized you were catching on, they panicked. They recruited help. That's when the team formed. The lawyer stepped in like some twisted magician, throwing paperwork, rules and jargon around like confetti, hoping you'd get overwhelmed and back down. This wasn't strategy, it was fear. Because if the truth ever surfaced, he'd lose everything he built his reputation on. So he did what cowards do. He bent the system, tweaked details, twisted words, hid what didn't fit his narrative. And he did it with a smile, like the truth couldn't touch him. Then there was the cop, the one who was supposed to protect you. Instead, he bent the badge around your neck like a noose and pulled the rope every time your ex needed backup. He erased things he shouldn't erase. He rewrote things that were never his to rewrite. He weaponized trust. And the worst part? He genuinely thought no one would ever question him. That's what made him dangerous, his arrogance. He thought the badge made him untouchable. Together, these three thought they formed some unbeatable trio. They moved as one. Your ex fed the lies, the lawyer cleaned the lies, and the cop buried the lies. They crafted this little secret world where everything they did was justified, and everything you said was dramatic, and for a while, chosen one. It looked like they were winning. They made you doubt yourself. They made others doubt you. They twisted the story until you barely recognized the truth yourself. Let me tell you something harsh but honest. You were fighting an entire system built to protect them, not you. But here's the twist that makes this moment legendary. Systems built on lies always collapse. Always. The universe doesn't let corruption stay clean. It rots from the inside, quietly, slowly, until everything falls apart at once. And that's exactly what happened to them. They didn't fall because you fought wrong. They fell because their foundation was made of lies, so thin a single drop of truth cracked the whole thing open. Let's talk motivation, because I know you're thinking, why me? Why did they put so much effort into destroying me? Simple. You were the only one they couldn't control. They could manipulate others. They could intimidate others. They could trick others, but not you. You saw through them in ways they couldn't explain. You felt their intentions before they spoke. You noticed the small shifts, the sudden changes, the weird behaviors, and that made you dangerous to them, so they tried to break you before you exposed them. They failed, and now they're choking on the very plan they built, because the investigation didn't just catch one mistake, it exposed the entire chain of corruption. When one lie cracked, it dragged all the others with it. Your ex's stories stopped matching the lawyer's version. The lawyer's paperwork didn't match the cop's reports, and the cop's reports didn't match the facts. The investigators didn't even need to dig deep. Your enemies practically handed them the proof with all their sloppy cover-ups. Chosen one, picture this. The same people who once walked around laughing at your pain are now sitting in rooms they never wanted to be in, facing questions they can't answer, trying to explain actions they can't defend. They're replaying every moment in their heads, terrified about which part of their lie surfaced first. They're not worried about justice, they're worried about exposure, because exposure is what kills people like them. Exposure strips their mask, their power, their fake image. Let me pour some more truth into your veins. You didn't beat them with revenge. You beat them with survival. You kept living. You kept standing. You kept telling your truth even when no one believed you. You kept pushing even when the world felt deaf. And that persistence, that's what cracked them open. That's what forced the universe to step in. And here's a metaphor that fits them perfectly. They built a castle out of sugar and then acted shocked when it melted in the rain. Everything they hid is now exposed. The documents, the messages, the changes in reports, the stories that don't line up, the actions that don't make sense, the sudden defensive behavior, the nervous reactions, the slip-ups, the contradictions. All of it, it's all out. Let me answer another question you've held inside for too long. Why did people believe them and not me? Because they performed, they put on a show, they rehearsed, they acted. You, chosen one, were real, and real never looks as tidy as fake. But now the show is over. The audience woke up, and the spotlight moved. It's shining on them now, hard, brutal, blinding. Chosen one, I want you to understand the power of this moment. This is not just a collapse. This is justice breathing down their neck. This is karma walking in slow and smiling. This is the universe saying, enough. Your ex can't hide behind fake tears anymore. The lawyer can't hide behind paperwork. The cop can't hide behind his badge. Their trio is broken, exposed, finished, not because they were caught, but because you refuse to lose yourself. Stand tall now. This is your moment. Their collapse is your confirmation. Their downfall is your proof. Their fear is your closure. And chosen one, this is only the beginning. Number 2. Their secret network got dragged into the sun. They swore you were imagining things, but the receipts don't lie. Their own messages just snitched harder than any witness ever could. The funny thing about darkness is, it screams when the light hits it. Cowards hide messages, warriors hide nothing. Chosen one, sit with this for a second. Everything they tried to cover, lock, encrypt, bury, delete, and disguise is now blowing up right in their faces. All those encrypted messages they swore didn't exist. They're out. All those late-night emails they thought looked professional, exposed. All the whispered meetings in parking lots, the fake work calls, the secret bank transfers. Every single thread just got pulled into daylight, like the universe reached in and said, "Let me show you something. And don't act like you didn't feel this coming." Deep down, you always knew something felt off. Why are they being weird? Why do they look nervous when certain topics come up? Why do they suddenly go silent when you enter the room? You weren't paranoid. You were surrounded by people who were working overtime to hide the truth. They were scared of what you would do if you ever saw what they were saying when you weren't looking. Let's tear this open properly. Your ex thought they were slick, sending messages late at night, double deleting things, using apps that erase after viewing, switching accounts like it made them untouchable. They planned stories. They rehearsed new lies. They kept everyone in the loop except you. They were building a version of events where they looked like the angel and you looked like the storm. And guess what? Those exact messages are now the reason they can't sleep. The lawyer wasn't just responding, he was coordinating, he was advising, he was telling your ex what to say, what not to say, how to twist your words, how to avoid responsibility. He thought his fancy legal terms would protect him. He thought encrypted emails made him invisible, but encryption doesn't matter when investigators already have the key. And the dirty cop, oh, chosen one, he left the biggest trail. He deleted things. He changed timestamps. He moved reports from one folder to another. He took calls late at night he thought no one would ever trace. But corruption is sloppy, and sloppy leaves fingerprints. Now, every file he touched is glowing like neon. Imagine this, a whole group working behind your back, whispering in shadows, passing secret messages around like middle schoolers hiding notes in class. And suddenly, the entire folder lands on the table in front of investigators. No warning, no mercy, just raw truth. Imagine this. Them sitting in their homes, scrolling through the leaks with shaking hands, realizing every lie they carefully crafted now has a screenshot next to it, realizing every insult they sent, every plan they made, every shift in their tone is now evidence. Imagine this: their colleagues reading those messages and thinking, so this is who they really are. The disgust, the shock, the embarrassment, the sudden urge to distance themselves as fast as possible. Because that's the funniest part. People are abandoning them. Colleagues who used to hype them up now quietly walk away. Friends who believed their fake stories now sit in silence, ashamed. People who once mocked you. They're staring at the leaks like, damn, I misjudged everything. And let me answer a question that probably punched your chest before. Why didn't anyone see this earlier? Because they were good at pretending. They were charming. They were polished. They rehearsed their lies until they became second nature. They performed. And the world loves a good performance. But now that the mask fell, people can't unsee the real face underneath. You're witnessing something rare, chosen one. This is what it looks like when fake reputations start rotting in public. Let's go deeper, brutally deeper. Those encrypted chats didn't just expose lies, they exposed intentions. They exposed how they talked about you behind closed doors, how they tried to destroy your credibility, how they planned to twist events, how they plotted to make you look like the villain. Some people hide their truth behind locked messages, but the universe has a habit of unlocking everything when the time is right. That's what happened here. Not karma, not luck. Just truth doing what truth always does. Taking its time, then striking like a hammer. Chosen one, this moment is bigger than exposure. This is humiliation. This is collapse. This is everything they built falling apart because they forgot one simple rule. When you play dirty, you eventually get dirty. The lawyer's emails show him coaching lies. The ex's messages show manipulation in its purest form. The cop's communication logs show him panicking the moment he sensed an investigation coming. All three of them look guilty not because someone accused them, but because their own words tell the whole story. Let me tell you why this hits so hard for you. You didn't get closure back then. You didn't get answers. You didn't get justice. You just got pain. Pain they created. Pain they enjoyed. Pain they shared with each other like trophies. But now you're getting every answer they tried to hide. You're seeing every message they swore never happened. You're watching their lies eat them alive. And here's the psychological twist. Nothing destroys a liar faster than their own receipts. Chosen one, here's another metaphor because it fits perfectly. They lit a match in a dark cave, thinking no one would see it. But the flame spread. It touched the walls, and now the whole cave is on fire, exposing every crack they tried to hide. Their entire network of deception is laid out like a crime board. The arrows, the links, the dates, the transfers, the messages. Everything shows they weren't just lying, they were actively planning to hurt you. And this is the part that hits your soul. The same people who mocked your instincts now use those same instincts as proof that you were right all along. They remember every time you said, something doesn't feel right, and they brushed you off. They remember calling you dramatic, too sensitive, overthinking. And now those same people feel stupid for believing such polished liars. Let me answer another question you used to whisper to yourself. Were they all working together the whole time? Yes, and now the messages prove it. Their coordination, their planning, their shared hatred, their shared fear of you exposing them. It's all in writing. You weren't imagining patterns. You weren't overanalyzing behavior. You weren't being emotional. You were in the middle of a conspiracy designed to silence you. And the universe finally dragged every hidden piece into the light. Chosen one, Understand this. Their downfall didn't start with the investigation. It started the day they underestimated you. The messages didn't betray them. Their arrogance did. Their entitlement did. Their belief that they could twist the story forever did. And now they're paying. Their jobs are shaking. Their reputations are bleeding out. Their friends are stepping back. Their families are confused. Their names don't carry the same weight. And in every room they walk into, someone is looking at them thinking, so that's who you really are. Meanwhile, you're rising. You're breathing easier. You're getting answers you deserved years ago. You're getting validation for every instinct, every feeling, every moment you doubted yourself. Chosen one, their communications weren't just exposed. Their souls were exposed. Their real motives, their real nature, their real intentions. And the universe made sure you got to see it first. This isn't the end of the story. This is the fuel. This is the clarity. This is the moment you realize the universe never ignored your pain. It was building the perfect moment to reveal everything. Chosen one, this collapse is only getting louder. Number 3. The machine they trusted just ate them alive. Funny how the system they weaponized suddenly remembers how to do its job the second it turns on them. Chosen one, this is the part of the story where the universe stops whispering and starts knocking their teeth out. The same system your ex, their lawyer, and that dirty cop used to bully you is now chewing them up piece by piece. They thought they owned the machine. They thought they controlled the room. They thought they had the upper hand. But the system never belonged to them. It just tolerated them until the truth showed up. New officials stepped in, and these ones don't owe your enemies a damn thing. No favors, no friendships, no history to protect. They look at your case with fresh eyes and sharp minds, and suddenly the whole house of cards your enemies built starts shaking. Old files they lost, they're back. Evidence they swore never existed, sitting right there on a desk. Reports that magically vanished, recovered. And the timing is too perfect to be coincidence. You might be thinking, why now? Why didn't this happen earlier? Because corruption protects corruption until someone new walks in with nothing to hide and everything to prove. And now, chosen one, the universe put the right people in the right seats at the right moment. Witnesses who once shook in fear. They're talking now, loudly, clearly, confidently. Subpoenas hit your enemies like thunderclaps. Your ex gets one, and their hands shake so hard they almost drop it. The lawyer sees his own name on a legal notice, and his stomach hits the floor. And that cop, watching search warrants get executed on his turf, is the kind of poetic justice villains pretend they're too tough to fear. Even judges who used to rubber stamp their lies now look at every page with suspicion, every signature, every timestamp, every mistake. Chosen one. This isn't karma. This is the universe flipping the entire system on your enemies and saying, your turn. Number 4. The justice engine roars back and drags them under. They thought the machine was dead. It was just sleeping, waiting for the perfect moment to bite the hand that abused it. Chosen one, this is where the universe stops playing around. The same system your enemies used to corner you, silence you, and twist the truth suddenly wakes up like a giant opening one eye and realizing someone's been poking it for too long. And when this machine wakes up, it doesn't come back gentle. It comes back hungry. Prosecutors start pulling files like they're flipping over gravestones. Old cases your ex, their lawyer, and that cop thought were buried, they're getting dragged up and dusted off. Every inconsistency, every fake report, every suspicious signature, and with each file opened, the noose around your enemies tightens. Even defense attorneys, the same ones who used to laugh with the trio, quietly step away. They don't want smoke with this. No lawyer wants to attach their name to sinking ships, especially when those ships are leaking corruption from every side. Internal Affairs moves next, and trust me, Chosen One, that department doesn't knock softly. They take computers, they take phones, they take flash drives, they take logs, they take anything that could speak, and everything speaks. Internal Affairs doesn't come to ask questions. They come to dismantle careers. Banking officials trace every shady transfer your enemies thought they hid. Money they moved under the radar suddenly glows like it's radioactive. Tax authorities sniff around next, and nobody escapes them. Misreported income, fake deductions, hidden accounts. It all crawls out of the dark. You might be wondering, how is everything coming out at once? Because once one system wakes up, they all wake up. That's how corruption works. Once one thread unravels, the whole fake identity they built comes apart like cheap fabric. Your ex's innocent persona, gone. The lawyer's professional mask, cracked. The cop's respectable image, destroyed. And the public, they're furious. Outrage rises like a wave, and your enemies feel every drop of it. Chosen One, the justice machine isn't just reawakening, it's eating them alive. Number 5, their heartfelt act just got burned to ashes. Some people don't wear masks, they are the mask. And the second it slips, the monster underneath starts screaming. Chosen One, this is the part where their entire personality melts under the spotlight. Every smile they gave you was rehearsed. Every tear they forced out was scripted. Every "I love you," every "trust me," every dramatic meltdown staged. They weren't expressing emotions. They were performing them. They weren't loving you. They were studying you. And now that their private messages are out, the whole world sees it too. Those screenshots, they're lethal. They show exactly how they talked about you when they thought you'd never find out. No warmth, no humanity, just strategy, just control, just cold little plots spelled out in plain text. They discussed you like you were an object, not a person. They treated your pain like a project. They planned your downfall like a schedule. And the universe made sure every word is now pinned to their names forever. You might catch yourself wondering, was any of it real? Here's the truth. Their love wasn't love. It was leverage. Everything they said was a move. Everything they did was a setup. Everything they showed was a costume. Imagine this, them smiling in public, acting supportive, acting gentle, while texting your enemies at night about how to handle you. Imagine them holding your hand in the day and plotting illegal surveillance at midnight. Imagine them sharing a bed with you while planning how to carve up your assets behind your back. That's the level of cold you were dealing with. The lawyer encouraged it. The cop joined it. Your ex led it. And now the recordings spill everything. The fake tone of their voices, the rehearsed sadness, the fake concern, gone. Every new leak strips another piece of their persona until all that's left is the truth. A truth they can't run from anymore. Chosen One, understand this. They didn't lose their mask. Their mask was ripped off by evidence, by witnesses, by their own words, by the universe. And now everyone sees them for what they always were. Number 6. Their family tree just turned into a crime scene. You weren't fighting one person, you were fighting an entire bloodline raised on manipulation like it was a family tradition. Chosen One, this is where the whole foundation under them cracks open. It wasn't just your ex acting dirty, it was the ecosystem that created them. A family that treats manipulation like oxygen, a family that thinks hierarchy is a birthright, a family that looked at you not as a partner but as a threat to their control. And now the universe is dragging their entire clan into the spotlight, one branch at a time. Investigators start following the money, and suddenly things that never made sense start clicking. Fake jobs created for relatives, random gifts that were actually hidden payments, shady business deals disguised as family projects, money bouncing between accounts like a secret language they thought no outsider would ever decode. But the machine of justice doesn't care about family ties. It cares about patterns, and the pattern here is rotten. You might wonder, did they all know? Here's the truth. Most of them knew enough. Some knew everything. None of them stopped it. Parents raised your ex to see manipulation as survival. Siblings stood by and watched you get torn apart because silence was easier. Relatives held pieces of the truth and kept their mouths shut, hoping the fallout would never reach them. They built a family image of unity. But unity built on secrets always shatters under pressure. And that pressure is here now. Imagine this. The same relatives who once whispered about you behind closed doors are now scrambling to delete messages, hide accounts, and distance themselves. Imagine their family group chats blowing up in panic. Imagine their unity melting the moment investigators show up with questions they can't wiggle out of. This isn't just exposure, it's collapse. Their family name, once their shield, is now the evidence tag. Chosen one. You didn't just survive a toxic person. You survived an entire network built to protect them. And now that network is falling apart in the harshest way possible. Number 7. They waged war on your mind and still lost. When someone tries to break your reality, it's because they're terrified of what you'd see if you ever opened your eyes. Chosen one, what they did to you went far deeper than paperwork, threats, or shady legal moves. They didn't just go after your name or your resources. They went straight for your mind. They wanted your sanity cracked. They wanted your confidence drained. They wanted your internal compass spinning so wildly that you couldn't trust your own heartbeat. That's how scared they were of you seeing the truth. Their attacks weren't random, they were calculated. Every lie, every sudden mood swing, every twisted conversation was meant to confuse you. They needed you off balance. They needed you doubting yourself. Because if you ever trusted your instincts fully, they knew their entire game would collapse overnight. Let me answer the question you probably held deep inside. Why did they keep gaslighting me, even when I hadn't done anything wrong? Because your awareness was the biggest threat in the room. You could sense tension before anyone spoke. You detected lies before they left their mouths. You saw patterns they hoped no one would ever notice. Gaslighting wasn't punishment, it was fear, their fear of your clarity. Imagine this, them panicking every time you had a quiet moment. Them watching your eyes when you started connecting dots. Them switching the story mid-sentence because they saw you catching on. They treated your intuition like a weapon because that's exactly what it was. And still, chosen one, even when they hit you with their worst psychological tricks, something inside you refused to die. That inner flame, the one they tried so hard to smother, didn't bend, didn't dim, didn't break. Even on the days you questioned your reality, something in you whispered, "This isn't you, this is them." Every attempt they made to disconnect you from your truth only revealed how powerful that truth really was. Your mind survived an assault designed to destroy it. Your clarity lived through a storm built to erase it. And the universe took note. Chosen one, they attacked your sanity like cowards, and you still walked out with your truth intact. Number 8. The money trail they hid just set their house on fire. The truth doesn't need revenge, it just needs a paper trail, and theirs is screaming your name. Chosen one, this is where the universe hits them in the one place liars can't fake, the numbers. Emotions can be acted, stories can be twisted, but money? Money snitches every single time, and your enemies left fingerprints on every dollar they tried to bury. Financial investigators start digging, and suddenly everything your ex, that lawyer and the dirty cop thought they cleaned up, starts glowing like neon signs in the dark. Timed transfers, suspicious withdrawals, property ownerships flipped back and forth like cheap poker chips, tax forms that looked like they were filled out by someone panicking at 3 a.m. Their entire financial world becomes a map, and every line points straight to corruption. You might ask, why did they try so hard to hide money instead of just walking away clean? Because they never planned to walk away. They planned to take everything they could from you, your resources, your security, your stability, your future. They weren't just stealing things, they were trying to cripple you. Imagine this. Investigators picking up bank statements and seeing transfers timed perfectly with their lies. Property deeds switching hands the moment you got too close to the truth. Accounts under fake names suddenly exposed. And documents they forged now being held under forensic scanners like crime weapons. The lawyer? He didn't just help. He built a full blueprint of fraud. He drafted documents meant to cut you out of what was rightfully yours. He coordinated signatures. He altered dates. He played puppet master with paperwork like he was above consequences. The cop? He rerouted investigations that were getting too close. He misplaced evidence. He filed incomplete reports. He covered financial red flags with sloppy explanations he never expected anyone to question. And your ex? They benefited from all of it. They let money flow around them like a secret river, pretending innocence while collecting stolen gain behind closed doors. Now, financial specialists are reconstructing every step, every transaction, every signature, every hidden account. The puzzle they thought would stay broken forever is being rebuilt piece by piece, and the picture it forms is ugly, undeniable, and deadly to their fake reputations. Chosen one, numbers don't lie, documents don't lie, money doesn't lie. But your enemies did, and now their own paper trail is dragging them into the fire they lit for you. Number 9. The silent witnesses just turned into a truth stampede. Cowards stay quiet until one brave voice cracks the dam. Then every hidden truth rushes out like a flood. Chosen one, this is the moment your enemies never planned for, the moment people finally grow a spine and start talking. All those individuals who saw something, sensed something, overheard something, or quietly questioned the trio's behavior. They're coming out of the shadows now, and the funniest part, your enemies can't stop any of it. They can't threaten everyone. They can't silence everyone. They can't intimidate the whole room. The fear people once had is gone. When corruption starts cracking, witnesses suddenly remember everything with perfect clarity. Legal assistants who thought something felt wrong start saving emails and forwarding messages. Junior officers who noticed missing files begin submitting anonymous tips. Acquaintances who overheard shady conversations suddenly feel guilty for staying silent. Even people close to your ex, the ones who used to swear you were the problem, are stepping forward, dropping receipts like grenades. You might wonder, why now? Why didn't they help earlier? Because people move when the power shifts. When they sensed the trio collapsing, they finally felt safe. When the mask fell, they finally felt free. When the truth surfaced, they finally felt responsible. Then comes the big one, the insider. The person your enemies trusted, the one who knew too much and stayed loyal for too long. Every villain has a right-hand man, until that man decides he doesn't want to go down with the ship. This insider breaks rank and hands investigators evidence so sharp it cuts open the entire case. Messages, documents, timelines, names, details only someone on the inside could know. Their testimony doesn't just add to the story, it unlocks it. Imagine this. One person speaking turns into five. Five turn into dozens. Dozens turn into a tidal wave. Every voice becomes another crack in the fake world your enemies built. Every tip becomes another nail in their coffin. Every confession becomes another spotlight they can't escape. Chosen one, the truth isn't trickling out anymore. It's roaring. And your enemies are drowning in the very secrets they thought would stay buried forever. Number 10. Their little alliance just imploded on camera. There's no loyalty in corruption. The moment the heat rises, every snake slithers in a different direction. Chosen one, this is the part you deserve to enjoy. The trio that once strutted around like they were some unstoppable force is now breaking apart faster than rotten wood. Their so-called teamwork wasn't loyalty, it was fear. And fear collapses under pressure every single time. Your ex is pointing fingers like a child caught stealing candy. One minute they swear the lawyer masterminded everything, the next they're claiming they never understood the paperwork. Cute, the lawyer, who once played the puppet master, now acts shocked, pretending your ex misled him and that he was just following client direction, as if he didn't coach half the lies himself. And the dirty cop, he's crying about department culture, pretending he was pressured, pretending he didn't enjoy every moment of bending the rules for his own gain. You might wonder, why are they all turning on each other now? Because criminals don't trust each other. They never did. They were united only when they were hurting you. Once the system turned its gaze their way, they became strangers overnight. And their panic is loud, messages deleted, files accidentally corrupted, computers suddenly crashing like they caught a virus at the exact moment investigators requested data. Funny how their electronics worked perfectly until the truth came knocking. But every sloppy move just exposes them more. Every disappearance of evidence looks like an admission. Every contradiction in their statements sounds like a confession. Every attempt to rewrite the story makes the original lie even uglier. Imagine them sitting in separate rooms during questioning, knowing they can't line up their stories anymore. Imagine them wondering which one will flip first. Imagine the paranoia, the same paranoia they tried to plant in you. Their unity wasn't real. Their alliance was a costume, and now the costume is burning. Chosen one. They didn't just turn on each other, they destroyed each other. Number 11. The truth you carried alone now stands like a giant. They called you paranoid, now they call you right. Funny how fast the room changes when evidence speaks louder than excuses. Chosen one, this is the moment the whole universe turns and looks straight at you, not with pity, not with confusion, but with recognition. Everything they once mocked, dismissed or twisted into a joke now stands in full daylight as fact. The same story they tried to bury has grown stronger than every lie they built around it. Documents line up with your memory. Recordings echo your words. Witnesses repeat the things you were gaslit for saying. Every piece falls perfectly into place, like the truth itself waited for the right moment to roar. You might find yourself thinking, why didn't they believe me before? Because people believe what's convenient. People believe what's loudest. People believe what flatters their comfort. But now the evidence is louder than their opinions ever were. The apologies come in two forms. Some brave enough to say it directly, most too embarrassed to speak, but their silence is heavier than any sorry. Their eyes say everything. They misjudged you, and they know it. Professional doors they shut in your face. They slide open again, this time with respect. Connections that once backed away now edge closer, realizing you weren't the problem. You were the one surrounded by it. Your name, which they tried to stain, starts shining again. Your resources, your opportunities, your stability, all of it begins returning, piece by piece. And here's the truth that hits deepest. You didn't get respect because you suffered. You got respect because you survived. Imagine standing in a room where everyone once whispered about you, and now they whisper about how you were right from day one. Imagine circles that once excluded you quietly rebuilding themselves around your presence. Imagine feeling the shift, not in your mind, but in the way people treat your name when it leaves their lips. You're no longer the victim of the story. You're the one who walked through a conspiracy designed to break your spirit and came out sharper, stronger, and more unshakable than they ever imagined. Chosen one, vindication isn't a moment, it's a crown. And it just landed on your head. Number 12. The whole community just woke up and saw who the real one was. They built a crowd against you, and now that same crowd is backing away from them like they're radioactive. Chosen one, this is the part where the world around you finally opens its eyes. The community, the same community that once sided with your ex, believed the lawyer and trusted the officer, is now in full shock. People who once defended them can't even look them in the eye. The illusion they lived in has shattered. Everything they said, everything they performed, everything they used to weaponize the crowd against you, flipped. And now their own allies feel sick remembering how they treated you. Colleagues of the lawyer whisper in hallways. Community members question every past interaction with the cop. Organizations that once condemned you suddenly revisit their stance, rewriting statements like they were never part of the smear campaign, and invitations start appearing. The same doors they slammed shut in your face now swing open like they've been waiting for you. You might ask yourself, why are they all switching sides now? Because truth rearranges the room. It forces people to reassess. It exposes who acted out of ignorance and who acted out of malice. And here's the powerful twist. People inspired by your endurance now step into the light. Professionals offer help. Those who were silent victims finally speak because you showed them it's possible. The loneliness they engineered around you dissolves as real support gathers. Imagine this. People who once avoided you now come closer. People who once doubted you now protect you. People who once whispered lies now whisper admiration. Your intuition is sharper, your boundaries stronger, your power undeniable. What was meant to break you became the blueprint for your rise. None of this was random. The timing, the evidence resurfacing, the right people appearing. It was the universe realigning around your truth, clearing obstacles one by one. Chosen one, what was designed to destroy you is now the proof of your resilience, your clarity, and your unshakable spirit. The universe didn't just restore balance, it crowned you with victory in front of everyone who doubted you. Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. So tell me, what did they say this time? That you were too intense, too sharp, too dangerous to be around. Funny how they always talk big when they think you're alone. Funny how their courage evaporates the second the universe decides to send someone who can actually stand on your level. Look who's nervous now. Look who's whispering behind closed doors. Look who suddenly wants to play peacemaker after years of poking at your fire. Oh, the legends need to bow now? They didn't expect this plot twist, and honestly, neither did they deserve a heads up, because when they said you were the one they feared, they had no idea the universe was about to introduce someone who could match you, someone who didn't flinch when you spoke, someone who didn't step back when your energy rose. Someone who didn't run from your storm, but walked straight into it with a grin like, finally. Press like and subscribe, Chosen One, if you feel this message hitting where it needs to hit. It helps this message spread. Anyway, the silence around you right now, that's not peace. That's tension. That's the world realizing something has shifted. The same people who once tried to control your narrative can't even control their breathing now. They're watching the two most unpredictable forces on the board walk toward each other, and even the air feels different. This isn't imagination. This is the aftermath of a battle you didn't even know you were fighting. This is the part where enemies sit in the dark trying to understand what just happened. Because here's the truth they're choking on. They thought one of you was a problem. They thought you alone were dangerous. They thought you alone were the threat. But then the universe laughed and said, let's see what happens when the right match appears. And suddenly, the people who loved analyzing you don't even have the vocabulary to describe what they're watching now. See, the moment you met this person, it wasn't cute, it wasn't soft, it wasn't some cheesy scene where birds sing and violins cry. No, it was unsettling, it was sharp, it was that rare second in life when two people walk into the same room and everyone else feels it before either of you speak. That's why conversations froze. That's why smiles died halfway. That's why the atmosphere shifted like the universe held its breath. They expected noise. What they got was recognition. Not romantic recognition, not crush recognition. Something older, deeper, more dangerous. The kind of recognition predators share when they realize the other one isn't prey. The kind of recognition warriors feel when they finally meet someone who doesn't break under pressure. The kind of recognition villains share when they realize their madness has a mirror. And don't pretend you didn't feel it. Don't pretend your mind didn't go, wait, what is this? Because for the first time, you weren't the one lowering your voice to keep people comfortable. You weren't the one shrinking your power. You weren't the one watching your intensity scare the room. This time, the room wasn't scared of you. It was scared of what the two of you could become together. Tap, like, and subscribe, Chosen One. You're part of this mission, and it keeps this message alive. Friends tried to interrupt it, didn't they? They threw warnings at you like confetti. You're too similar. This will explode. This is dangerous. But the subtext, the real meaning, was so simple. We can't handle both of you in the same timeline because people could survive you. They could gossip. They could judge. They could spin stories about you to make themselves feel safe. But two of you, two minds that think faster than the room, two hearts that don't fear intensity, two energies that don't bend to validation. That's not a relationship. That's a revolution they can't control. And this is where the story gets personal. Remember when you were younger and adults said stuff like, tone it down? Remember the teachers who said, stop asking questions no one else thought of? Remember the friends who said, you're intimidating, like it was your fault for being awake in a world full of sleepwalkers? You've spent years shrinking because they couldn't handle your clarity. But now, the universe hands you someone who sees your intensity as normal, someone who doesn't back away, someone who doesn't treat your power like a problem. And suddenly, all those old memories come rushing back and you realize you were never too much. They were just too little. Now imagine how that same old crowd feels watching you and your match stand in the same space. Two people who don't blink first. Two people who understand each other without explanation. Two people who scare the room without trying. The world doesn't know whether to applaud or run. So let's say it plainly. You didn't meet your competition. You met your complement. One of you is the spark. The other is the oxygen. Separate, you're intense. Together, you're a wildfire with a plan, and the enemy knows it. Their fear isn't random, it's informed, because history has always shown that when two disruptive minds meet, the old system cracks. When two unstoppable energies link up, the world rearranges itself. Humans call it a coincidence. The universe calls it timing. And there's another truth here they don't want to admit. They didn't fear you because you were loud. They feared you because you were right. You were honest. You were sharp enough to cut through the nonsense they built their lives on. But now, you've met someone who sees the world the same way, someone who complements your intensity instead of shrinking from it. And now, enemies are living in panic mode, replaying old conversations, remembering every time they underestimated you, because they know this duo doesn't forgive, doesn't forget, doesn't fold. And here's the final punch that will make their spine rattle. They thought one of you was dangerous. Now the universe has shown them two minds that move like strategy, two hearts that don't scare easily, two energies that don't bow, two people who see each other clearly. And together, you're the nightmare they prayed would never come true. This is not romance. This is not chaos. This is not coincidence. This is alignment. This is power meeting power. This is the moment the universe whispers, "Now watch." And they will, because they can't look away. Before we move deeper, Chosen One, take a second and breathe, because what comes next hits even harder than what you just heard. And if you're still here, that already tells me something. You're not just watching, you're sensing the shift. You feel the universe lining things up. You feel the tension around you changing shape. They thought you were dangerous alone. Wait until they understand what happens when you stand beside the one who matches you. If you're locked in, drop a 999 in the comments so the world knows another awakened mind is still in the room. And if you want to push this mission further, hit the super thanks. Support like yours fuels the work, whether it's a penny or a mountain. It all keeps the message alive. And now, Chosen One, let's step deeper into this story, piece by piece. Stay with me. If you're truly the one they fear, you'll feel the pull to stay until the end. Let's begin. Number 1. When two problems link up, the whole system panics. Funny how brave they acted when it was just you. Now look at them choking on their own fear because you're no longer fighting alone. They thought they had you contained. One unpredictable force, fine. One sharp mind, tolerable. One person who sees straight through every fake smile, every rigged game, every hidden motive, manageable. But the universe has a dark sense of humor, and it finally delivered the one update they never prepared for. Another person who sees exactly what you see. Another person who feels the same shift in the atmosphere. Another person who refuses to bow to the nonsense the world runs on. And suddenly, the entire ecosystem that used to gossip about you can't even stand upright. Their confidence melted the second you met your match. The collision wasn't cute, it wasn't soft, it wasn't two souls fluttering together in some romantic montage. It was a cracking sound, reality bending, a pressure drop you feel in your bones when something rare just happened. Because for the first time, you weren't the only one in the room who knew exactly what was going on. Someone else picked up the signals you always noticed. Someone else caught the lies mid-air. Someone else spotted the shadow behind the smile. And that alone is enough to break a system built on pretending. They handled you when you were isolated because isolation makes warriors look crazy. They could call you dramatic. They could label you too much. They could roll their eyes when you pointed out the truth nobody dared to say out loud. But now, two of you comparing notes, two of you confirming what nobody wanted to admit, two of you catching the same inconsistencies, reading the same energy shifts, seeing the same cracks in the mask. That's not a partnership. That's an uprising in slow motion, and let's address what's probably haunting your mind right now. Why did people react so weirdly when we met? Why did the room go quiet? Why did it feel like something dangerous just entered the timeline? Because they weren't scared of romance. They were scared of recognition. They were scared of two minds syncing without speaking. They were scared of the unspoken agreement between you two. We see everything now. That's the thing they cannot recover from. Your chaos didn't confuse your match. It excited them. Your intensity didn't overwhelm them. It called to them. Your insight didn't intimidate them. It validated what they already suspected. And in return, their order didn't cage you, it steadied you. Their clarity didn't silence you, it sharpened you. Their calm wasn't weakness. It was the kind of quiet someone develops after surviving storms you've never heard about. Individually, you were forces. Together, you became consequences. Imagine it from the enemy's point of view. They spent years building narratives, building walls, building lies to keep you doubting your own intuition. And overnight, all of that work became useless because you met someone who said, "No, you're not imagining it. They really are that fake." They knew the moment that happened. The whole illusion cracked. Two witnesses, two rebels, two people with nothing left to lose. The world panics at that combination. And let's tell the truth they don't want anyone to hear. People weren't scared you'd destroy each other. They were terrified you'd empower each other. Every time you talk, you unlock another piece. Every time you share a story, something clicks. Every time you look at each other, the world loses another layer of control over you, because now your mind isn't echoing in an empty room. Now your warnings are confirmed by someone who sees the same shape behind the curtain. That's what makes them fear you, because once two people agree that the system is fake, the system becomes irrelevant. You probably wondered at some point, why did it feel so intense so fast? Why did everything shift the moment we crossed paths? Because the universe was waiting for this moment, not to make you fall in love, to make you wake up, to make you unstoppable, to make you realize you were never too much. You were always the blueprint, waiting for the missing piece. This is the moment stories from your past start snapping into place. Remember all those times you said things nobody believed, all the red flags you pointed out while everyone laughed, all the strange instincts you had that later turned out to be true. You weren't wrong, you were early. And now someone else finally arrived on your timeline who was born early too. Together, your clarity is a weapon, your connection is a threat, your insight is a revolution. Enemies don't fear love stories, they fear alliances, they fear partnerships built on truth. They fear two people who can't be manipulated anymore, and this is why their reactions are so dramatic. This is why friends suddenly become concerned. This is why people start backing away like you're radioactive, because they used to study you, they used to analyze you, they used to think they understood how to disarm you, but now they're dealing with two unpredictable minds on one frequency, two sharp hearts that don't need permission, two energies that have nothing left to hide. Let me say it plainly so you don't underestimate what you are anymore. They thought one of you was dangerous. Two of you is a collapse they cannot repair. You became the glitch in their system. Your match became the virus that spread it. Together, you became the reason the whole network is failing. This isn't chaos meeting control. This is chaos being understood. This is control being unchained. This is the moment the universe says, let them try to stop this. And now you stand here, chosen one, not as someone misunderstood, but as someone finally seen. You're not being analyzed anymore. You're being watched, closely, quietly, nervously, because they know the truth now. Your power wasn't a phase. Your awareness wasn't an accident, and your match wasn't a coincidence. You were never meant to be managed. You were meant to be mirrored, and that mirror is the thing the world fears most. Number 2. When two minds link, gaslighters stop sleeping. Funny how they loved messing with you until the day you stopped standing alone. Every manipulator has a nightmare, and yours started the second you found someone who could decode their lies as fast as you did. Some people don't fear your voice, they fear who hears you now. Two sharp minds destroy illusions quicker than fire destroys paper. Your enemies always counted on one thing: isolation. Gaslighting only works when the target stands alone. Manipulation only works when one person doubts themselves. Lies only work when one person carries the entire weight of reality on their back. And for a long time, that was her life. They expected the same patterns, the same reactions, the same explosions they could point to and say, "See, she's unstable." That was their favorite trick. Push her, trigger her, then blame her for the chaos they created. But imagine this: the universe finally says enough and drops someone into her life who doesn't add fuel to her explosions, but hands her the blueprint behind them. Your first real act of unity didn't happen on a good day. It didn't happen during laughter or connection. No, it happened during the kind of moment people pretend they never saw. Someone tried to gaslight her. Someone thought they could twist the narrative again. Someone thought the same buttons would work. Someone thought she was still isolated. Except this time, she wasn't. She looked at him. He smiled, and the entire game board flipped. No words were needed, no explanation, no dramatic speeches. One glance was enough. He already understood the setup. He already saw the trap. He already detected the shifts in tone, the calculated pauses, the fake concern dripping off the enemy's voice. He saw everything she spent years trying to explain to people who refused to believe her. And in that moment she realized something terrifying and beautiful. She wasn't crazy. She was right. She had always been right. And now someone else finally understood the pattern without her needing to break herself to prove it. Imagine this: the enemy fires their usual move, expecting her to explode, but instead of chaos erupting, something colder appears. Precision, alignment, a unified front they never predicted. She didn't break this time. She sharpened, because when she looked at him, his expression didn't say, "Calm down." It said, "I see it. I see everything. And I'm already 10 steps ahead." He brought the plan. She brought the fury. Together, they became a problem no manipulator could handle. Let's answer the question that's probably popping up in the chosen ones' heads right now. Why did the gaslighter react so violently? Why was the fear so instant? Because manipulators rely on confusion, not confrontation. Their power dies the moment someone fully understands their strategy, and now you had two people dissecting the move in real time. This wasn't chaos versus control. This was strategic warfare. This was coordinated retaliation. This was the moment the enemy realized they weren't fighting a person, they were fighting a unit. Imagine this: two wolves turning to face the same threat at the exact same second. That's what the enemy saw. Coordinated instinct, matching awareness, a mirrored readiness that shook them to the core. And for the first time, they questioned their own control. They questioned their script. They questioned whether the lies they used for years could survive this new alliance. They questioned everything, because now they weren't dealing with a single target. They were dealing with two minds that refused to be fooled, two energies that wouldn't bend, two people who knew the exact shape of manipulation the moment it touched the air. Let's tell the truth plainly. You didn't just support each other. You weaponized awareness. You aligned instincts. You multiplied intelligence. And that's why the manipulator still wakes up sweating. Because manipulators fear one thing more than confrontation: exposure. And when the two of you united that day, you didn't just stop the gaslighting, you shattered the illusion they used to survive. Imagine the enemy trying to run their script. First they deny, then they twist, then they blame, then they pretend concern. Except now, every move they made was met with matching precision. Their denial was caught instantly. Their twisting hit a wall. Their blame slid right off her. Their fake concern was exposed like bad acting under bright lights. She wasn't spiraling, she was watching. He wasn't confused, he was analyzing. The room wasn't out of control, it was under inspection. And this is where the real panic started. They always counted on her reacting emotionally. It made their lies easier to defend. It made her easier to discredit. But now, her reaction was silent, cold, calculated. The explosion didn't happen outwardly, it happened internally. And in that silence, the manipulator finally faced the truth. Their power was gone. You want another question answered? Chosen one. Why did her calm anger scare them more than her loud anger? Because emotional explosions are predictable, but when someone who usually reacts suddenly stops reacting, that means they've stopped playing the game. That means they're thinking. That means they're calculating. And manipulators can't handle targets that think. They crumble. He didn't need to guide her. He didn't need to calm her. He just stood beside her like a mirror, reflecting every lie the manipulator threw into the air. And the more the enemy spoke, the more exposed they became. She brought the fury, yes, but it wasn't wild anymore. It was aimed. It was strategic. It was the kind of fury that doesn't burn everything, just the lies. He brought the plan, not controlling, not overriding, just aligning. He didn't silence her fire. He gave it direction. He didn't dim her energy. He refined it. And that's why this particular enemy still can't sleep. Because when they replay that day in their mind, they don't hear her voice. They hear the silence before she spoke. They see the look she gave him. They see the way he smiled, like the manipulator had walked right into a trap he laid 3 moves ago. They see two minds sinking against them. That is what keeps them awake. Let's break down the metaphor in simple terms. If she was the storm, he was the weather report that told her where to strike. If she was lightning, he was the metal rod guiding it straight into the truth. If she was fire, he was oxygen turning sparks into signal flares. If she was chaos, he was the outline that turned chaos into choreography. And together, they didn't just respond, they retaliated. And manipulators hate retaliation. They hate exposure. They hate witnesses. They hate people who aren't confused. They hate alliances. And above all, they hate when someone who used to crumble learns to stand without shaking. This is why the universe aligned you two, not for romance, not for comfort, but for clarity, for revolution, for protection. Because now the world doesn't just fear her intensity, they fear the intellect standing beside it. They don't just fear his strategy, they fear the fire fueling it. They don't just fear the combination, they fear the inevitability. This was the conspiracy they never saw coming, not your bond, not your chemistry, not your connection, but your unity against lies. Your first act as a team wasn't affection, it was exposure, it was truth, it was the end of gaslighting's reign. And that day, the universe whispered, they realized they messed with the wrong one, twice. And this, chosen one, is where the story really begins. Number 3. When two untouchables evolve into something the world can't measure. People feared you before. Now they fear what you become when someone finally stops dimming your power. This transformation wasn't soft, cute, or poetic. It was surgical. It was cold. It was the exact kind of shift that makes outsiders whisper what is happening to them. Because this wasn't about finding someone who merely understood you. This was about finding someone who amplified you. Someone who didn't calm your fire, but focused it. Someone who didn't restrain your mind, but unlocked its next form. And suddenly the world realized your evolution wasn't accidental. It was inevitable. Her intensity, it stopped being a problem the moment the right person looked at her like it was a weapon, not a flaw. His calculations. They stopped looking like manipulation and started looking like craft. Precision born from survival. Together, you didn't become softer, you became sharper. Not nicer, clearer, not quieter, more intentional. Imagine this, two forces once labeled too much, now standing beside each other, creating a frequency only the bold can hear. A frequency the weak can't decode. A frequency that makes people step back without knowing why. And yes, chosen one, you're probably asking, why does our connection disturb people so much? Because you stopped explaining yourselves to people who were committed to misunderstanding you. You stopped shrinking so others felt safe. You stopped translating your mind into a language they could handle. Instead, you started speaking in your own coded dialect, one built from shared scars, shared instincts, and shared clarity. This is the part that terrifies them. When two forces evolve together, nothing stays the same. You didn't just transform, you ascended into a version of yourselves the world has no defenses for. Number 4. When the universe announced you without warning. Funny how they mocked you in private, and now they can't walk into a room without feeling your presence choke the air. The world didn't adapt slowly. It snapped. One day, reality felt normal, predictable, safely rigged in the hands of the same tired people who thought they ran everything. Then suddenly, you two existed in the same timeline, and the atmosphere bent like metal under heat. Rooms didn't just feel different. They rearranged themselves around your gravity. Conversations shifted direction mid-sentence. People paused without knowing why. It was the kind of energy shift that even strangers felt in their bones. Imagine this, the universe dimming the background noise so the two of you stand out in high definition. Not a couple, not a team, not a power duo. Something else, something the old rules of reality never planned for. Something the system didn't code for. When you walked together, you weren't seen, you were registered as an event. And chosen one, you've probably wondered, why do people who hurt us suddenly start falling apart? Because when resonance rises, consequences follow. People who wronged either of you found bad luck trailing them like a shadow they couldn't outrun. Plans collapsed, secrets leaked, their own actions backfired on them with embarrassing precision. The universe wasn't protecting you quietly anymore. It was correcting the timeline loudly. This is the part that terrifies everyone the most. You didn't just break the mold, you made the old mold irrelevant. You were never meant to fit into their categories, not lovers, not partners, not even powerful individuals. You became a glitch in their system, a duo that bends attention without trying, a force the world can't classify or contain. You were something forbidden under the old rules, but inevitable under the new ones. Number 5. The day their schemes crumbled in your shadow. Nothing terrifies a manipulator more than two people who refuse to turn on each other. They thought they were brilliant for trying to wedge themselves between you two. They whispered in separate corners, they twisted stories, they tossed bait disguised as concern. They tried the old trick, divide and conquer. But here's the gut punch they didn't expect. How do you separate a storm from the sky that fuels it? How do you disconnect a strategy from the spark that gives it purpose? You can't. And they learned that lesson the painful way. Imagine this, they push chaos your way, expecting her to explode. Instead, she laughs like she already saw the move 3 days ago. They feed rumors to him, expecting doubt. Instead, he smirks like he just spotted another amateur trying to cheat at a game he invented. Their failure wasn't dramatic. It was silent, humiliating, slow-motion collapse. And chosen one, here's probably what crosses your mind. Why were they so desperate to break us? Because your happiness was lethal. Your connection sharpened both of you. Your laughter synced in a way that made their insecurities sweat. Your ease with each other exposed how forced everyone else's relationships were. You two weren't draining each other, you were amplifying, and amplified predators, they hunt best. Here's the truth that stings them deepest. They weren't scared of your intensity, they were terrified of your joy. Your joy made you focused. Your unity made you unstoppable. Your bond made every enemy feel like prey. They tried to fracture you, but all they did was reveal their fear. They tried to break you, but all they did was expose your strength. They tried to separate you, but you became the one thing they never wanted to face. Number 6. When they called it dangerous, but you knew it was evolution. They didn't fear your darkness. They feared the version of you that no longer needed their approval to shine. People love pretending they know what's good for you. They study you from the sidelines like amateur critics, convinced they understand the plot better than the characters living it. So when the two of you leveled up together, they instantly labeled it toxic, chaotic, enabling, anything that helped them sleep at night. But here's the punchline. What they called chaos, you knew was authenticity. What they mocked as control, you understood as focus. What they whispered about as danger was the first time you actually felt alive. Imagine this. Two people who've spent years shrinking, finally standing at full height. Two minds that were always told to calm down, suddenly realizing their intensity wasn't a flaw, it was fuel. Two hearts that were forced into small boxes, finally ripping the tape off and breathing again. Of course, the world panicked. Of course, they assumed the worst. Evolution looks like destruction to people who've never expanded. And chosen one, you might wonder, why did everyone act like we were spiraling when we were actually growing? Because your awakening exposed their stagnation. When one of you rises, people notice. When two of you rise together, people project. They couldn't handle the reflection you created. You mirrored everything they avoided in themselves. Truth, bravery, self-awareness, intensity, alignment. You didn't bring out each other's worst. You brought out the traits they never deserved to witness. He sharpened her instincts. She unlocked his courage. He made her fiercer. She made him freer. You weren't collapsing. You were molting. You were shedding every lie they fed you. This wasn't destruction. This was rebirth. Number 7, breaking the rules. They never thought you'd question. They weren't afraid you'd stop following the rules. They were afraid you'd realize those rules were never real. You didn't just rewrite reality. You exposed how flimsy it always was. The world runs on invisible contracts, those silent agreements everyone signs without thinking. Stay small, stay soft, stay predictable. Don't question anything that keeps the system comfortable. For years, you both played along, out of survival, not belief. But once the two of you aligned, those contracts didn't just tear, they disintegrated. Imagine this. She walks into a room and points out the cage everyone else pretends isn't there. He studies the bars, finds the weak points, and snaps them without hesitation. Together, you didn't just break rules, you made new ones. You carved out pockets of existence where truth held more weight than politeness, where honesty wasn't punished, and where power wasn't something you asked permission to use. And chosen one, you might be thinking, why did people act like our clarity was dangerous? Because clarity exposes their comfort. When you reject the unspoken rules, you make everyone else confront how trapped they really are. People who cling to the system depend on your silence. When you break the script, they lose control of the narrative. What they called rebellion was really liberation. What they called arrogance was finally refusing to shrink. What they called disruption was you stepping into reality instead of illusion. He dismantled the structures she exposed. She challenged the lies he once tolerated. You didn't build a new world. You revealed the one they were too scared to enter. Together, you became the glitch in their social code, the exception that proves the system was never built to handle two awakened forces. You didn't rewrite the rules, you deleted them. Number 8, the two-headed warning sign the world couldn't define. They didn't need to see you to fear you. Your energy walked in 10 seconds before your bodies did. Before anyone even learned your names, they felt the disturbance, a tension, a shift, a warning their instincts picked up long before their minds understood it. You two weren't the type of energy people casually bump into. You were the kind that rearranged the room before your footsteps even hit the floor. Her chaos cracked masks open. His control forced people to question who they were pretending to be. Together, you weren't a couple. You were a silent earthquake dressed like royalty. Imagine this, a crowded room humming with noise until the two of you approach. Conversations glitch mid-sentence. People straighten their posture without knowing why. Some stare, some look away, some swallow hard, like their secrets suddenly got louder. That's what happens when truth and precision move as one. You didn't expose people verbally. Your presence did the work for you. And chosen one, you might wonder, why did we unsettle people who barely knew us? Because energy doesn't need introductions. Your match amplified your signal. Her chaos made people reveal their intentions instantly. His focus made them question every motive they thought they could hide. Together, you became a mirror they couldn't escape from. What they called dangerous was actually clarity. What they called intimidating was your refusal to shrink. What they called too much was just the universe turning the volume back to the level it was meant to be. You weren't destruction. You were the blueprint of a world where masks don't survive. Two forces, one frequency, unlabeled, unmanaged, unmistakable. You weren't an apocalypse. You were the truth wrapped in elegance, and the world never recovered from seeing it. Number 9. The secret code that made everyone else obsolete. They feared your words before, then they realized you don't even need words to destroy a lie. Your communication didn't evolve, it detonated. What used to take entire conversations now happened in a single glance. A flicker of eye contact became a full strategy meeting. A subtle touch became a warning, a countdown, a silent green light. You weren't bonding, you were syncing. You weren't guessing, you were reading each other like blueprints written in a language nobody else could even perceive. Imagine this, two minds so aligned that chaos becomes a tool, not a burden. Her chaos wasn't messy anymore, it was aimed. It was choice, not reaction. His control wasn't cold anymore. It was artistry, carved with intention and sharpened through instinct. Together, you didn't just approach problems, you designed attacks, you built systems, you crafted outcomes. Every target, every obstacle, every threat required a different play. And you never repeated the same move twice because no one deserved a recycled strategy. And chosen one, you might ask, how did we learn to read each other this fast? Because real alignment doesn't need instructions. It awakens, it reveals, it rearranges your instincts until the other person's thoughts feel like extensions of your own. It isn't romantic, it's tactical, it's survival, it's evolution. You became something terrifying and beautiful. He was the sword, cutting clean through illusions. She was the sanctuary, protecting the fire that forged him. She was the chaos that exposed the enemy's weak points. He was the design that turned those weak points into victories. You weren't predictable, you weren't balanced, you weren't healthy by their limited definition. You were effective. And effectiveness looks like destruction to those who live in denial. Your language didn't follow the world's grammar. Your language was destruction and design, built from truth, instinct and precision. A code only the two of you could speak. And a code the world fears you'll teach someone else. Number 10. When two humans turned into a rumor the world couldn't contain. They tried to define you, but how do you label a phenomenon that doesn't obey physics, let alone social rules? People didn't talk about you. Talking is casual. People whispered about you like you were classified information. They waited until the doors closed, until the room emptied, until they felt safe enough to say, what were they? Your presence wasn't something they understood. It was something they survived. And after you left, they stitched together theories, names, warnings, anything that made them feel less powerless in the face of what they witnessed. They gave you titles like the dangerous duo, the chaos couple, the architects of anarchy, cute, small, human. But labels only fit things that behave, things that bend, things that stay inside the lines drawn for them. You broke every box just by existing. Imagine this. Two people so synchronized that even silence feels like strategy. Two energies so aligned that the world stops treating you as separate beings and starts treating you as a single event. And chosen one, maybe you've wondered, why did we feel bigger than anything they could name? Because you weren't a relationship. Relationships follow rules. You rewrote them. You weren't heroes. They crave applause. You weren't villains. They crave attention. You weren't even rebels. You weren't reacting to anything. You were evolution, fully conscious, disguised as two humans who refused to dim their frequency. Your unity didn't create drama. It created disruption. Your presence didn't demand respect. It commanded it. You weren't a threat because you were wild. You were a threat because you were awake. And that's why the whispers turned into myths. Myths turned into warnings. Warnings turned into fascination. You didn't become a couple in their stories. You became a legend they still haven't figured out how to explain. Number 11, when your existence forced people to face themselves. They weren't threatened by you. They were threatened by who they could no longer pretend to be in your presence. Your presence didn't just attract attention, it detonated awakenings in people who weren't ready. You didn't walk into rooms quietly, you walked in like a revelation wrapped in human skin. Her chaos didn't destabilize the quiet ones, it freed them. It reminded them they were allowed to breathe louder, dream bigger, exist without shrinking. His discipline didn't silence the loud ones, it sharpened them. It showed them that power didn't need noise, it needed intention. Together, you shattered the false belief that strength and softness couldn't live in the same body. Imagine this. Someone who built their entire life on being collected suddenly realizes her fire awakened something they buried years ago. Or someone who spent their life being loud to feel powerful suddenly sees his calm and realizes volume was their disguise, not their truth. You didn't change them, you exposed them. And chosen one, you might wonder, why do people get emotional around us? Because you stripped their masks without touching them. You made them feel what they worked so hard to numb. You mirrored the parts of themselves they abandoned. Your presence forced people to confront the lies they stood on. Lies about who they should be, how they should act, what power looks like, what love looks like, what authenticity costs. You didn't inspire them gently, you cornered them with truth. Her chaos cracked their armor. His discipline showed them another way. Your unity created a frequency they couldn't hide from. You didn't just reveal something about the world, you revealed something about them. And once someone sees themselves clearly, they can never unsee it. Number 12. When power stopped being a competition and became a frequency. They expected you to fight for the spotlight. Instead, you turned the whole room into daylight. You didn't meet to fill gaps. You didn't meet to fix wounds. You didn't meet because one of you was incomplete. That's the lie people tell themselves so they can pretend your connection was ordinary, but nothing about you two was built on need. You arrived whole. You arrived formed. You arrived dangerous on your own. And when two whole forces meet, the universe doesn't whisper, it reverberates. You didn't compete for attention. You amplified each other until the walls glowed with possibility. Imagine this, two beams of light crossing paths, not dimming, not clashing, but merging into something brighter than either could be alone. That's why people stared. Not because of romance, but because alignment like that is rare, destabilizing, and impossible to fake. And chosen one, here's the thought that probably sits in the back of your mind. Why did our connection feel like recognition instead of attraction? Because attraction pulls, recognition clicks. You didn't complete each other, you confirmed each other. She wasn't his cage breaker, he already knew the cages were an illusion. She simply expanded the horizon he hadn't reached yet. He wasn't her restrainer, she never needed restraint. He gave her a stage big enough to hold her fire without dimming it. Imagine this, her presence turning his precision into artistry, his presence turning her chaos into influence. Two forces, not blending, but elevating. Together, you redefined what partnership means. Not dependence, not rescue, not fixing. Alignment, expansion, recognition. This was never about love the way people understand it. This was about evolution choosing witnesses. This was about power finding its counterpart. You didn't rise alone, you rose in sync, and the world had no category for that. Number 13. The love that made small lives look even smaller. They said real love requires shrinking. Then you showed up and proved expansion was the only thing that ever felt honest. You didn't follow the world's script. You didn't dim your light to keep the peace. You didn't twist yourselves into quieter, safer versions just to be lovable. That lie collapsed the moment you two crossed paths. Because this connection wasn't built on sacrifice or self-abandonment, it was built on growth, on evolution, on becoming more, not less. You dismantled the myth that love needs softness at the cost of power or comfort, at the cost of potential. Imagine this, two forces meeting not to soothe each other, but to ignite each other. Not to make life easier, but to make life bigger. You didn't get together to rest. You got together to rise, and that's why people couldn't understand it. They've only seen relationships that require folding. Yours required unfolding. They've only witnessed love that demands compromise. Yours demanded expansion. And chosen one, maybe you've wondered, why did our connection look threatening to people who claimed they wanted the best for us? Because your love exposed their smallness. It exposed how much they settled, how much they dimmed, how much they traded authenticity for acceptance. You two didn't do that. You showed a version of love that didn't apologize for being loud, intense, ambitious, or untamable. He didn't soften her fire. He widened its reach. She didn't interrupt his structure. She elevated it into strategy. Together, you didn't seek comfort. You sought evolution. Your love wasn't a romance. It was a blueprint for something the world rarely sees. Two whole people choosing expansion over safety, alignment over performance, existence over approval. You didn't fall in love. You ascended into it. And that's what made your connection feel less like a story and more like a map for everything love could be if people stopped shrinking to earn it. Number 14. The rise. They prayed you wouldn't survive. They weren't scared you'd fail. They were scared you'd stop giving them the satisfaction of watching you fall. People studied you like you were a ticking bomb. They waited, they whispered, they watched for cracks, counting down to the moment your connection would finally collapse under its own intensity. They needed that collapse, because your rise didn't fit their logic. Your power didn't fit their rules. Your evolution didn't fit their comfort. But every time they prepared the stage for your downfall, you walked out shining brighter than before. They expected burnout. You delivered sunrise after sunrise. Imagine this. Two forces the world swore were too much, suddenly becoming the most stable thing in the room. Two energies they predicted would destroy each other, instead sharpening each other. Two people they swore would combust, instead ascending into versions of themselves that no one had met yet. Instead of fading, you refined. Instead of descending, you evolved. Instead of falling in love, you rose in it. And chosen one, you might ask yourself, why did our rise make people so uncomfortable? Because your evolution forced them to see how little they demanded from their own lives. Your growth exposed their stagnation. Your resilience exposed their fragility. Your love exposed their compromises. You didn't just succeed, you invalidated every excuse they used to stay small. They needed your collapse to feel right about their world. You gave them ascension instead. Your unity didn't create pressure. It created height. It created clarity. It created possibility. He didn't dim her intensity. He elevated it into purpose. She didn't disrupt his structure. She expanded it into vision. Together, you didn't build a relationship. You built a new definition of what together even means. Imagine two mountains rising side by side, not competing, not merging, but elevating the entire horizon just by existing next to each other. That's what terrified them. You didn't break. You didn't bend. You didn't crumble under the weight of your own power. You evolved into something they had no language for, a pair that didn't fall in love, but rose in it and forced the world to rise or choke trying to keep up. So, chosen one, this whole journey showed one truth. They were never scared of your love. They were scared of your evolution. You rose in ways they swore were impossible, and now the world has to adjust to the force you've become. If this message hit you anywhere real, press the like button right now. And if you're still not part of this family, make sure you hit subscribe so you don't miss what comes next. The universe isn't done with you yet, chosen one, and neither are we.